It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. The Honourable Peter Van Loan, member for the electoral district of York-Simcoe, by resignation effective Sunday, September 30, 2018. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy. Comme il est 11h03.
As it is 11:03, the House will now proceed to private members' business.
Members' business consideration of motion M155 concerning Filipino Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Filipino Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Filipino language and culture, and the importance of reflecting upon Filipino heritage for future generations by declaring June every year Filipino Heritage Month. Debate. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am privileged to rise today to move second reading of my private member's motion 155, which speaks to officially designate the month of June as Filipino Heritage Month across Canada from coast to coast to coast. I do this on behalf of a vibrant and dynamic Filipino Canadian community that is proud of its culture and heritage, and equally proud of its new home of Canada, a community that is making an immeasurable contribution to Canadian life from coast to coast to coast. This is borne out by the 2016 census from Statistics Canada, which shows Filipinos are the fastest growing ethnic group in Canada. Since 2011, the population has grown by 27% to 851,400. And you won't just find Filipinos in major centers such as Vancouver, Winnipeg, Toronto, and Montreal. There is a growing Filipino-Canadian population in Whitehorse, and Philippines Ambassador to Canada, Petronila Garcia, told me about her recent visit to the Filipino community in Iqaluit. It is a little colder than what they would have been used to back in Manila, but they are helping this northern community to grow and prosper. Many Filipinos first come to Canada as caregivers, and there is no more important job than caring for our seniors and our children. They leave behind their families to care for our families in Canada. It's a sacrifice that's hard for many parents to contemplate, but it speaks to just how strong their will is to build a better life for their family. We need to do more to bring these families back together sooner. Filipino Canadians are making a difference in all walks of life, from singers like Canadian Idol finalist Elena Watko to athletes like soccer star Jonathan De Guzman. Ray Petacan was the first Filipino Canadian MP and cabinet minister as a Liberal. The late Senator Tobias Envargo was a champion for his community in the Senate as a Conservative. And Florfina Marcelino was the first woman of color elected into Manitoba legislature, today serving as a New Democrat with her brother-in-law, Ted. Did you know that it was a Filipino-Canadian, Ariana Marie Cuban of Toronto, who designed the Canada 150 logo? And it was another Filipino-Canadian, Martina Ortiz Lewis, who sang the new gender-neutral version of O Canada at this year's Canada Day celebration here on Parliament Hill. Filipino Canadians are proud Canadians. In my own community of Scarborough, Filipino restaurants and Filipino culture is not hard to find. Restaurants such as Chef George, run by George Rivera, and Laguna Bay by Ruby Oriza bring the taste of the Philippines to Canada. And my riding is home to the first Jollibees in the GTA, where the spicy chicken joy is proving to be a hit with everyone, not just homesick Filipinos. A staple of the cultural community in Scarborough is the Scarborough Ontario Seniors Association, commonly known as SOSA, whose dancing and exercises are highlight at many community events, including my annual community barbecue. And the Filipino Center, a key community hub offering support for seniors and students that works to keep the Tagalog language strong, recently located to Scarborough after many years of serving the Filipino community in downtown Toronto. But this community is more than just dancing and delicious foods. Community leader Tony San Juan is a teacher and a professor who worked as a welder to make ends meet when he first came to Canada before obtaining his credentials and returning to education, where he has won awards for his contributions. Businessman Mel Galeon owned a bakery in Quezon when he came to Canada. He and his wife, Flor Vendola, began making Filipino pastries, which they sold at many community events. They grew this business into FV Foods, a household name with several grocery stores in the GTA. Rolly Memante used to work at the Philippine Consulate General Office in Toronto and later became an unofficial ambassador for Filipino culture. After retirement, he founded the Philippine Cultural Community Center and was instrumental in creating Taste of Manila, the annual street extravaganza of Filipino culture and food that attracts people from across North America to Toronto. Norma Carpio is a long-time advocate for Filipino Canadians. She spearheaded having the Philippines as a feature country at the CNE in 1998 and led the Philippine Independence Day Council, known as PIDC, which organizes an annual celebration of the Philippine National Day. She has organized many events and is always a key fundraiser when natural disasters strike the Philippines, working to help those in need. Munina Lim Serrano was president of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce Toronto and has served the community on the Toronto Police Services Board and the College of Nurses, Ontario. She was appointed Ontario Business Ambassador by former Ontario Premier Mike Harris and was part of former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien's team Canada Trade Mission to the Philippines. I would go on and on, Mr. Speaker. The Filipino people have a rich and vibrant history and culture and are making outstanding contributions to Canada. It is past due that we recognize the contributions of this community with their own Heritage Month, celebrating Filipino Heritage Month across Canada. After many consultations with the community, we chose the month of June because it is on June 12th that the Philippines celebrate its Independence Day. It was on June 12, 1898, that revolutionary leader Emilio Aguinaldo proclaimed the independence of the Philippines from Spanish rule. A number of other cities across Canada, including the city of Toronto, have also already recognized June as Filipino Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the many people who have offered their support for M155 since I first announced its introduction, and who have worked hard in their own communities to build support with petitions and by pursuing similar initiatives in their own towns and cities. A Filipino-Canadian councillor in Kitimat, British Columbia, Edwin Empanado, was an early supporter of motion M155, and he spearheaded a motion at Kitimat City Council in February declaring that the District of Kitimat supports motion 155. Thank you to Edwin and Mayor Phil Gurmat for your leadership on this. And in Montreal, City Councillor Mervyn Rotran worked to pass a Filipino Heritage Month motion at Notre Dame de Grace Borough Council in February, and the local Filipino Community Center community came together for highly successful celebrations this past June. Today, I would also like to recognize Narima de la Cruz, who helped together hundreds of petitions signatures in her community of Surrey, BC, in support of Motion 155. Mr. Speaker, there is truly support for this motion and for this recognition for Filipino Canadians' heritage from across Canada, from coast to coast to coast. Next year marks the 70th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Canada and the Philippines. And what better way to recognize this milestone than to officially recognize June as Filipino Heritage Month across Canada. I urge all my colleagues to support this motion and to join me next June for the first national celebration of Filipino Heritage Month. Mabuhay Canada, Mabuhay Philippines.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her initiative in bringing this before our House, and to also welcome her back to the House of Commons. It's great to see her refreshed here in the House of Commons. With respect to your question around this motion, one that I truly support, and I also know that the member has done tremendous work at our committee as well. Many of the caregivers are from the Filipino community. They've been working hard to try and have their permanent resident status finalized here in Canada. Some of them are having great difficulties, and I wonder whether or not the member would honor the Filipino community, particularly the caregivers, by advocating for their cases and to see their permanent resident status finalized here in Canada.
Number 4, Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her advocacy for our caregivers. I duly recognize the work which our caregivers are doing here for our kids and for our parents, our seniors. And I have been a strong advocate for them always and will continue to be a strong advocate to make sure that we can reunite their families in Canada as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for this motion, and we are wholeheartedly behind this. I know in Barrie Innisfil we have a very proud Filipino community that's moving up to almost 3,000 people at this point that live within our community, and I know that they've been quite concerned about the devastation of the recent typhoons in the Philippines. There's fundraisers that go on. I know my colleague from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medante, is very active, as I am, within the Filipino community. And so I would like to ask the Honourable Member just how many Filipino members are within her community and the contributions that they make where she lives.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his support for the Filipino community. I'm very proud to represent over 14,000 Filipino community, and they are a part of our community in all walks of life. Filipino communities are making difference in all walks of life. They have a rich and vibrant history and culture, are making an outstanding contribution to Canada. From different restaurants to different community events, this community has always been there to embrace the Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for bringing this motion forward. In my community of Oakville, I have a very strong and robust Filipino community, and I have to say they have an annual picnic, and I've learned firsthand just how wonderful the food is, because everyone shows up for that picnic. It's just a great time to sit down and enjoy some Filipino food, but also the company and the joy and the celebration that community is so excellent at. In my previous life, I worked in a hospital, and I've often said to people that some of the best nurses in that hospital, because of the empathy and the love and the high professional skills that they have, made some of the best nurses that we had. So I'm just curious, have you experienced that kind of caregiving aspect of the Filipino community in your riding, and could you reflect on the importance of that kind of diversity as well in our Canadian culture?
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Yes, I agree with you. The Filipinos are playing an important role in all walks of life, and in the nursing. I had, because of some health challenges, I was at Sunnybrook Hospital for over a month, and 90% of the nurses there who took care of me were from Philippines. So, and the love and support which they give to you when you need it is amazing. And I really, it's time, I think, that we recognize the contributions of our Filipino Canadians and recognize June as a Filipino Heritage Month so we can celebrate the rich cultural diversity of this great community. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a 30-second question, a 30-second answer. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you. I congratulate the member for putting this forward this motion. And just a question, quick question: how significant this motion is going to be for the Filipino community that we all have and share and enjoy in Canada?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Support for this motion would be consistent with our Charter of Rights and Freedom, which officially recognized multiculturalism as a Canadian value, and with Canadian Multiculturalism Act, which is built on a policy of multiculturalism designed to preserve and enhance the multicultural heritage of Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed my pleasure to rise and speak on this motion. I would like to thank the member from Scarborough Centre for bringing forward this motion, which all of us completely support. But before I start, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to my former colleague, Senator Tobias Enverga, the first Filipino-Canadian senator, who's ultimately dealt with the pride of the Filipino voice in this parliament. We will miss him. Mr. Speaker, for 21 years, the Filipino community in my riding have been my strongest supporters, and I would like to mention to my honourable colleague here, she forgot to mention Calgary when she mentioned every other city. We have a very dynamic community in Calgary, and I have been very, very lucky enough to be honoured and privileged to have this strong support. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I am considered to be an honorary Filipino by my community. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize a few of these great Filipinos in my riding who have supported and who continue working for the community. They are Ernie Amante, Elvi Valarosa, Rosalyn Bernardo, Bill Bernardo, Melba Bonaventure, and most important, the Diamond Seniors Club, who every year host a lot of festivals for the seniors, and I'm always honored and privileged to be invited to their function. And as everybody has said unanimously in this House, that every time a Filipino festival is held, it is full of joy and laughter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that, as my honorable colleague has mentioned, in 2015, the Filipino community became the largest community for permanent residents in this country. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, when I accompanied Prime Minister Harper during his visit to the Philippines, former Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned quite clearly that Tagalog is the fastest growing language in Canada. Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, and I want to make it very clear, that the Filipino contribution to our country is immense, and we are extremely happy that they form a part of the great multi-ethnic mosaic of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have made 2 other visits to Philippines during my tenure as Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and 2 most notable events that I want to bring to the attention here is that there is a community housing project called Talas Village, just outside Manila, Mr. Speaker, and it is funded by the Talas Corporation telecommunication company. It shows a great Canadian corporation involved in the developing project. I've been to this village, and I see great happiness, great children enjoying the facilities that Talas has provided. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, CAE, another great Canadian success story from Montreal, was building an aircraft simulator for Cebu Airlines, where I had the opportunity to be at their opening ceremony with former President Aquino. We put a time capsule there to be opened up in 100 years' time, Mr. Speaker. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? My name is there as Canada's representative, which will be opened up 100 years from now, Mr. Speaker. And as I like telling my Filipino supporters, I am in the soil of Filipino for the next 100 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, and as I will continue saying, that if you look around anywhere in Canada, as the honourable member has mentioned, specifically in Alberta, everywhere in rural Canada, as well as rural Alberta and elsewhere, we will find Filipino workers everywhere. They are recognized as one of the best workers, and I know during my visits to Philippines that many Canadian companies were there recruiting Filipinos to come and work. They're hardworking, Mr. Filipino. I personally have a knowledge of them because I've assisted many of them for their permanent residency in our country. We will continue doing that, Mr. Speaker, because aside from the fact that they bring great contribution, and we have all said, and examples have been given of their hard work and success, Speaker, they will forever form part of this country as part of our multi-ethnic country. And being an honorary Filipino, I always find it a pleasure and a great strength in going out there, Mr. Speaker. When you go to their festival, it is great to see all people dancing, singing, you know, and the great Filipino culture. Indeed, as has been stated, their personalities of great warmth and great smile and great embarrassing of all the others around the world is just a strength that this country has, which is why, when I'm speaking, everywhere around the world, whether it be in the Middle East, whether it be in Southeast Asia, in Hong Kong, everywhere, Filipinos are one of the most coveted workers they need. As we have stated out here, they have come here as nannies. They continue now coming, working for the service industry. And around the world you can go that Filipinos are always welcome as workers because of their strength. This is the strength that Philippines has. And when I was visiting Philippines, this is what the Filipino ministers said. And Filipinos living overseas are one of the greatest contributors back to their own country in developing their own country as that country, after its independence, is continuing developing. Philippines is also a great partner of Canada in ASEAN. I attended the ASEAN conference in Philippines, Madam Speaker, and the contributions made by Philippines around the global, around the world, Madam Speaker. On many occasions we have had the opportunity to meet the foreign minister, talk to him on how we can cooperate with the United Nations. This having been said, Madam Speaker, of our strength with Philippines, nevertheless, we are extremely honored and delighted that Filipinos make a great contribution to our country, Madam Speaker. We can go now names after names after names of what they have done and they continue doing in building our country. And for that, Madam Speaker, we want to say thank you very, very much to this great community that is out here, Madam Speaker. And I am very much honored and privileged, and all of me, great to have this title of Honorary Filipino in my riding, as well as their support from 21 years ago when I first started on this political journey. And for that, I am indeed very grateful for them. And I once want to say thank you to the member from Scarborough Centre who brought forward this motion, as well as I can assure her, I think really there would be a unanimous consent for that motion in this House because of that great contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I provide my voice in support of motion M155, a motion to designate the month of June as Filipino Heritage Month. Though I have said this to the member before her return to the House, I would also like to say again that it is a pleasure to see the member for Scarborough Centre the move of the motion back in the House of Commons and in full action. We have sat together on the Standing Committee for Citizenship and Immigration to get and citizenship for some time now, and the motion before us today also speaks to that committee's work as well. The Filipino community The Filipino-Canadian community is one of the fastest growing groups in Canada, and with the 2016 census estimating over 800,000 Canadians identifying that they are of Filipino descent. The Philippines has consistently been a top source country for newcomers to Canada for years, and in 2016 was the #1 source country with over 40,000 new permanent residents to Canada coming from the Philippines. Large, vibrant, and flourishing communities have been established in Toronto and Ottawa, in Winnipeg and Calgary, and my home of Vancouver. In my time in municipal, provincial, and now federal politics, I've had the opportunity to engage with Vancouver's Filipino community and now with communities across the country. To say that this community contributes to Canadian society is a massive understatement. I've had the privilege of seeing Filipino organizations such as McGanty Canada, which now has 6 provincial chapter organizations, advocate tirelessly for the rights and dignity of Canada's migrant workers. In my riding of Vancouver East, we also have the West Coast Domestic Workers Association. As well, there are Vancouver Singing Nannies, which bring together Filipino caregivers in Canada who put on shows and build ties within the community and help reduce homesickness for the many Filipino caregivers that are here in Canada who are far away from their original homes and from their families. You see, Mr. Speaker, much of the Filipino community's human rights and work stems from their own community's experience, and this is what I would really like to focus on today. When I rose in question period last week, I asked the Prime Minister about addressing the need for a national, affordable, accessible, and high-quality childcare program in Canada. The lack of such a program has forced families to navigate a patchwork of options, not all equally accessible or effective for their needs. For a large number of families here, hiring a caregiver from the Philippines is their best option. I've had the honor of working with and getting to know personally Filipino caregivers from across the country. Their dedication to their work, to their community, and to their family is truly inspiring. But what our immigration system subjects them to is an injustice. Under the Old Living Caregivers Program, we force Filipino women who come to Canada, leave their families behind, live in the home of their employer, and work for at least 2 years before they could apply for permanent resident status and reunite with their family here in Canada. Caregivers in Canada are treated differently than any other stream of economic migrants in that respect. They must jump through many hoops and can't bring their family with them at the outset. The Living Caregivers Program was ended after far too many stories of employers' abuse and hardship were made known to the public. Despite knowing about the systemic hardships involved in the program and the risk of abuse, thousands of Filipino women left their family in the Philippines to come to Canada to care for our families, hoping that one day, after all their hard work, that they'd be able to secure a better life for their own children by finally reuniting with them here. Tragically, their PR applications weren't given much priority in terms of processing efforts or immigration levels plan space. As a result, an application backlog was created and swelled to tens of thousands. That meant that for the thousands of caregivers in Canada, in addition to having to wait 2 years to even apply, it would then take years before an application would be decided. I met caregivers who, due to this unjust delay, were separated from their families for nearly 10 years. They missed life, milestones, graduations, relationships, marriage broken down, loved ones passed away, all while they waited. In addition to those hardships, they had to keep paying to renew their work permits, and they had to keep paying for their family members to have the medical examinations done. They had to contribute to respond to IRCC on time, but IRCC did not have that same responsibility to respond to them. In some cases, children aged out of the application in the system. That is, by the time the application finalized, the dependent children were too old to be considered dependents. A family permanently broken up by our systems of backlog. Since getting a true sense of this issue, I've been taking on living caregivers applications from across Canada, and my office continues to advocate tirelessly for their completion. I was pleased to see that the minister announced 80% of the backlog would be cleared by the end of this year. But at the same time, I was heartbroken. That means that for 20% of those families, it will be another Christmas apart. It doesn't matter how many stories I hear, I can never really imagine what that feels like. But these women are so strong. In the face of all this hardship, they continue to be some of the most dedicated, optimistic people I have ever met. The hope of bringing their family together keeps them going. The current caregivers program, caring for children and caring for high medical needs, has seen improvements to the system, but also put in place additional hoops that caregivers must jump through to stay. The minister quietly had this department post online that these programs would be ending next year. I've questioned the minister in this place on what the plan is for the replacement of these programs. It is still unclear. It is my hope that all members of this House support the motion before us today to recognize the contributions and heritage of the Filipino-Canadian community. But it is also my opinion that to truly recognize them, we must work together to put in place a just caregiver immigration stream, one that recognizes if you're good enough to work here, that you're good enough to stay. That means permanent residence on arrival, one that has the best interests of not just the employer's family in mind, but the employee's family as well. That means ending the forced separation of the caregivers from their family. Let us just not recognize the contributions of the Filipino community to our country. Let us commit to making sure that they are no longer forced to spend even one more Christmas apart. There is still much work to be done, Mr. Speaker. In addition to this issue, there's also the medically inadmissibility situation, whereby some of the caregivers are forced to leave their family members behind. Why? Because one member of their family unit has a quote-unquote medical inadmissibility issue. Because of that, the entire family is being rejected. You've got to ask, what is wrong with this picture? Canada is a signatory to the UN Declaration for the Rights for People with Disability, yet we have a discriminatory policy in place that discriminates against people with disability, and this is wrong. Caregivers get impacted by this. We want to honor them, and creating a Heritage Month to recognize the Filipino community is welcome and absolutely supported. But to honor that motion, to honor the words behind that, let us also put in policies in place, change our immigration policy to ensure that those women who come here to take care of our families, that they are not leaving their families behind, that we're not forcing the breakup of families. We can do this. Canada can do better, and let's honor the Filipino-Canadian community with action as well as words, Mr. Speaker. With that, again, I'd like to thank the member for putting this forward, this motion forward, and I ask all members of the House to work collaboratively, and I call on the minister to take action to change our immigration system. If you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand there's consent to split my time with the member for Winnipeg North.
The House, or does the honourable member have consent by all the members in the House to split his time with the member for Winnipeg North? I believe we have consent. The honourable member for
Thank you, Mr.
Scarborough
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising in this House today, I am pleased to support motion M155 to establish Filipino Heritage Month, backing the efforts of my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre, to acknowledge the tremendous contributions of the Filipino community here in Canada, to recognize the richness of their languages, the depths of their culture, and to ensure that future generations never lose sight of just how important it is for us to reflect upon one's roots, the stories, struggles, and successes of previous generations. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Scarborough North, right across from my constituency office, stands the Filipino Centre of Toronto, a community centre which began as one person's dream. A vision in which Dr. Guillermo Davila Jr. saw not just a place, but a path to the preservation of Filipino identity and individuality, a means through which new immigrants could ease their transition into settlement and integration within their new country. This dream, after a difficult and exhausting journey, eventually became a reality. And now, nearly 16 years later, the center is a place for both mingling and meetings. It houses a library featuring a collection of books about Philippines. It offers free language classes, as well as computer classes and a homework club for children. A free medical clinic is also available, providing consultations to those without coverage, as well as certain medications for free. Above all, the center is what it was dreamt, hoped, and wished to be, a hub for members of the Filipino community to tell their stories. This is indeed the tale of the Filipino-Canadian dream, a tale which is the result of hard work, a dream which has spawned much success. The Filipino Center of Toronto began as a place where community elders could meet at a time when they were being sent away from coffee shops and restaurants. It served as a safe place for struggling newcomers to find solace, emotional support, and guidance, a place for the marginalized to seek help when there was nowhere else to turn. And it continues to be a place for the Filipino community to come together and cherish, comfort, and educate one another in the context of common histories, culture, and lived experiences. The Filipino Center of Toronto represents the community's broader story of moving beyond struggles to find tremendous success. Mr. Speaker, over 850,000 of our fellow Canadians are of Filipino descent, the largest Southeast Asian group in our country. The Philippines is also one of Canada's largest source of immigrants. This has led not only to greater intercultural learning, but has also strengthened bilateral relations and people-to-people ties between Canada and the Philippines. An example of this relationship was the aftermath of the catastrophic typhoon Haiyan, which impacted more than 16 million people in the Philippines. In those trying times, our two nations stood shoulder to shoulder in this tragic aftermath. So today, Mr. Speaker, I stand together with the over 850,000 members of Canada's Filipino community to celebrate all that they have achieved and to remind us all of both the promise and the challenge faced in achieving the Filipino-Canadian dream. Diversity and multiculturalism are what make Canada so great, which is why it is important for us to celebrate our diverse histories, cultures, and lived experiences. We educate and we learn together, hand in hand. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in the many communities across Canada, including in the cities of Montreal and Toronto, Filipino Heritage Month is already celebrated every June. I am pleased to join the member for Scarborough Centre, thanking her for her leadership and vision as a joint seconder of this motion to declare June as Filipino Heritage Month all across this great country. Canada is a nation stronger because of its diversity, and the Filipino community has been an incredible part of our collective success. Let us all stand together and give this long overdue recognition to a community that we know has helped build Canada, the Canada that we know today. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I can, right at the start, to thank my friend and colleague, the member from Scarborough Centre, for bringing forward to this House a resolution, or in the form of a motion, that I believe makes a very powerful statement to Canada's diversity and just how important our diversity is to us as a nation. I would ultimately argue, as our Prime Minister has said on numerous occasions, that it is one of the greatest strengths that we have as a nation, and is one of the reasons why we will continue to do well as a country into the future. Mr. Speaker, I have been an elected member, or first elected, I should say, back in 1988. From virtually day one, I've been touched and blessed by Filipino members of the Filipino community. It has been a very major part of my life. It is second to no other community in terms of as a community in which I personally and my family identifies with, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's my kuya Henry Solonas, the many brothers and sisters and very many friends that I have from within the community that have really shaped me or assisted in shaping me and my family to who we are today. Today, the community continues to grow and be very prosperous. As my colleague behind me made reference, we are approaching, in the next few years, 1 million people of Filipino heritage here in Canada. I want to talk about the Manitoba story, if I can, Mr. Speaker. You know, back in November of 1959, we had 4 members from the Filipino community from the Philippines arrive in the province of Manitoba. It is believed that they were the first 4 from that community that actually arrived. Back in May of 2009, I had the privilege inside the Manitoba legislature to introduce a resolution to mark the 50th anniversary of those 4 nurses that arrived in Manitoba. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, it might have started with some of those professionals, nurses or healthcare workers and teachers and so forth. It went right through every aspect of the economy. In fact, it was the garment workers of 68, 69, and then 71 and 72 that really started to grow the community, as thousands of garment workers then started to sponsor fiancés, nephews and nieces, cousins to come to Manitoba and ultimately help fill the many jobs that were required in a wide spectrum of different types of industries in the province of Manitoba. Today, the Filipino community in the province of Manitoba is getting close to 100,000. Now think about that, Mr. Speaker. If you take a look at Canada, population getting closer and closer to 37 million at all times, or getting closer to that 1 million in the Filipino community, well, I would suggest to you in the province of Manitoba, we get a good sense in terms of just how much that community has really contributed to the overall economic, social vibrancy of the province of Manitoba. It continues to grow and prosper and adds so much value. We have a resolution saying that the month of June be recognized as a Filipino Heritage Month. And I think that is really important for us to pass this resolution along. Some provinces actually have done it. In the city of Winnipeg, we have outstanding individuals. We have Filipino Heritage Week every month for many years already taking place. There's all sorts of different types of celebrations. So to see a formal resolution to acknowledge the many contributions of the Filipino community, Mr. Speaker, I think is so wonderful and pleasing to see. I believe that in the month of June, that what we will see is extra activities, individuals that go even beyond the Filipino community, getting engaged, getting a better understanding of the contributions that this particular community has done, not only to my home province of Manitoba, but to Canada. Because no matter where you go in Canada, you will find that there is a healthy Filipino community that continues to grow, to share their culture and their heritage, becoming a part of Canadian heritage. When I think of people of Filipino heritage, Mr. Speaker, I think of kind, loving, hardworking, very strong moral ethics, Mr. Speaker. I would like to conclude my remark by wishing everyone the very best in recognizing how important this resolution is, and would encourage that come June of 2018 that we get engaged with the community and promote just how much that community has contributed to our country as a whole over the last 70 years.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak about M155, the motion brought forward by member for Scarborough Centre. This motion seeks to recognize the contributions that Filipino Canadians have made to Canada. It proposes that the month of June every year would be observed as Filipino Heritage Month. The Filipino language and culture are very rich, Mr. Speaker, and this motion also recognizes that as well. And finally, it would also identify how important it is to educate and to reflect upon the Filipino heritage for generations to come. Right now, in Canada, Mr. Speaker, there are over 850,000 people of Filipino descent living in Canada. That is almost 2.5% of the population of Canada. The GTA is home to the largest Filipino community in Canada, with a third of all Filipino Canadians calling the GTA their home. In fact, Filipino Canadians represent the largest group of South Asian Canadians. The very first migrant from the Philippines arrived in Canada in 1930. Many of the original Filipino Canadians were women who came to Canada to work in the health field as teachers and nurses. And as more and more Filipino migrants arrived here, they opened successful businesses and worked in professional positions such as doctors and technicians. The Filipino community in Canada has and continues to contribute significantly to the economic and social framework of Canada. They are a thriving community with the strong work ethics and the entrepreneurial spirit. Since 1992, Filipinos have consistently ranked first as independent immigrants to Canada. That means that they are selected for immigration on the basis of their skill and ability to contribute quickly to Canadian society and to Canadian economy. That is very significant, Mr. Speaker. It displays how hardworking and willing that Filipino Canadians are to contribute to Canada and to do that very quickly when they come to this country. Notably, Mr. Speaker, Filipino Canadians have ensured that they are very engaged in Canada and in Canadian culture and even in politics. Conrad Santos was the first Filipino Canadian to be elected to Legislative Assembly in Canada. He was elected to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba in 1981. Also federally, we are all familiar with the late Senator Tobias Enverga. He was the very first Filipino-Canadian senator, Mr. Speaker, appointed by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. He was also the first Canadian of Filipino origin to be elected to the City of Toronto in 2010, where he was elected to the Toronto Catholic District School Board as a trustee. And the late senator is just one of many notable Filipino Canadians, Mr. Speaker. There are other politicians, entertainers, and athletes who are making incredible contribution to this country. But it is not just about these more notable people. Everyday Filipino Canadians across the country are making contributions to the cities and communities. They are an important part of the local economies and communities, and it is important that we acknowledge the contributions that they are making here in Canada. Additionally, Canada enjoys very strong and friendly ties with Philippines. They are an important trade partners with Canada, and the Philippines is one of the countries that Canada invests its international development efforts in. In Filipino culture, they are very tight-knit and close people. They look out for each other and are very willing to help each other and other members of the community. In Markham, we are very lucky to have the Markham Federation of Filipino Canadians. They are a community association who aim to promote the appreciation and sharing the Filipino cultural heritage to other cultures, and also to encourage interaction with and the understanding of other cultures in Markham and surrounding areas. This group in my riding was established a community center in Markham where they provide programs that are educational, cultural, and promote healthy activities for all age groups. They have music and dance programs for all ages. They have senior programs and the language classes and many other things. They're also sure to support newcomers and to help them integrate into their community. This is just one example of generosity and willingness to contribute that the Filipino Canadians have shown. So, Why June, Mr. Speaker? This motion is looking to recognize June as the month that we would call Filipino Heritage Month. June is an important in Filipino culture, Mr. Speaker. It is the month in which all Filipinos celebrate the Day of Freedom of Philippines Independence Day on June 12th of each year. June 12th celebrates the independence of Philippines from Spain. The Philippines Revolution began in August of 1986, and war and hostilities continue between Filipinos and Spain until the Treaty of Paris in 1898 was signed. It was only then that Spanish rule of Philippines officially ended. However, the Philippines would not become an internationally recognized independent state until 1946 through the Treaty of Manila. In 1962, the President of the Philippines issued a proclamation that declared the June 12th to be Philippines Independence Day. He chose this day, and this is a quote from the official proclamation. In commemoration of our people's declaration of their inherent and inalienable right to freedom and independence. Celebrations are held each year at this time, where families and freedom gather together. There are often parades and fireworks. In my riding of Markham Unionville, the Markham Federation of Filipino Canadians organize and gather each year that include a flag-raising ceremony, lunch, and entertainment, as do many Filipino contributes across Canada. That is why June is an important month in Filipino culture and heritage, and why it is important that we recognize Filipino Heritage Month in the month of June each year. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope that my honorable colleague will join me to support this motion that was introduced by the member of Scarborough Centre. Filipino Canadians have made and are making a significant and important contribution to Canada, and it is recognized that we recognize that. For this reason, I hope we can count on all sides to support month of June as a Heritage Month for Canadian Filipinos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul. I just want to point out to the honourable member that she'll have about 8 minutes rather than the customary 10 because of our time constraints.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me to stand on this motion and thank, first of all, the member from Scarborough Centre for bringing forward this important motion, which recognizes a special community who have come here to Canada, and that is through the annual Filipino Heritage Month. And I'm extremely proud to have been a seconder to the motion. The Filipino community is especially significant in Winnipeg and in Manitoba, and I'm very proud of the heritage and in the fact that I represent Kildonan St. Paul, a riding that has over 7,000 Filipino members who are very active in the riding. So Winnipeg, talking a little bit about history, has a long tradition and heritage with the Philippines. In the 1950s and 60s, Filipinos came to Canada, but very few. Estimates are about 800, and most of them lived in Winnipeg. By 1968-69, we had a special agreement with the federal government where we looked at enhancing our schmata industry, our garment industry, which was second only to Montreal's garment industry. And the Filipino community, assisted by the federal government, came into Winnipeg to build this thriving industry sector. At that time, 450 garment workers came. In 1968, almost all of them women. They came, they were proud, they were strong, they were highly skilled. They were determined to make a life for themselves and their families. And that's exactly what they did. The community grew and grew. By 1972, another, in total, 1,211 garment workers came into Winnipeg. Today, the community exceeds 77,305 active citizens. And in total, in Canada, the population is reaching 1 million. Right now, or in 2016, according to the census, was 8,307,000 Filipinos. Now, it is a strong and vibrant community, as we've heard from others, but it is also one that understands the importance of democracy and political activism. Liberal democracy has been a vital goal of Filipinos through time, and we see that playing out in Canadian politics, in their activities at the municipal level, at the provincial level, and at the federal level. I'm proud to say that Dr. Ray D. Paktakan actually lives in my riding of Kildonan and St. Paul and was the first member of Parliament of heritage background to be elected into this House in 1988 and served until 1997. Dr. Ray, I wish you well. You're strong and healthy and still politically active. 50 years ago, the women came to the garment industry primarily to make a big difference, and that's exactly what they did. In fact, they came, what they got was a free ticket to Winnipeg and $125 spending money. Imagine. I'm hoping that they also got a parka if they came in November, but it was a tough group of women that came. They earned $1.20 an hour, piecework. That is not easy work. And did they give up? Did they go back? No, they stayed. They shared a house. They shared accommodations. They worked together. Now they're a thriving community of professionals, healthcare workers, administrative, trades, entrepreneurs, politicians, well integrated through Canadian society. We see many of them involved in the school, at their church. Often on Sundays, they'll be barbecuing at Kildonan Park. And they bring the heritage and tradition of fishing, as we see many rods in the Red River and all across the many, many lakes, 100,000 in Manitoba. And you'll see many Filipino families out there catching their fish for the barbecue later on at Kildonan Park. So we see them in sport, in culture, in our very fabric of our governance, and we're very proud to have such a strong and vibrant community. Just this past August, I had the privilege of attending with a member from Winnipeg North on a trip to the Philippines. We spent some time in Manila and met with the embassy representatives from the Senate and from Congress. We got to tour the city, we got to meet locals, and we got to strengthen the ties and relationships between Canada and the Philippines. I'm very proud to have the opportunity to work for my Filipino-Canadian voters and population, and I'm thrilled to be a member of the Filipino-Canadian Friendship Group. It's my honor to be a seconder and to have this opportunity to celebrate Filipino heritage and support the motion by my colleague from Scarborough Centre. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. I think we'll see it as 11:03. We'll turn that on. Okay. We have approximately a minute and a half, 2 minutes. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to continuing this debate in the second hour. But I want to first start off by thanking and acknowledging my colleague from Scarborough Centre for bringing forward the motion to declare every June as Filipino-Canadian Heritage Month. It's a very significant move on the part of this House to recognize one of the fastest-growing communities across Canada. In fact, there are over 800,000 people of Filipino heritage who live from coast to coast to coast. And as my friend from Winnipeg North indicated, there's very rare places in Canada where you won't find a Filipino community. And I think it's really the sheer determination of many people now who've come here since the 50s and all the way to this year, where we've seen this community grow, persevere, work hard, and really struggle to make a better place for themselves, but also a better life for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll look forward to resuming the debate next time.
Very good. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I was deemed to have not spoken to this motion when it was first moved. As Bill C-77 is standing in my name, I would ask for unanimous consent to be deemed to have not yet spoken on this motion to allow me to make a speech now.
Oops. Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent of the Chamber? Yep. We have unanimous consent. The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues as well. I'm pleased to be here today for the second reading debate of Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Mr. Speaker, Canada's military justice system has a long and proud history of helping to maintain a high level of discipline, efficiency, and morale within the Canadian Armed Forces. As you may know, my colleague, the Minister of Justice, has been asked by the Prime Minister to conduct a review of the criminal justice system. And it is in that same spirit that our government has committed to reviewing, modernizing, and improving our civilian and military justice systems. We are proposing a number of changes to the National Defence Act, some minor and others more significant. But at the heart of these changes are our people, the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces who make extraordinary sacrifices every day in the service of our country. Mr. Speaker, when we formed government, we promised to put people at the core of everything we do. I am proud to say that this focus on people especially applies to our defence team. Since launching our defence policy, Strong, Secure and Engage, last year, we have done great work to strengthen the Canadian Armed Forces culture and improve support to our members. So, for example, we are investing in our military family resource centres by providing an additional $6 million per year to modernize military family support programs. This will provide more support to our military families when members are deploying or during long periods of absence. We are also helping to stabilize family life for Canadian Armed Forces members and their families, who frequently have to relocate. Through our Seamless Canada initiative, we have started a dialogue with the provinces and the territories to improve the coordination of services across provinces to ease burden of moving. And we have introduced tax-free status for all Canadian Armed Forces personnel who are deployed on named international operations. These are just a few examples of what we are doing to look after our women and men in uniform. Now, many of you are aware of Operation Honour, which aims to eliminate sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. Through Operation Honour, we have introduced a new Victim Response Centre, better training for Canadian Armed Forces personnel, and easier reporting. On a related note, Mr. Speaker, our government is pleased to see the results of a comprehensive review of previously unfounded sexual assault cases conducted by the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal. 23 cases have been reopened and identified for further investigation. And I want to commend the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service and the Provost Marshal for their work in ensuring victims are heard. The changes laid out in Bill C-77 build on Operation Honor and will further strengthen our ability to create a positive and respectful respectful environment within our military. But before I outline what is included in Bill C-77, I want to explain how this legislation fits within the broader context of what our government is doing to create workplaces that are free from harassment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, after we formed government, the Prime Minister gave me a specific mandate to work with senior leaders of the Canadian Armed Forces to establish and maintain a workplace free from harassment and discrimination. I spoke earlier of Operation Honor and how this is one tool we have to stomp out this unacceptable behavior. But it is not only in the military that we see these issues. Over the last year, we have seen many acts of tremendous bravery and victims speaking out and standing up to their accusers. I am proud of the efforts our government is taking to end this unacceptable behavior. For example, last spring, my colleague, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour, introduced Bill C-65, which aims to prevent harassment and violence in federally regulated and parliamentary workplaces. One of the key elements of this legislation is providing better support to victims of this unacceptable behavior. And it is in the same spirit that we are debating Bill C-77 today. So, Mr. Speaker, let me now offer a broad overview of the changes we are proposing through Bill C-77. To start, the amendments will clearly enshrine victims' rights in the military justice system. We know from a Department of Justice report that victims often feel excluded and even re-victimized by the criminal justice process. Bill C-77 addresses these concerns by committing to a more victim-centered approach in our military justice system. To do that, Bill C-77 proposes to add a declaration of victims' rights within the Code of Service Discipline. This declaration gives victims a voice. It will ensure that victims of service offenses are informed, protected, and heard. The declaration provides victims of service offenses with 4 new rights. The first is the right to information, so that victims understand the process that they are part of, how the case is proceeding, which services and programs are available to them, and how to file a complaint if they believe their rights under the declaration have been denied or infringed. And because of the unique nature of military justice system, understanding it can be difficult and potentially intimidating. For those reasons, this legislation also includes the appointment of a victims' liaison officers to help guide victims through the process and inform them about the system. Under the victims' rights to information, they would also have access to information about the investigation, prosecution, and sentencing of the person who harmed them. The second right is to protection, so that the victim's privacy and security are considered at all stages in the military justice system. Moreover, where it is appropriate, we will ensure that their identity is protected. This right to protection also guarantees that reasonable and necessary measures are taken to protect victims from intimidation and retaliation. The third right is to participation, so that victims can express their views about the decisions to be made by military justice authorities and have those views considered. This right will ensure that victims' views and the harm and loss they have suffered can be fully considered. In addition, it will be possible to submit military and community impact statements to court-martial. These will convey the full extent of harm caused to the Canadian Armed Forces, or the community as a result of the offense. And the fourth right is to restitution, so that the court-martial may consider making a restitution order for all offenses where financial losses and damages can be reasonably determined. The next important change introduced by this legislation relates to how Indigenous offenders are sentenced. This stems from the evolution of Canada's civilian criminal justice system and our desire to ensure that the military justice system reflects our times while remaining responsive to its mandate. As the Prime Minister has said on many occasions, no relationship is more important to our government and to Canada than the one we have with Indigenous peoples. So naturally, the fact that Indigenous people are significantly overrepresented within the civilian criminal justice system is a grave concern to all of us. It is not enough to serve justice fairly. In a case like this, where we see such an imbalance, we must pursue the root causes of that imbalance and be considered in our response. The Criminal Code has provisions introduced by Parliament that have sought to alleviate higher rate of incarceration for Indigenous offenders. In fact, calls for judges to consider all available sanctions, other than imprisonment, that are reasonable under the circumstances, with particular attention to circumstances of Indigenous offenders. While the military justice system has not experienced any overrepresentation of Indigenous offenders, the proposed amendments to the National Defence Act reflect the civilian system's considerations for sentencing and our nation's history. Bill C-77 will enshrine those same principles in the military justice system. Similarly, Bill C-77 aligns military justice with the civilian system where LGBTQ2 rights are concerned. In June 2017, our government added gender identity and gender expression as prohibited grounds of discrimination under the Canadian Human Rights Act. And in November, our Prime Minister issued a formal apology to the LGBTQ2 Canadians for the historic wrongs and injustices they suffered because of their gender or sexuality. The Defence Team has been working hard through initiatives like the Positive Space Initiative to help create inclusive work environments for everyone, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. This bill is another step in that direction. It calls for harsher sanctions and sentences for service infractions and offences that are rooted in bias, hate, or prejudice toward individuals based on their gender, expression, or identity. This change will foster a more inclusive and cohesive Canadian Armed Forces while delivering justice for the victims of fear and prejudice. Mr. Speaker, the last category of changes introduced by this bill relate to broad efforts to make Canada's justice systems more flexible. In the case of the military justice system, the changes introduced by Bill C-77 will make the system faster and simpler. The summary hearing will be introduced and will address minor breaches of military discipline in a non-penal and non-criminal manner. More serious matters will be directed to court-martial, and there will be no longer be a summary trial. The summary hearing will only deal with a new category of minor breach of military discipline known as service infractions. Service offenses that are more major in nature will be dealt with at a court-martial. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. There will be no criminal consequences for service infractions, and military commanders who conduct summary hearings will be limited to non-penal sanctions to address them. This will improve the chain of command's ability to address minor breaches of military discipline fairly and more rapidly. We also expect it will enhance the responsiveness and efficiency of military discipline, thereby contributing to the operational effectiveness of the Canadian Armed Forces. So, Mr. Speaker, Canada's defence policy, strong, secure, and engaged, is a policy that will guide us for the next 20 years. It clearly outlines our government will continue to support the women and men of our Canadian Armed Forces. in the military justice system is critical to how the Canadian Armed Forces accomplishes what it does every single day. It sets up a framework for every service members to maintain an outstanding level of discipline and a high level of morale so that they can successfully accomplish the difficult tasks asked of them. Knowing that they are protected by the military justice system that keeps pace with the Canadian concepts of justice builds on the great unit cohesion among our forces as well. So it is a pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to see this legislation progress to second reading, something my Conservative colleagues could not manage when they tabled similar legislation in the dying days of the last Parliament. But we will see this through as we continue to make every effort to deliver for the women and men for our Canadian Armed Forces and for all Canadians. The drive to be fair, to be just, and to restore that which has been harmed is a drive that dates back to the very foundations of our country and to our armed forces. Today, we take steps in the pursuit of justice, steps to take care of victims while we seek to ensure justice is served, steps to ensure that Indigenous peoples in the military justice system has received the same considerations when sentenced as those in the civilian justice system, and steps to uphold justice within our military so that they can continue defending this country. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone for working with us toward this very worthy goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the minister for his comments today on Bill C-77. And I want to thank him for his service as a veteran and as a police officer. And, you know, he talked about the work that the Provost Marshal is doing and how the Canadian Armed Forces is engaged in Operation Honour and trying to stamp out sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, I'd love to get the minister's opinion on a recent decision that was made by the Court Martial Appeals Court, the Beaudry decision, where essentially the appeals court is now saying that any serious crimes that are committed by a member of the Canadian Armed Forces should be tried in the civilian court, not in the court-martial system. And with all the cases that the court-martial system and the JAG is currently dealing with, the Judge Advocate General, I'd like to get the minister's opinion on how will that impact on, one, the morale and the discipline within the Canadian Armed Forces and the need that we have good order and discipline in the operations of the Canadian Armed Forces. And secondly, how will it impact upon the victims, those that are seeking justice, if they are thrown into the civilian system, which has these huge backlogs right now, which would otherwise be dealt with relatively quickly within the Canadian Armed Forces through the court-martial system, and would also, more importantly, allow Operation Honour to be fully implemented and that all members would respect that ethos within the Canadian Armed Forces.
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. One thing I want to assure the member and all members of this House that we take the supporting of our victims extremely seriously, and we want to make sure that they have all the support, and that's what this legislation is about. In regards to the most recent case, we are appealing this decision to the Supreme Court of Canada, and because we believe that our military justice system is extremely necessary to making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the right discipline and morale. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly welcome the minister's remarks about putting people first in the Canadian military. I want to ask him a very specific question at this point. We're reforming the military justice system. We've opened the military code of conduct. And there's one section, Section 98C, that makes self-harm a disciplinary offence in the military code of conduct. This is a major obstacle to members of the Canadian Forces getting help if they run into mental health problems that cause them to think about self-harm. And so I'm asking the minister today, I intend to move an amendment at committee to delete this section from the Defence Act and to remove self-harm as a disciplinary offence in order that Canadian Forces members can get the help they need when they run into these kinds of problems. So I'm asking the minister whether he would support that amendment.
Hear, hear. The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank the member for that the question. One thing I also want to assure members is we're going to make sure that our members have the appropriate support when it comes to mental health and making sure that they have the resilience to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces and have the appropriate transition. With regards to what the member is discussing, I'm happy to have a broader discussion on this, but I think it's important to also look at how the Canadian Armed Forces military justice system is set up. It's not just set up for peacetime, but also for the extreme situations of war as well. And we wanted to make sure that this system is there that supports them in all matters that we ask of them. But we should take a look at, in terms of the question regarding self-harm. We want to make sure that we give all the support necessary to our members so that it don't have to be put in that situation. And I'm happy to have a further discussion with the member on this.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess I'll take this opportunity to ask the minister. He did mention that this legislation was originally proposed at the end of the last Parliament, Bill C-71. It's been 3 years, and we're only getting to it now as C-77. After review of the legislation of 77 versus the old 71, other than adding in some language for the Gladue decision, as well as changing the terminology around, the summary hearings and summary trials, there wasn't a whole lot more there than what was previously. So why would it take 3 years for the government to introduce this legislation?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think it was an opportunity for us to making sure that as we were conducting a very thorough consultation of our defence policy, that we could have thorough conversations of the changes that we needed to make. We knew that this was very important legislation that we wanted to move forward. We wanted to move as quickly as possible, but we also want to take the opportunity to look at how we can improve things, and then we have done just that. The additions that we have made to it does enhance this bill in a significant way, and it matters within the Canadian Armed Forces to creating that inclusive environment, sending a very good message. So it just allowed us the opportunity to have a much further consultation, so that when we did put it forward, we had all the right input into it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of Defence for bringing forward this important legislation. We've heard too often in the news, Mr. Speaker, and it goes back some time, issues of harassment in our armed forces. And I was wondering if the Minister would be willing to expand on how the bill will help those who come forward to report harassment in the armed forces.
The Honourable Minister.
I think this is probably, Mr. Speaker, the most important aspect of this is making sure that victims are protected, making sure that the Declaration of Victims' Rights, it articulates the following rights: the right to information, the right to protection, participation, restitution, and complaint. This puts them, gives them the confidence that from the time that a complaint is made to all the way into the trial, that they are going to be well supported. And this sends a very clear message to the Canadian Armed Forces where our focus lies, and that's with the victim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer to my previous question about having a larger discussion about the removal of self-harm from the Military Code of Conduct. In his speech, he mentioned the apology to members of the Canadian Services who were kicked out of the military with less than an honourable discharge on the basis of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And those members are still waiting to have those service records revised. The Defence Committee in December 2016 unanimously recommended this process get underway. I talked to the Minister at that time, and he said we had to wait for the apology. The apology is nearly a year ago, and I still don't know of any cases where those service records had been revised. So can the Minister update this House on the progress of revising those service records?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and this is a very important case, and I think both the member and I agree on this. We are working very diligently on this. This is something that we wanted to make sure it's done in a very thorough manner. But we are committed to this, and my team is working to get me an update on this. But I want to ensure the member that no one is slowing down in any case, because we are very committed to not just as we were committed to when we made the apology, we're committed to making sure that this injustice is corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. A very brief question, please.
This will be very quick, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if the Minister can tell us what level of evidentiary requirements are going to be needed for the summary hearings, just to make sure that soldiers themselves don't become victims of the process, that they're protected from charges that may not be valid.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence, an equally short answer, if you don't mind.
I can't give the exact detailed answer to exactly the evidentiary requirements. I'm happy to get a more detailed answer. But this is about making the actual system far more simpler and making it easier on the chain of command and the leadership, so that the infractions are more about dealing with disciplinary issues rather than serious infractions. So this is actually make things a lot more easier for the Canadian Armed Forces, more importantly, to be able to speed up the process so they can maintain the discipline in the various units across the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on Bill C-77, the Enhancing Victim Rights of the Military Justice System, an act to amend the National Defence Act and other related acts. Now, first and foremost, I have to thank those that serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, the men and women in uniform who serve in the Regular Force, the Reserve Force, and all the disciplines and all the different trades, take on just such an important task in keeping us safe here in Canada and dealing with our foes abroad. And as long as we had adversaries who want to do us harm here in Canada, as well as to our allies, we need to have a standing force to protect Canada. And it is because of the skills required to be a soldier, an airman, or an airwoman, or a sailor in the Royal Canadian Navy, Air Force, and of course the Army. The people that we need to do that job need to have the support of the Government of Canada, and the way we do that is through the National Defence Act. And to a lot of people that might be hearing about this debate today for the first time may not understand why we have a separate military justice system within the National Defence Act for the Canadian Armed Forces versus the court system that we have for civil society across this country. I think first and foremost people need to understand that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is the hallmark piece of legislation or constitution that even the National Defence Act is subordinate to and has to follow the laws as it's written under our rights in the Charter. But the Supreme Court of Canada has stated on numerous occasions, and most recently in the Moretti decision, that the purpose of Canada's military justice system is to maintain discipline, efficiency, and morale in the military. And so by allowing the commanding officers as well as the non-commissioned officers to have that type of ability to have efficiency and discipline within the armed forces means that we will have stronger morale, a better abled armed forces so that they can carry out the duties that are bestowed upon them from time to time in operations by the Government of Canada. Now, as I already mentioned to the Minister, I'm glad to see that they've moved ahead with our old Bill C-71, which will put within the Code of Service Discipline our declaration on the Victims' Bill of Rights, something that we've already done by the previous Conservative government, has constituted law, and now we're making sure that the military justice system and that Victim Bill of Rights is respected within the National Defence Act. So some of those rights that we're talking about for victims is, of course, the right to information, so that all victims will have that general information about the military justice system, what type of victim services are going to be available from the Canadian Armed Forces National Defence, what type of information that they'll need. They'll be able to hear about the progress of the case as it moves forward, and also get all the information relating to the investigation, the prosecution, and the sentencing of a person who harmed them. And, you know, I talked earlier about, you know, we talked about Operation Honor. That information is critical in making sure that we respect the victims of sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces, and now this makes sure that the Armed Forces themselves are providing those services. Next right to the victims is right to protection. The same thing that we have in the civil society is that all victims have that right to security and privacy considered at all times through the military justice process, and that there'll be necessary measures take that are reasonable to protect them from intimidation and retaliation, and that their identity for the victims will not be disclosed to the public. Right to participation, of course, it comes down to that they'll have a right to have their victim impact statement put into the proceedings and read at the time of sentencing. So those are things that military justice professionals will have to make consideration for at all stages of the proceedings. And finally is the right to instant restitution. So in the event that there is an ability to provide some financial assistance to cover losses from the criminal activity that took place, the victim will have that right to get that restitution. And the one thing that we'll now see in the Canadian Armed Forces too is the addition of the victim's liaison officer. And so they'll be there to proactively work with the victims and their choice of jurisdiction for sexual misconduct matters. They'll be able there to help victims with the investigation and trial process, keep them informed. You know, they'll listen to the victims, get their views on how to determine how the public interest is moving forward on that prosecution. There'll be witness preparation that will be improved through this process because of the addition of this victim's rights officer. They'll make sure that the comfort and security of the victim is always taken into consideration. They'll look at everything from what type of efforts the prosecutors need for all the information regarding the victim impact statement, and during sentencing in particular. They'll look at maintaining the consistency of prosecutors throughout the court process, and that is something that is critical to make sure that it's the same prosecutors using the same type of parameters in moving forward. That has to be paramount. And, of course, that these sexual misconduct cases are expedited ahead of other trials that may be ongoing. Now, I can tell you that as conservatives, we've always stood up for victims' rights. We believe that victims have to have a more effective voice in the criminal justice system. That includes the military justice system. And it was, as I said, it was our previous conservative government under Stephen Harper that brought forward the Victim Bill of Rights. And now we're enshrining those rights into the military justice system in Bill C-77. And that's why last Parliament, we actually introduced near the end of Parliament in the last session, Bill C-71. And, of course, we're going to be supportive of this process with the government. We're just wondering why the Liberals took so long, but we know that they are copying our bill because it is the right thing to do. Because as conservatives, and I think everybody wants to stand up for the victims of crime, and of course we'll want to study this further once it gets to committee. Now, putting the rights of victims at the heart of our criminal justice system, I think is important to ensure that their victims are a more effective voice within the justice system, and they're treated with courtesy, compassion, and respect at every stage of the military criminal justice process and in the civilian criminal justice process. And this is about reversing the trend of criminals out there always getting the breaks. We want to make sure that we keep our streets and communities safe and that the families and the victims out there have an effective voice. And I tell you, as conservatives, we're very proud of our previous record on the criminal justice system. Our record speaks for itself. The Safe Streets and Communities Act. We reformed the Not Criminally Responsible legislation. We brought in laws against sexual exploitation, as well as cyberbullying and cyber intimidation. Now, we believe that victims should be placed always at the forefront in the criminal justice systems because they deserve and should have the right to information, the right to protection, and the right to participation, and where possible, the right to restitution. And that's why we passed the Victims' Bill of Rights, which enshrines that in legislation. Already done civilly, we're finally doing that in Bill C-77 here in the military justice system. Now, I do have to say that although we're all here talking about that we're standing up for victims, I have to say that I'm very disappointed over the last 2 weeks to see the response of the government on the Tory Stafford case, where Carrie Lynn McClintock has been put into a minimum security facility, a healing lodge in Saskatchewan, where there is other children. She's a child killer of Tori Stafford. If we really believe in supporting the victims' rights here, no way should Carrie Lynn McClintock be in a healing lodge. She should be behind bars in at least a medium security facility that has a fence where she can be properly monitored and where she can receive the counseling that she needs. I also look at, Chris Garnier, an individual who killed an off-duty police officer, Catherine Campbell. He is sitting in prison and is receiving Veterans Affairs benefits for PTSD that he got from killing Officer Campbell. Now, there's no way that individual should be given any veterans benefits, but the government refuses to cancel and rescind those services being offered to Chris Garnier. Garnier could get PTSD counseling through Corrections Services Canada. He doesn't need to be taking away benefits from other veterans when he isn't a veteran himself. He got ahead of the line of actual veterans who are trying to get help for their operational stress injuries. And then we got, of course, Bill C-79, which I call the Liberal Hug-a-Thug program, where they actually brought forward legislation that reduces the fines and penalties and incarceration for individuals on 26 different offenses that right now would be indictable, which would result in jail time, to making them summary convictions, or it could be just a fine instead of any jail time. Now, to get back to why we have a military justice system, I find it interesting to read an old quote from Maurice de Saxe, who was the Marshal General of France. And he noted in the 1732 treatise that he wrote on the science of warfare that military discipline is the soul of armies. It is not established with wisdom and maintained with unshakable resolution. You will have no soldiers. Regiments and armies will only be contemptible, armed mobs, more dangerous to their own country than to the enemy. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have a court-martial system. That's why we also have the summary hearings, so that the chain of command is able to deal with those disciplinary measures. Because we've got to always remember that, since the earliest of times, that the members of the Canadian Armed Forces are given great responsibility in exercising those duties to protect this country. And so, you go back to our British history and operations of the country, we're always governed by the Articles of War, and we're proclaimed by the monarch. You look at the different articles created for different military offenses, and the punishments that were there, including the death penalty, or somebody that would get their head shaven if they were not conducting themselves in a respectful manner. But the military has this ethos, and under that, their code of service conduct that they have to respect. And it is critical that the military is functioning under that very hard discipline. Because when you go into a battle, you want to make sure that the person standing next to you is bound by that same code, that they are going to conduct themselves in the same manner that you will, and that you can trust them with your life. And so it is because of that history that we have, the operations that we undertake, and the creation of the National Defence Act in 1950 that we have this two-tiered system. So members of the Canadian Armed Forces often are required to risk injury or death in their daily performance of their duties inside and outside Canada. They often have to use lethal force in an operation. They're going to be commanded to be aggressors at times. And they all have to be responsible under the chain of command. And of course, those activities and those operations, of course, are sanctioned by the Government of Canada. So that's why there has to be a military justice system that is separate from the civilian system, and that has to put a premium on the necessity for discipline and cohesion of military units. The operational reality of the military has specific implications that hold military members to a higher standard that would not be expected of a civilian. That's why there is the summary hearings, or the summary trials as they're currently called, that deal with those discipline matters. And it builds morale within the Canadian Armed Forces when everybody is marching in the same direction. And the realities of military life were acknowledged by the Supreme Court of Canada in their 1992 decision in the Genereux case. And I'll just quote it, and it says, "The purpose of a separate system of military tribunals is to allow the armed forces to deal with matters that pertain directly to the discipline, efficiency, and morale of the military. The safety and well-being of Canadians depend considerably on the wellness and readiness of a force of men and women to offend against threats to the nation's security. To maintain the armed forces in a state of readiness, the military must be in a position to enforce internal discipline effectively and efficiently. Breaches of military discipline must be dealt with speedily and frequently, punished more severely than would be the case if a civilian engaged in such conduct. As a result, the military has its own code of service discipline to allow it to meet its particularly disciplinary needs. In addition, special service tribunals, rather than ordinary courts, have been given jurisdiction to punish breaches of the code of service discipline. Recourse to the original criminal courts would, as a general rule, be inadequate to serve the particularly disciplinary needs of the military. There is thus a need for separate tribunals to enforce special disciplinary standards in the military." And I think what's key in this is that it has to be punished severely and efficiently and with speed, if you look at that decision. In the current situation in the civilian courts, that would not happen. You know, we have murderers that are getting off because their jurisprudence hasn't been respected under the courts, and their case has been thrown out because of the time it's taken to actually get it to a hearing. Now, the Charter also recognizes the existence of the separate system of military justice within the Canadian legal section. And if you look at Section 11 of the Charter, which is proceedings in criminal and penal matters, it talks extensively about the right to a fair trial. But in Section 11F, it says, any person charged with an offense has the right, and goes into the rights, of course, but F goes on to, except in the case of an offense under military law, tried before a military tribunal to the benefit of trial by jury, where the maximum punishment for the offense is imprisonment for 5 years or a more severe punishment. So specifically, the Charter says that we have the right to have a separate and distinct military justice system, and it's been upheld now in 3 separate decisions, most recently just in 2015 in the Moratti decision. And in each case, the court has upheld the requirement for a separate justice system for the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, in Genereux, the Supreme Court found that the existence of the parallel system of military law and tribunals for the purpose of enforcing discipline in the military is deeply entrenched in our history and is supported by compelling principles. So, you know, you start looking at some of the decisions going forward, and of course the ones that we currently have with the Court Martial Appeal Court that just did in the Baudry decision. I don't know if they looked significantly at the decisions that the Supreme Court of Canada has already made. And the reality that the Supreme Court of Canada has decided upon is that we need to have separate military justice systems, a court-martial process, as well as a summary hearings process, to ensure that we have that discipline, to ensure that morale is there, and that we have an efficient armed forces that can deal with the threats of the day, and that everybody is, again, working hand in hand. Now, in the McKay case, there was a similar note that when the National Defence Act is considered as a whole, it will be seen that it encompasses the rules of discipline necessary to the maintenance of morale and efficiency among troops in training, and at the same time envisages conditions under which service offences may be committed outside of Canada by service personnel stationed abroad. In my view, and of course this is in the decision by the Supreme Court, these are some of the factors which make it apparent that a separate court of discipline administered within the services is an essential ingredient of service life. And again, that comes back to the fact that our troops are deployed in places like Iraq, Ukraine, Latvia, Mali, and in the past in other places like Korea and Afghanistan, across Europe in World War I, World War II. And the reason we have it is that if crimes are committed overseas, those military members are still bound by the military processes and the military justice system that we have under the National Defence Act. Now, again, in the Moratti case, they upheld the constitutionality of Section 131A, 131B, 1A of the National Defence Act, which incorporates offences under the Criminal Code and other acts of Parliament into the military justice system, because the court acknowledged that the behaviour of members of the military relates to discipline, efficiency, and morale, even when they are not on duty in uniform or on a military base. So this comes back to Operation Honour, which we're trying to do right now, and which is being done very effectively by the Canadian Armed Forces. It's not just when you're wearing the uniform when you're on duty that matters. It's that ethos and that code of conduct that you're supposed to uphold at all times as a member of the Canadian Forces, whether you're on duty or you're off duty. And so the Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that well. And so if there is going to be any sexual misconduct, that can be dealt with. Now, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I just have to say that I'm very concerned about the effect of the Beaudry ruling, and I'm glad that the government and the minister has appealed that to the Supreme Court, because this contradicts two other recent rulings of the Court Martial's Appeals Court, because essentially what they're trying to do is wipe out the military's ability to prosecute any civilian crimes and offences within the national or in the Canadian Forces. So I'll just quote here and to close off the dissenting opinion by the Chief Justice of the Court Martial's Appeal Court, His Honour Richard Bell, and he wrote, in his view, that Parliament intended to include the offences under paragraph 131(1)A of the National Defence Act as offences under military law tried before the military tribunal. When drafting subsection 11F of the Charter, Parliament was presumably aware of the legal consequences of the military exception set out in subsection 11F of the Charter, and there is every indication that it is intended to exclude persons subject to the Code of Service Conduct Discipline from the right to a trial by jury when it conceived that exception. Chief Justice Bell reasoned. And I have to agree with him, and I hope that we can actually put in stronger language in Bill C-77 to respect that type of legal opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, and it's good to know that he sounds very supportive of this bill, and threw a little bit of shade at the government for not getting it done. We're into our final year. I guess the first comment I had, it's good to see that the government's actually getting done, because we didn't see it get done under 10 years of Stephen Harper. But he did also go into a few barbs against the government, one in particular on Bill C-75 about hybrid offences. And there's a hybrid offence in the Criminal Code of Canada, sexual assault. It's one of the worst crimes I can think of, Mr. Speaker. Why did the Conservatives not change that from a hybrid offence to a straight indictable offence? And if he can't answer that, does he not trust police officers and prosecutors to lay the right charge once C-75 passes?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I take offence with his suggestion that it cast shade. Actually, and to even suggest that we never got it done. We actually brought forward 3 different military justice bills to make sure that the military justice system lined up with that of the decisions that were coming from the Supreme Court of Canada and incorporate other legislation. So 3 different pieces of legislation passed on military justice over our 10 years. As when I was Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Justice, I got to be involved in 2 of them. And at the end of that is when we were trying to bring in the changes to the Victims' Bill of Rights, which had only been in place for a couple of years, and to make sure that we incorporate that in. That got written and tabled and brought forward just before the last election, and that's why this bill, our bill C-71, didn't happen. But that's been sitting on the minister's desk for the last 3 years, and we're only dealing with it now. I take, I do take some I guess leave in knowing that he had to deal with the issue of the Gladue decision and try to incorporate that in to language, but it's a very small part of the bill. So overall, I think that what we need to do is ensure that Bill C-77 respects victims' rights. We need to ensure that we have all the resources there to uphold the military justice system. That's why I'm very concerned about the Beaudry decision. But finally, the Provost Marshal and military police need to continue to get the resources they need to carry out the different investigations they have to undertake, and to make sure that we have that code of conduct and good order within the Canadian Armed Forces.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Senate Esquimalt Suk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As much as I enjoy debates between Liberals and Conservatives about who's been most tardy in dealing with public issues, I want to return to something much more substantive, and that's the question I raised with the Minister of Defence earlier. We still have a section in the Military Code of Conduct, in the Defence Act, that makes self-harm an offence subject to penalties as high as life in prison. And we know now that this is a major impediment to serving members of the armed forces getting the help they need with mental health issues. So my question to the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman is, will his party be supporting an amendment to remove self-harm as a disciplinary offence?
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP. We, of course, served together on the National Defence Committee, and I've always respected his positions and his passion that he has in making sure that we are working to the benefit of all those who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. And, of course, this is one issue that I'm glad he's bringing forward. I'm looking forward to having some of the witnesses appear at committee when we study Bill C-77. And, you know, this whole idea that self-harm is an issue for fines and discipline and charges for court-martial within the Canadian Armed Forces is something that we do need to move past. I think we all realize that those that serve have greater mental health needs through the operational stress injuries that they receive, like PTSD. And if we want to get away from the stigmatization of mental health within the Canadian Forces, have people come forward and to help them to seek the help that they need so they can get better and continue to bravely serve this country, then we have to start removing some of these impediments, like the section on self-harm that needs to be removed, so that instead of disciplining, we're going to be helping, and by doing that, we'll be able to get that help to military members as well as their families quicker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the Honourable Member, for his speech on this matter. And I wanted to ask somebody more of a technical question on what the member thinks, how this legislation achieves the appropriate balance between respecting the rights of victims, but also maintaining an effective military justice system that can operate efficiently in times of war and national strife. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, as well as for his service to Canada as a reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces. And I know that the balance is there from the standpoint that some of the victims in a lot of these cases within the armed forces are members of the armed forces themselves. And so when victims within the armed forces feel that they're going to be protected and that they're going to have their rights ensured and enshrined within the legislation, they're going to be more wanting to participate, as well as more Canadians will want to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces knowing that their rights are going to be respected. And so that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is paramount that we tie in the Victims' Bill of Rights into the military justice system so that all victims of crime, whether they're civilian or members of the Canadian Armed Forces, are respected and that they will have their rights protected by the Government of Canada through this legislation. And by having it protected, then instead of being shamed on things like sexual misconduct and saying, oh, well, that wasn't really a sexual misconduct that occurred by a commanding officer, they'll have a process that they can actually utilize to ensure that their rights are dealt with and that the complaint is dealt with in an expedient manner.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and again, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech and honestly for his commitment to our men and women in uniform. He is a passionate advocate. In my previous comments, I asked a couple of questions. He answered the first, but not the second. So I'll go back to the second one. During his speech, he mentioned Bill C-75, and the government is planning to make certain offences hybrid. Sexual assault is a hybrid offence under the Criminal Code of Canada, and one of the worst things that I can think of, Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, why didn't the government under Stephen Harper change that? Or is it that the Honourable Member doesn't believe that police officers and prosecutors should be trusted to charge individuals under the right offence? Thank you.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, what the members making that argument about is that if if certain offences should be dealt with lighter, well, we see them do that in this legislation, where currently they're dealt with as indictable offences, where there could be criminal time coming forward for things like sexual offence, for things like using a firearm in an illegal manner in the carrying out of a different criminal activity. Or we also see in this legislation that they will reduce the crime for those that are involved in pedophilia. So you know, there's these things happening, and you know, if the member believes strongly that we need to have the right, tougher penalty for the criminals that are out there, and that the punishment needs to reflect the crime that they committed, then I hope that he stands in his place tomorrow and vote with the Conservatives on our official Opposition Day motion that Tory Stafford's killer, Terry Lynn McClintock, should be in prison behind bars.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very, very brief question. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for making that statement that he just did, because again, if the honourable member from St. Catharines believes that the crime of sexual assault is a serious indictable offence, then I'm sure he will agree with us tomorrow, and he's actually probably pre-positioned himself to support our Opposition Day motion tomorrow. So if the member wants to talk about that a little bit more, I'd like to give him the opportunity.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman in 30 seconds or less,
I got to thank my colleague from Barrie for the great work that he's done, both as a firefighter and the work that he's done in supporting our veterans and being an advocate for those that serve as first responders across this country. And he knows all too well that what we often see from the governing Liberals is a lot of words, but when it comes down to actual action, they always hug the thug. And this is the unfortunate reality, is that, you know, the most important role of a government is to protect its citizens, and when they put the rights of the criminal ahead of the victims, that's when we have a problem, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sioux.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak on C-77, a very important, though tardy and still an incomplete piece of legislation. The last time that there were major reforms in our military justice system was 1998, in what was then Bill C-25. And at that time, Bill C-25 specified there would be a 5-year review of those extensive reforms that had been mandated in law. That review was completed by the very distinguished former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, Antonio Lemaire, in September of 2003, 15 years ago. The conclusions reached by Justice Lemaire was that after 5 years of experience with the reformed justice system, it was generally, quote, working well, but he went on to say that it was, and I'll quote him again, not entirely without room for improvement. And now that's a very moderate statement, as Justice Lemaire is wont to make. He then submitted 88 recommendations for those improvements. Justice Lemaire made recommendations in 3 main areas: actions to increase the protection of the independence of military judges, actions to improve the grievance process within the Canadian military, and actions to address some major deficiencies in the overall military justice framework. Now, here we are, 15 years later, and we are still dealing with important issues in this bill, a bill that was delayed 3 times by intervening elections, I will say. But let me say, both the Liberal and Conservative governments, as we heard them tossing at each other earlier in this debate, have been slow to act on these important changes. On the first recommendation of the independence of military justice, the Conservatives did act early in the last Parliament in a separate bill, which was then Bill C-16. This was dealt with on an urgent basis because a deadline had been set for changes regarding the independence of judges by the Court Martial Appeal Court decision in the case of R versus LeBlanc. This deadline was met with royal assent on November 29, 2001. So for me, there's the proof that we could have dealt with all of these things very expeditiously. There was a will in Parliament, the Conservatives had a majority. We could have gotten through all of these reforms 7 years ago. However, all the other recommendations had to wait. When the Conservatives finally did introduce what was in the last Parliament, Bill C-15, in October of 2011, it contained many but not all of the needed reforms. But even then, progress on the bill was slow. It took 2 years to pass through the previous Parliament. and it only received second reading a year after it was introduced. So the bill sat for an entire year without any motion, debate, or effective action on it. And finally, in May of 2013, the bill passed this House, and for once the Senate did act expeditiously, and the bill received royal assent in 2013. But here's the kicker on this one. Most of the reforms mandated in the bill did not come into force until September 1st this year. So even though the bill passed 5 years ago, it's only last month that its provisions came into effect. Again, 15 years after those reforms were recommended by Justice Lemaire. Why is that the case? I think it's pretty simple, and that is that our military justice system remains woefully under-resourced, no matter whether Liberals or Conservatives have been the government. Lemaire's recommendations specifically recognized 4 important principles to guide reform of the military justice system. His first was, and I'll quote him here, maintaining discipline by the chain of command is essential to a competent and reliable military organization, end quote. None of us in this House would disagree with that recommendation. It is important to keep in mind because, as my honourable friend from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman pointed out, there are times when the military justice system has to be faster and has to be perhaps harsher than the civilian system. His second principle was that it was necessary to recognize the particular context of the military justice system. Meaning, and let me quote him again, we need to have a system that will properly operate under those special conditions that our men and women are placed in, often abroad, under conditions from peacekeeping to war fighting, in what is often a hostile environment, and indeed, sometimes outright war. End quotation. His third principle, and I think it's perhaps one that's most important to me, is that those who risk their lives for our country deserve a military justice system that protects their rights in accordance with our charter, just like all other Canadians. And his fourth principle said that it's necessary to recognize, and I think this is also an important point, that any doubts or lack of confidence in the military justice system may have negative impacts on morale as a result of concerns about injustice. So the system has to be fair and seen to be fair so that it serves the interests of those who are risking their lives to serve this country. So returning specifically to Bill C-77, New Democrats are supporting this bill at second reading, and we have recommended expediting this passage at all stages. After all, 15 years later, it's time to get this in gear. So Bill C-77 does complete most of the rest of the reforms to the military justice system that were first proposed under Conservative government, but unfortunately left out when Bill C-15 was adopted in the last Parliament. I'm not quite sure why it took the Liberals 3 years to get this bill before us, because the Conservatives had introduced essentially the same bill in the dying days of the last Parliament. Now, for me, the most important part of those reforms that's in Bill C-77 are those which add greater protections to victims in the military justice system. These were missing, they are missing, and these changes will align the military justice system with the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. So it is important not only that those who are accused are treated fairly, but those who have been victims of the offenses are also treated fairly in the military justice system. As I said, this bill implements most of the rest of the reforms first proposed under the Harper government and will modernize the military justice system, but there are still some areas in which it's lacking. We believe there are 2 areas in which improvements could be made without undue delay to this bill. One important provision in C-77 is found in Section 23C1. This section will allow military judges to take into account the circumstances of Aboriginal offenders when determining sentencing. This change is obviously welcome, as it's in keeping with the Supreme Court decision in the Gladue decision of 1999 with regard to how the criminal justice system operates in the civilian realm. However, we believe it's possible, given that this is 2018, nearly 20 years later, that we may be able to improve the wording of that section to allow greater clarification of its intentions and the impacts of this section. The second improvement we would like to see involves the subject of my questions earlier to the Minister,
and to the Conservative spokesperson. And this is the mission of a reform that would help deal with the serious problem of suicide within the Canadian military. In October of 2016, the government announced a suicide prevention strategy, a strategy with 160 provisions to address the problem, which is very real in the Canadian Forces. We are still seeing 1 to 2 members of the Canadian Forces die by suicide each and every month. Think about that, each and every month. That's a total of more than 130 serving members who died by suicide from 2010 to the end of 2017. And when we're speaking just of serving members, obviously that excludes the very high rate of suicide among veterans, which the government was not even able to track when the report was issued in 2016. Today, we know at least 70 of those who served in the Afghanistan mission have died by suicide. Some of those still in the military, and some of those having retired and become veterans. Self-harm is listed as an offense in Section 98 of the National Defence Act. 3 offenses are included in that Section 98. One, Section A, deals with malingering, and obviously, in a time of crisis, avoiding your duties should be subject to discipline. The second, aggravating disease or infirmity, I question whether that's really a necessary inclusion, although it seems a lot like malingering to me. It seems like it's repeating in B what it just said in A. It's the third section, Section C, that concerns me. And it says that anyone who willfully maims or injures himself or any other person who is a member of any of Her Majesty's forces or any forces cooperating therewith, whether at the instance of the person or not, with the intent thereby to render himself or that person unfit for service, or causes himself to be maimed or injured by any person, thereby rendering themselves unfit for service, is guilty of an offense. And the section goes on then, 98 as a whole, to set the possible penalties for self-harm as up to life imprisonment. Now, I ask you to think about somebody who's serving in the armed forces and suffering from mental health issues and needing help. Are you likely to go forward to your commanding officer and say, I'm about to commit a disciplinary offense? This is an obstacle to getting the treatment that those people need. It's a matter of human compassion. It's also a matter of getting the help so that Canadian Forces members who we've trained, invested in, and are part of a team can remain effective. So it's not only a moral question, it's also very much an efficiency question in the military. This is a major obstacle, as I said, to serving members seeking help, and omitting this section will have no impact on injury to other serving members. The minister, in his response to my question, seemed to implicate that there was some problem in omitting this section, but I would assert, and we'll bring forward some witnesses at committee, that harm to other serving members is already covered in other sections of the Code of Conduct. So that removing this self-harm or asking someone to harm you or someone else really doesn't need to be there. And all those possible behaviors you could think of that the minister seemed concerned about are actually covered somewhere else. I want to speak for a moment about a tragic case that I know best, and that's of Corporal Stuart Langridge, whose family I have come to know well, as they reside in my riding. Corporal Langridge twice attempted suicide while he was a serving member. He failed the first 2 times, but he did not seek the help that he needed. And his family firmly believes that this section, which makes it an offense, was part of the reason that he didn't seek help. So this section, making a disciplinary offense, hindered rather than helped their son, and unfortunately, on his 3rd attempt, he succeeded and died by suicide. This led to an unfortunate attempt to cover up the details of his case, but that's not the topic here today. I do want to set that aside. The goal here is removing what I've heard from families, from veterans, and from serving members is a major obstacle to those who need help with serious mental health issues getting the help they need. Making self-harm an offense is clearly a relic of old thinking about the scourge of suicide, which continues to plague not only our military, but this entire country. One last major reform which was not dealt with in Bills C-16, C-15, and in this current bill C-77 is that of the right to trial by jury. And we had, as has been noted earlier in the debate, a court-martial appeals court ruling last week, which ruled civil offenses are not offenses under military law if they're not connected to military duties. Now, that's an oversimplification of the case. In the case of Master Corporal Baudry, the government has appealed that decision. It was a split decision in the court and has requested a stay of that decision until the Supreme Court can hear the case. The military justice head prosecutor, Bruce McGregor, has said that this potentially affects about half the caseload of the military justice system. So I'm not going to take a position today on what the proper decision in that case should be. That's the job of the Supreme Court, not politicians. But I think we can all recognize today that there may be further work needed if that decision is upheld by the courts. Experts like retired Judge Gilles Letourneau and the highly skilled lawyer from Montreal, Michel Drapeau, have argued that this is a question of fundamental rights and that it will not affect military discipline. But there have been concerns raised on the other side about the slowness of the civilian justice system and whether it can fully consider the context in which those crimes might occur. My biggest concern is that this ruling raises questions of the ultimate disposition of sexual assault cases, which were originally declared unfounded by the military police. The military police recently announced that 23 of those cases will be reopened for investigation. Why am I concerned about that? If this decision stands and those cases were transferred to the civilian system, they might fall under the time limits set in the 2016 Jordan decision, resulting in a dismissal because of unnecessary delays. So I think there's some very complicated implications that we have yet to see play out from this court decision. So let me say once again, the NDP believes C-77 should pass expeditiously, and we will support it. But in doing so, we should not neglect the opportunity to make some improvements. Most importantly, to remove self-harm as an offense in the military code of conduct. Finally, let me restate the importance of these improvements to our military justice system. They are important to discipline, they are important to morale, and they are important as a right of those who serve. Members of the Canadian Forces are held to a high standard of discipline. Therefore, their judicial system should also reflect that high standard. Those that risk their lives for our country should not be denied their charter rights when facing trial. Other countries have recognized this issue and have changed their processes. It's time for Canada to catch up in this area. It's past time that we take the necessary steps toward ensuring that our military justice system ranks as a model system and a system which members of the Canadian Forces can be justifiably proud. Bill C-77 takes important steps forward, but there's still more work left to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech today. I've had the opportunity over the past few years to sub in on the Defence Committee a few times, and I know that the honourable member is a passionate advocate for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And he brought up, I want to thank him for bringing up a story of a corporal. I'm sorry I forgot, I didn't catch his name. Bringing up that story to show us some of the issues that may exist in this bill. And I appreciate support of the bill. It sounds in his mind that there's some little bit of work that still needs to be done. I was wondering if he could explain or could address address this place as to how best to get this bill to committee so that we can get to work on the important issues that still remain. Thank you.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his kind comments. I just want to say that I cited the case of Corporal Langridge, but there are 130 cases since 2010 that are equally tragic and equally important. How can we best do this? I'm expecting there have been some discussions among the parties today that this debate may finish today, and therefore we'll have a vote within a couple of days to send this on to committee. And I know that we have a commitment of the chair of the Defence Committee that this bill will be dealt with expeditiously. So I'm confident that we can make good progress in very short time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Esquimalt for his great intervention today. And as previously said, the work that he's doing with military family members who have dealt with the lost one because of self-harm is something that we have to address, and this is the time to do it. I'd ask my colleague if he would also, he did mention the Beaudry ruling and how that's going to impact on the armed forces. Of course, we're looking at a state proceedings in the interim, but would this be the time, Mr. Speaker, that we could address some of those concerns that have been raised by the courts, including the Court-Martial Appeals Court, and provide more clarity within this bill on how we deal with sexual misconduct because of the if these cases all get transferred to civilian court, there's over 40 of them, it's going to not only bog down civilian court, but won't be dealt with in an appropriate amount of time underneath the military justice system. So should we amend this bill to provide greater clarity and direction to ensure that the exemption under the Charter in Section 11F is respected and is very well articulated so that judges and the lawyers within the court-martial system will understand what Parliament's desire is on this piece of legislation.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for his question. I do want to say that it's a pleasure to work with him as the Conservative spokesperson on the Defence Committee. And while we don't always agree, we certainly both have the best interests of the serving members of the Canadian Forces and of Canada at heart, and I trust him on that implicitly. On his question on the Beaudry decision, this just happened on Friday, and so I believe, although I don't know for sure, but I believe a stay will be granted, and this case will be heard by the Supreme Court. So today, I have to say that I'm not sure that this is a good time for us to try and amend Bill C-77 until we see what the Supreme Court of Canada has to say. I agree with the member from Selkirk Interlake that because it was a split decision, it's not inevitable that the Supreme Court would reach the same conclusion that the Military Court of Appeals did. So I guess I would be cautious at this point about taking legislative action until we hear from the Supreme Court.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really encouraging to hear, whether it's from the Democratic side or the Conservative side, recognizing the importance of this legislation. And I think there's, for those that are participating in the debate, those that are watching and listening in, that to see this type of change has been a while now. I think there's wide support for it. We've seen that demonstrated. And if I get my colleagues' thoughts in terms of just how important it is maybe that we advance this to a committee stage situation where we can start to hear some of the more details and possible amendments. And on that point, does my friend have any suggestions on actual amendments he would like to see the legislation once it gets to committee?
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I guess I'll have to say I thank the member for the question, but I'm not sure what change he's referring to, since I've been in this House since 2011, demanding that we move expeditiously on these changes to the military justice system. So my position has never changed. This should have been done by the Conservative government before, and it should have been done before now by this government. So I certainly won't stand in the way of getting this to committee as soon as possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask my colleague the same question I asked the Minister a little bit earlier. Minister talked a little bit about the summary hearings and the importance of them. He felt that this would speed hearings up, allowed military discipline to proceed more quickly than it has in the past. I'm interested in the member's perception of that, if he feels that to be accurate. And I'm also interested in asking him the same question about the evidentiary requirements for the summary hearings. What level does he feel they should be in order to protect soldiers so that we don't find innocent people being charged and held accountable for things that they're not responsible for?
Member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I think what we have here is important reforms that will restrict the use of summary trials and which will require better investigation and better production of evidence to be used in the more formal proceedings that are likely to occur. So I think there are good things in C-77, and I will say that these were originally proposed by the previous Conservative government, and I'm not sure why it took us 3 years to actually get them before the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague on the Defence Committee. One of the purposes, or one of the things that will be amended, is protecting the privacy and security of victims and witnesses involving the certain sexual offences. I'm wondering whether or not my colleague has any concerns about whether or not through the process, the protection in having the summary convictions and the way it's being proposed is whether or not the hiding of the name of the perpetrator, the predator, and not letting other people in the same community know the name or the fact that one of these investigations is going on, whether or not he has concern about the victims in these circumstances.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member for a question. I have also enjoyed working with her on the Defence Committee. I'm not sure I understand her particular question. I think that until, within the military, as such a close community, until there's some resolution of a sexual assault or harassment kind of case, there may be good reasons why names are not made public to the larger community for the coherence of the military, for the necessity of working as a team. But I believe that there are provisions in this bill that allow judges, military judges, to make those kind of decisions. And that's one of the improvements in this bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today, and also for his advocacy on behalf of veterans and serving military members in this country. I would like to ask the honourable member this question. How does this bill, in his opinion, improve the chain of command's ability to address just the minor breaches of discipline? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and again, in a military context, minor breaches of discipline are still breaches of discipline. And I think that's one of the cases where the military context differs from the civilian context. And so I think we have to be sure that the system is fair in dealing with those, and we have to be sure that appropriate disciplinary measures are taken. But we have to keep in mind that the military context is somewhat different than the broader public context.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. And I'd like to inform the Speaker that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Simcoe Grey. Canada and its justice system is renowned around the world. Our Conservative government continually showed its resolve for the victims of crime by steadfastly taking actions that ensured that victims of crime had a more effective voice in the criminal justice system. How did we do that, Mr. Speaker? Well, I think the important part is that our previous government enacted the Victims' Bill of Rights, and we did that to ensure that victims of crime could be assured that their government had their backs. And as Conservatives, we chose to listen to our constituents when it came to keeping our streets safe, as the public safety was then and always will be our number one concern. And during that time, we also recognized the importance of enshrining victims' rights in the military justice system, which is the reason why we introduced Bill C-71 in the previous Parliament. And I assume that as Conservatives that we should be flattered that these Liberals are copying many of our initiatives with Bill C-77. After all, it is the right thing to do. So when it comes to military justice reform, our government focused on restoring victims to their rightful place at the heart of our justice system which is why we introduced legislation that mirrored the Victims' Bill of Rights and put it into military law. This was the result of several years of work and took into account hundreds of submissions and consultations held with victims and groups concerned about victims' rights for the Victims' Bill of Rights. So standing up for victims means helping to ensure the victims have a more effective voice in the justice system and are treated with the courtesy, the compassion, and the respect that they deserve at every stage of the criminal process. We were then, and continue to be now, committed to keeping our streets and our communities safe for Canadians and their families. And we took decisive, concrete steps to hold offenders accountable for their actions, which are sadly being slowly eroded by the actions of these Liberals. But it also means that we need to have a fair system for the accused. The intention of this bill is to make changes to the Canadian military justice system. Now, this bill has a large number of similarities to our previous government's Military Justice Reform Bill C-71. The purpose of Bill C-71 was to align the military justice system of Canada with the Criminal Code of Canada, and it would have enshrined victims' rights into the National Defence Act, as well as put a statute of limitations on summary trial cases, and would clarify what cases should be handled by summary trial. Bill C-77 will institute these changes as well. But there are other differences between the C-71 that we had proposed and C-77. The first difference between the bills is the addition of the Gladue decision in relation to Section 718.2, Part E of the Criminal Code of Canada into the National Defence Act. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces should not be discriminated against based on their race, gender, creed, or culture. However, special considerations for Indigenous members, the Gladue decision, that results in sentences that are less harsh versus other Canadian Armed Force members could undermine operational discipline, morale, and anti-racism policies. It's important that we reflect on this issue through the consideration of the global context of the engagement of our men and women from our Canadian Armed Forces. Most countries with effective armed forces use some kind of court-martial or other military court system. These court or military court systems can vary significantly from one country to another. However, they all tend to have one thing in common. They provide for trials of charges where there are allegations that military personnel have committed offenses. The Canadian military justice system was essentially identical to the British military justice system until the end of World War II. In 1950, new Canadian legislation known as the National Defence Act, or the NDA, was enacted, which provided for a single code of service discipline. The NDA also provided for trials by two different types of service tribunals, court-martials and summary trials. Since the enactment of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982, the court-martial system has evolved and now offers more protections for the charter rights of accused persons, particularly at court-martial. However, court-martial are distinctly military. The judge is a legally trained officer in the Canadian Armed Forces who is appointed by the Governor Council. The prosecutor is an uniformed legal officer who acts on behalf of the DMP, and the trial involves customary military formalities such as saluting the military judge when he or she enters the court-martial. So court-martials have jurisdiction to deal with military personnel for any offense under the Code of Service Discipline, including uniquely military offenses such as desertion and insubordination, as well as other underlying federal offenses such as theft under the Criminal Code and possessions of drugs under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So even though members of the Canadian Armed Forces are held to the highest standard of conduct. They do not give up the rights that are afforded to them under Canadian law, including under the Constitution. Nonetheless, as individuals, rights can be limited where they are inconsistent with the basic obligations of military service. The Charter recognizes the existence of a separate system of military justice within the Canadian legal system. Section 11 of the Charter states that any person charged with an offence has the right, and then in Section F it says, except in the case of an offence under military law tried before a military tribunal, to the benefit of trial by jury, where the maximum punishment for the offence is imprisonment for 5 years or a more severe punishment. So our Canadian Armed Forces, as we work shoulder to shoulder with allies, we must be consistent. Special consideration to Indigenous members that could result in sentences that are less harsh versus other Canadian Armed Force members could undermine operational discipline, morale, and anti-racism policies. As we think of potential amendments, I hope there will be an opportunity during committee stage to amend the language of addition regarding the addition of the Gladue decision into the National Defence Act. It should be stated that the Supreme Court of Canada has directly addressed the validity of the separate, distinct military justice system in 3 decisions wherein the requirement for a separate justice system for the Canadian Armed Forces has been upheld. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we support our Canadian justice system as defined by our Charter and Constitution and do not support a parallel justice system which would contravene our existing rights and freedoms and would be the potential to create issues among our own Canadian Forces members and our allies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member across the way. We've served on committees together and always found his comments to be very thoughtful. Along those lines, I'm looking at the sentencing of Indigenous people under the civil law and having the same rights under military as under civil, where Indigenous rights at the time of sentencing will take into account some of the provisions that we have with Indigenous peoples in terms of the types of sentencing that they might fall under according to their traditions and their culture. Would the member not agree that we should have the same type of rights in the civil society as we do in the military society when we're working with Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member, I too enjoy many of the things that we've done together, working together on various committees. I think the key point is, and again, we are dealing with culture, and I understand and respect the position that the Gladue decision has made in the general public. But what we're talking about is a military culture, and that was the point that I was stressing, Mr. Speaker. The fact that our men and women work shoulder to shoulder, as I said, with armed forces around the world as we are out on operational duties, I think this is critical to know that everybody that is there with you is subject to the same sets of rules, and where that means that we have to make sure that we have cohesion, and I believe that is the respect that we need to consider.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention today. And he's absolutely right that this is a long time in the making and has taken quite a while to get us to where we are today. And if credit is due where it is, then I would like to congratulate the former Conservative government on getting this to the point, at least to where it could be picked up and continued on. So my question to him is, would he agree that it is in the best interest of the House to pass this bill through this stage of the House so that we can get it to committee, so that it can then be studied, reported back, and moved along the legislative process as quickly as possible so that this bill can become enshrined in law as soon as possible?
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member. I think it's extremely important as we have an opportunity today and whatever length of time where this discussion is going to take place to really talk about those issues of concerns so that when we get to committee, we'll be able to build upon that. But I know that there's been a lot of consultation over the years in order to try to make sure that we're dealing with those, with the issues, for example, some that I had presented, and I know that the honourable member from the NDP had presented issues that were important to them as well. So as we move through the process, I'm sure that those at committee will be able to succinctly get to what they need to in order to get this particular House out of committee and bill out of committee and back here to the House.
Questions and comments. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my honourable friends spoke specifically about consistency as it relates to the potential of undermining discipline with our allies, the view on that. What are some of the things that he's going to be looking for as it does get to committee in terms of the types of changes that's required for this piece of legislation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. I know that I've learned a lot by listening to him with regards to the military and veterans. So, and I think that's really important. We have, within the summary, it talks about the Declaration of Victims' Rights, where that is a paramount issue. And it also talks about that there's about a dozen different items that it looks at in order to protect privacy and security of victims and the witnesses, and to look at factors that the military judges have to take into consideration. So those are parts that I believe that with the good people that are on committee, to be able to look at that in and be able to kind of bring all of this discussion together, keeping in mind the significance of the fact that we as Canadians and our Canadian Armed Forces serve around the world to protect everyone. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's much to like about Bill C-77, which will modernize Canada's military justice system through changes to the National Defence Act. But let me point out that much of Bill C-77 is actually a carbon copy of the former Conservative government's C-71, which was introduced in June of 2015 and was defeated here and never made second reading. As Canadians are well aware, Conservatives more than any party are committed to standing up for the victims of crime and to ensure that victims have a strong voice in the criminal justice system. It is why we were the party that enacted the Victims' Bill of Rights, and why the concept of victims' rights are front and center when we drafted Bill C-71 to ensure that victims also have rights within the military justice system. As the government C-77 is based on so much of C-71, I can say with confidence that it benefits from years of work put in by the previous government to ensure that it was done right. There are hundreds of submissions and consultations held with victims and organizations dedicated to victims' rights in preparation of this bill. Our legislation proposed that a victim liaison officer be appointed to help victims access information. New safety, security, and privacy provisions were improved for victims' protection. Impact statements at sentencing were included to improve participation. And court martials were required to consider making a restitution order for losses. I'm happy to see that the Liberals have kept these key points in the bill. Putting the rights of victims back at the heart of the justice system was a priority of our government. C-71 was a serious piece of legislation that focused on modernizing the military justice system by enshrining the victims' rights. And I'm pleased that Bill C-77 does the same. Military justice is not something that many Canadians are very familiar with, as it was used only and is used only by the Canadian Armed Forces. Most countries with effective armed forces use some kind of court-martial or other military court system. Our system comes from the British and was virtually identical to the system until 1950, when new Canadian legislation known as the National Defence Act was enacted. Changes to the court-martial system have happened steadily and incrementally over the years through legislative amendments by multiple Canadian governments. In Canada, we have a two-tiered tribunal structure in our military justice system. The summary trial is the most common. It allows less serious offenses to be tried at a unit level. The other, the more formal form of service tribunal, is the court-martial. The main purpose of a court-martial is to support the government's ability to effectively employ its armed forces whenever and wherever necessary. And people ask, though, well, what does this actually mean? Why is there a different system? The Supreme Court of Canada has supported the court-martial system and its differences of operations versus civilian courts. Let me quote. In the Crown versus Jean Auroux in 1992, the court ruled that the purpose of a separate system of military tribunals is to allow the armed forces to deal with matters that pertain directly to discipline, efficiency, and morale of the military. The safety and well-being of Canadians depends considerably on the willingness and readiness of a force of men and women to defend against threats to our nation's security. To amend the armed forces in a state of readiness and to maintain it, the military must be in a position to enforce internal discipline effectively and efficiently. Breaches of military discipline must be dealt with speedily and frequently and punished more severely than would be in the case of a civilian engaged in such conduct. And further, it found the existence of a parallel system of military law and tribunals for the purpose of enforcing discipline in the military is deeply entrenched in our history and supported by compelling principles. Similarly, in 1980, McKay versus the Crown, the Supreme Court noted that the National Defence Act is considered as a whole. It will be seen that it is encompassed by a set of rules of discipline necessary to the maintenance of morale and efficiency among our troops in training, and at the same time envisages conditions under which the services of these officers are committed outside of Canada and the service personnel stationed abroad. In my view, these are some of the factors that make it apparent that a separate code of discipline administered within the services is essential to our ingredients of their service life. Now, Mr. Speaker, the men and women in uniform are held to a higher standard than the rest of us. They maintain that standard with pride and professionalism. The men in my family that served in the armed forces are some of the most dedicated, proper, and honorable individuals that I've ever known. My grandfather Conway served in the Royal Canadian Army, and my two great-uncles, Jim and Doug Johnson, served in Canada's Royal Canadian Navy. All served in the Second World War. They carried themselves in life as they did in service, at the higher standard that they learned in the services, and they would expect no less. Now, serving as the Member of Parliament for Simcoe Grey since 2011, I've been honored to represent some of the greatest Canadians there are, those serving at Canadian Forces Base Borden. CFB Borden has been a focal point in our region since it opened in July of 1916, first known as Camp Borden, named after Sir Frederick Borden, Canada's Minister of Militia and Defence, our first from 1896 to 1911. And it continues to play a critical role in Canada's military structure. In 1917, Camp Borden was selected as a location for the Royal Flying Corps of Canada, and an aerodrome for the RCAF Station Borden was built, thereby becoming the birthplace of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Camp Borden's training area was expanded in 1938 and became the home of the Canadian Tank School, and in the 1940s, several other wartime schools followed, whether that be the Infantry Training Centre, the Army Service Corps, the Army Medical Corps, and the Canadian Provost Corps. The Cold War brought more schools to Base Borden, including the School of Administration and Logistics, as well as the Health Services Training Centre. And in 1968, Camp Borden and the RCAF Station Borden officially merged into the CFB Borden. As a physician, I'm particularly pleased that the Canadian Armed Forces Health Training Service Centre is located at CFB Borden. I've had many opportunities to meet the dedicated medical professionals that tend to those that keep us safe every day. In fact, one of the highlights of my public service was in 2010, a trip to Afghanistan as part of a CETA medical mission in which I worked with a number of the same soldiers that trained at Base Borden. Also located at CFB Borden is a centre that has particular relevance to the bill that we're discussing today, the Canadian Forces Military Police Academy. Much like our police forces across the country enforce rules of law, the military police are responsible for doing the same under the military justice system. The Academy at CFB Borden trains military police, and then they serve across the country, around the world as part of NATO and UN operations, as well as Canadian high commissions and embassies. I know they will welcome the work that has gone into this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is really a privilege to represent the men and women of CFB Borden. It has been an honor to attend Remembrance Days and other services, and I'm also pleased to have played a part in securing investments on their base. And I treasure the relationships I've developed with specific soldiers who serve there. When we talk about our open democracy, these are the soldiers that protect it. They are the ones that ensure that we here get to live in a kind and generous society. They are the ones that guard our freedoms. Freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedoms that individuals in other places around this globe may not enjoy. To the men and women at Base Borden, to those serving in the armed forces today or who have served, I want to thank you. Thank you for your service, your dedication, and your willingness to put your lives on the line to protect the lives of other Canadians, as well as our Canadian democracy. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the Liberals took so much of our work on Bill C-71 as we consulted extensively across the country with the military community. I'm prepared to support this bill for second reading. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and I'd like to thank her for telling us about Camp Borden and how proud she is to be representing those individuals, as many of us on this side of the House are. I'm very proud of representing those in the Lincoln and Welland Regiment. But because of that, I want to see this bill get to committee as quickly as possible. The honourable members from the NDP suggested some potential amendments. They're supportive. The Conservatives are supportive. The government's supportive. Will the honourable member call on this House to call the question, get this to committee as quickly as possible so that she can help her constituents at Camp Borden?
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, I thank the member opposite for his question, and as I mentioned, I am supportive of this bill going to second reading, in particular because of the work that, as I mentioned, was done by a government that I served in, a Conservative government that put forward Bill C-71, a bill that truly did look at making sure that the victim comes first and enshrines those principles of the Victims' Bill of Rights into this bill. So I look forward to it going to committee, contemplating those amendments that our members and colleagues from the NDP have put forward, but also those that the Conservatives may put forward as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair. Appreciate this. I just want to ask my colleague, I guess, if she really believes that the Liberals are serious about this bill and about victims' rights. Over the last week or so in the House here, particularly in question period, we've had some heated exchanges about Liberals' failure to represent victims fairly across this country. So I just want to ask her if she feels that they're serious about this bill and seeing it through, or do you expect that when we do get this passed in second reading here and it goes to committee, that we're going to see them begin to play some of the same games that we've seen them play on other issues, particularly Corey Stafford, Chris Garnier, those kinds of things?
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, I'm hopeful that the Liberals will stick true to their word on this bill, Bill C-77, about making sure that victims' rights are those that are front and center. And he is correct. You know, we have seen over the last 2 weeks here in this House conversations around the challenges that victims definitely are not a voice that is heard, that the Liberals seem to put forward in the opportunities all the time, that, and in the case of one individual who is currently actually incarcerated, that his rights are coming before those of actually other Canadians, individuals that we know are victims. So I'm hopeful that this will move forward and victims' rights are protected, but you know, the proof will be when we actually come back to this House and pass a law that enshrines those victims' rights.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from across the way, particularly in highlighting that a lot of this work had happened in the previous Parliament, but unfortunately wasn't able to get past it got royal assent in April 2015, but couldn't get a full legislative pathway forward because of the election that we had. I'm wondering about the additions that we have made to this bill, particularly relating to the previous question around Indigenous sentencing and how Indigenous people have some different ways of handling sentencing and restitution, but also gender considerations and gender expression, whether these two areas of sentencing should be included in the legislation going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that all members of this House will look forward to a fulsome debate in committee with regards to the specifics of this bill. For myself, I'm looking forward to seeing what the results of that are from the committee, and I think we'll go forward. As I say, paramount for myself is that every Canadian, no matter what their background may be, their ethnicity or their gender, that if they are a victim of a serious crime, if they are the victim of a crime, that their rights come first and foremost, and that those rights of victims are enshrined in this piece of legislation and are maintained across the country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. I want to point out to the honourable member that he'll have about 8 minutes, and then we'll break for question period, and he'll have a remaining 12 coming to him after, along with 10 minutes of questioning. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak about Bill C-77, which is a bill to enact military justice reforms. And if they say that imitation is the best form of flattery, Mr. Speaker, certainly the government of the day is taking into account many of the proposals that were in Bill C-71 from the previous government, with the exception of the addition of a couple of things, and just simply copied and pasted that piece of legislation into Bill C-77. But I do want to spend a couple of moments on some issues that have been coming up lately in this House, Mr. Speaker, and certainly sitting through the debate this morning, we've heard the government side talk about victims' rights. Certainly on this side of the House and the previous government, I have strongly advocated for the rights of victims, as has the previous government, Mr. Speaker, in the introduction of the Victim Bill of Rights. But I think it's paramount to government, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, to make sure that we do put victims ahead of the rights of criminals. And we've seen lately, over the course of the last couple of weeks, some situations that have come up, highly publicized situations that have gained the attention of Canadians in large part because of the issues that have been brought up in this House. And two particular cases, for example, the Christopher Garnier case in Nova Scotia, where Christopher Garnier murdered a police officer and a volunteer firefighter, Christine Campbell. It was quite a highly publicized case, Mr. Speaker, and yet ahead of veterans, Mr. Garnier was receiving PTSD benefits from Veterans Affairs. And of course, over the course of the last week, we've seen the issue of Tori Stafford come up, and the fact that her murderer is now sitting in a Aboriginal healing center in northern Saskatchewan, when she should in fact be behind bars and razor wire, which is exactly where she was before. So on the issues of victims' rights, Mr. Speaker, we've got to make sure that we put them ahead of the rights of criminals, and we haven't seen that as an example in the case of this government over the course of the last couple of weeks. And many of us heard over the weekend the father of Tori Stafford come out pleading with the Prime Minister of this country to correct that situation. And tomorrow, fortunately, in an opposition day, members on the government side will have that opportunity to stand up and do what's right with respect to an opposition day motion that we're going to be putting forward, and that is to call on the Government of Canada, to call on the Prime Minister, and to call on the Minister of Public Safety to reverse the decision of Corrections Canada and make sure that Tori Stafford's killer is put back behind bars and razor wires where she belongs, not behind trees or surrounded by trees at this healing center. So this government and those members will have that opportunity tomorrow to make sure that they do the right thing by standing up in support of the Opposition Day motion. Now, on the issue of C-71, as I said earlier, Conservatives will always stand for victims and not stand for criminals. And over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, I had a robust discussion about this very issue as it related to criminals, and it was more so with the current legislation of C-71 and C-75 as it relates to the new Liberal gun registry and the criminal changes to the Criminal Justice Act, in particular many lists of criminal activities that were otherwise serious criminal activities being reduced to summary convictions. And in some of the discussions that I had around my riding this weekend, Mr. Speaker, people were quite concerned, not just with the gun registry and how it does little to tackle the real issue of gangs and gang violence and illegal gun activity, but also the fact that many of these more heinous crimes or serious crimes are being reduced to the potential of summary convictions. And the reason for that is because of the government's inability to fill judicial appointments on the bench. Cases are getting backlogged. So this government would simply rather slap criminals on the wrist with the potential of a summary conviction rather than, again, looking after victims' rights and victims instead of criminals, Mr. Speaker. So part of this piece of legislation, one of the important pieces of this is the Gladue decision. As I said earlier, for the most part, this is a copy and paste of the previous Bill C-71 of the Conservative government in the last government. But the main difference between the bills, again, is the addition of the Gladue decision into the National Defence Act. And this addition will, in effect, mean that Aboriginal members of the CAF facing charges under the National Defence Act will face lighter punishments if convicted. Now, that does cause problems, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the fact that the special considerations for Indigenous members could result in sentences that are less harsh than other CAF members, and it could, in fact, undermine the operational discipline, morale, and some of the anti-racism policies of the CAF. So it is a concern, and so this is why we are going to support this piece of legislation, and we're going to get it to committee to make sure that we hear from those various stakeholders, whether there's First Nations communities, advocates, and I see, Mr. Speaker, that my time is coming up, and I'll be glad to resume this debate after question period. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil will have 13 minutes and 45 seconds coming to him when we resume debate after question period. Statements by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Mr. Speaker, the government kept saying that it did not want a bad deal under NAFTA and would not sign one. But it has simply conceded everything for Quebec. There are no gains. Even when it comes to illegal tariffs on steel and aluminum, they've deferred to Trump. The door is opening wider to unfair competition. They've backed down in health, and they're protecting pharmaceutical companies. Ottawa has given Trump everything he wanted and got nothing in return for Quebec. The Prime Minister has been had by a president that didn't want an agreement unless Canada decided to bow down along the entire line. These are trade negotiations where Quebec had no place at the table.
Député de Laval-les-Îles. Laval-les-Îles.
October 1st marks in Canada the National and International Seniors' Day. For the UN, today's seniors developed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's why Canada, the UN, and the entire world want to celebrate these champions and defenders of human rights. This Parliament has recognized the exceptional contribution of seniors to Canadian society. Seniors contribute their experience, their know-how, and their knowledge to the youngest generations. That's why our government is working on increasing their income, including them in society, and improving their health. October 1st is an opportunity for all Canadian women and men to say thank you and to make sure that seniors' rights are upheld every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday we laid Don MacDonald to rest. Don was a man of many passions who gave of himself, his time, his energy to countless organizations. A proud Scotsman, Don played the bagpipes for over 65 years. There wasn't an organization that the pipe major didn't volunteer for. He was a military man receiving a lifetime membership to the Royal Canadian Legion. Saskatoon under Don MacDonald held the largest indoor Remembrance Day service every year in this country. He was a huge supporter of Saskatchewan football, spending 8 years as their president. He co-founded the Prairie Football League. He was commissioner of the Canadian Junior Football League. Don was known, though, as Mr. Hilltop, serving 7 decades with the Blue and Gold. Named to 3 Sport Hall of Fames, the Saskatoon, the Saskatchewan, and recently the Canadian Football Hall in 2015. Don, you will be missed. Thank you.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Seniors Day, a day when Canadians are invited to celebrate the older adults in their lives. Here on the Hill, our Minister for Seniors has organized a series of roundtables for stakeholders to discuss seniors' issues and explore ways to ensure the federal government programs and services respond to Canada's ageing population. Our nation's seniors have created the framework for our country's success and have helped build the open, diverse, and compassionate society we all enjoy today. With the number of seniors projected to reach 10 million by 2036, it is vital that we support their needs. By investing in seniors, we're investing in the well-being and prosperity of Canada. I would like to invite all those in this House to attend the National Seniors Day reception tonight at 5:30 to 7:30 in 216 Centre Block, with refreshments provided by CARP, Canadian Association of Retired People. Let's all celebrate our seniors today and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Mr. Speaker, it's been months now that Quebecers and Canadians have been asking the government to completely protect the supply management system during NAFTA renegotiations. However, we found out this morning that the new deal that was just signed with the United States and Mexico opens a new breach in the supply management system. 10% is now open to foreign markets. The Prime Minister has kept claiming that he wanted to protect supply management and that Canada would rather not sign any deal rather than a bad deal. But I've got some news for him. What he just signed is a bad deal, Mr. Speaker. How can the Prime Minister say that he's satisfied with the result when he has simply bowed before the American president? Quebec's dairy farmers are furious, disappointed, and worried, and I understand they're right. These additional concessions will lead to serious shocks for producers and agricultural farmers here at home. They're the ones who will pay for being the Prime Minister's bargaining chip. It's easy to see now that the Liberals never had any intention of keeping their promises. Instead of defending local farmers, the government has simply betrayed them again.
Honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Illness Awareness Week. And as chair of Mental Health Caucus, I'm pleased to see members from across party lines taking time out of their schedules to meet with mental health advocates and researchers from across the country. As Canadians and as leaders, our awareness of realities of mental illness has never been greater. And as I look around Parliament today, I see the will for real change. But there's still so much work for us to do. I hope that all members of Parliament can take a moment this week to meet with those people fighting for that change. Join me in conversation with Mental Health Research Canada tonight. Take the time tomorrow to hear the lived experience of CAMI-MH, Faces of Mental Illness. As leaders, this is a week for us to take a moment to learn, listen, and act together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to support the 2018 Mental Illness Awareness Week as we seek to end the stigma associated with mental illness. My community of Sarnia-Lambton and many others like it have felt the impact of mental illness and the ensuing lack of resources to address these problems. We know that 1 in 5 Canadians will suffer a mental illness, which is why we must work hard to remove the stigma attached to discussing such issues and provide the resource support for those impacted communities. I'm also honoured to inform the House that I'll be co-hosting a special reception with the Speaker and the member for Vancouver Kingsway and the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health to celebrate Mental Illness Awareness Week 2018. So join us tomorrow from 5:30 to 7. I encourage all members to attend. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I attended many events honoring seniors and recognizing their volunteer efforts in my riding. Today is National Seniors Day and an opportunity to pay tribute to the seniors who built our country, contribute to our society, and continue to mentor us. After a lifetime of hard work, they deserve a dignified retirement. In 2017, our government invested $55 million in the New Horizons for Seniors program to support seniors' social engagement and their communities. Additionally, since 2016, our government has created 5,000 new housing units for seniors, and through the National Housing Strategy, we have made creating more affordable housing for seniors a priority. With over 8.2 million Canadians over the age of 60, it is vital for us to continue investments in support of our seniors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Without a place to live, it's difficult, if not impossible, to build a life. That's why affordable housing advocates are so excited about our game-changing national housing strategy. The $40 billion investment will reduce homelessness by 50% and give countless Canadians an opportunity to build their life. In Calgary, the National Housing Strategy is already having an impact. The Horizon Housing Society, the Resolve Project, and Silvera for Seniors are partnering with our government to build 161 affordable housing units for low-income seniors, families, and individuals. This affordable housing project in Calgary was the first to receive federal funding under our game-changing plan. Thanks to their hard work and effort, countless more Calgarians will be able to stop worrying about trying to put a roof over their head and start building their lives.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend was Run for the Cure for breast cancer. Every year, over 26,000 Canadian women are diagnosed with breast cancer. 5,000 will die from it this year, and 1 in 31 women in this country will die from it in their lifetime. My mother, Lynn, was one of those women. She was a strong, passionate, and generous mother. She had 3 children of her own, and if she was alive today, she would meet her 5 amazing grandchildren. Harper, Lynn, and Cashton Leach, Mealy Collins, and Jeremy Heath, who are here with us in the gallery today. To honor my mother's life and legacy, our family has organized an annual charity event, and the proceeds go to breast cancer research. The 18th annual was held last week that raised over $17,000 to bring us to over $250,000. If you have a family member battling breast cancer, know that with continued research and support, we will beat this terrible disease so that every grandmother can meet their grandchild. Thank you.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, today, October 1st, is National Seniors Day.
National Seniors Day is an opportunity to celebrate seniors from sea to sea. It is an occasion to acknowledge the lifelong contributions our seniors have made to our communities and to our country. I invite my colleagues and Canadians to take the time to say thank you to a senior.
In Alfred Pellan, we're lucky to have seniors who contribute every single day to building a more inclusive and supportive community. Our seniors continue to share with us their stories and their heritage, which sometimes is made up of hopes and dreams, but also, let us not forget it, of tears and sacrifices. Dear seniors in Alfred Pellan and in all of Canada, thank you for building the Canada that I know today. Thank you for the sacrifices that you have made, and thank you for being a source of inspiration.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, as a person born and raised in a small fishing community like the one that occurred off North Cape, Prince Edward Island, hits me very close to home. Last week, when the fishing vessel Kyla Ann capsized in rough waters, and with it took the lives of Captain Glenn DeRoche and Mo Getson, it reminded me of the risk faced by fishers and their families every time they take to the water. I would like to take this opportunity to send my heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of the 2 men lost in this terrible tragedy. I would also like to thank the countless community volunteers and professionals who were involved in the search and rescue efforts for the Kyla Ann.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, he marked us with his voice, his lyrics, his passion. For me, he was the greatest of great French singers, my idol, Charles Aznavour. The very first time I heard him, I was 6 or 7 years old. The song La Bohème, or The Bohemian, is still synonymous with happiness for me. He charmed us so many times with his songs and his deep lyrics, so much so that today we feel like humming them, to hum them and to remember those precious moments. Remember Mourir d'aimer, Que c'est triste Venise, Les plaisirs démodés, or Formi, Formidable, all of these songs which struck a chord with us. Today, we've lost a great artist, but his memory will live on in our hearts and minds forever. I can still hear him sing, Non, je n'ai rien oublié, or No, I have forgotten nothing. I offer my sincerest condolences to his family and loved ones. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to call attention to National Seniors Day, which is today. It's an opportunity to recognize, celebrate, and pay tribute to all seniors for their valuable contributions, which they have made and continue to make to our families, our workplaces, and our communities throughout Canada.
Hard for us, and we're working hard for them. We took action to improve income security by restoring the age of eligibility from 67 to 65 for the old age security pension and the guaranteed income supplement. And we increased the GIS for the most vulnerable single seniors by almost $1,000 per year. We took concrete steps to improve healthcare services, increase affordable and accessible housing, and promote social inclusion for Canada's seniors. Mr. Speaker, seniors helped build our country and left us a strong legacy. On National Seniors Day, I invite everyone to join me in thanking seniors across Canada for making a positive difference in all of our lives. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to invite all MPs to join Sandy and Brian Stewart and the All-Party Oceans Caucus this Wednesday, October 3rd, after votes at the Lansdowne Cineplex Theatre, an advance screening of Rob Stewart's newest film, Sharkwater Extinction, which opens in Canadian theatres October 15th. Rob Stewart was a Canadian filmmaker, photographer, conservationist, and my friend. He spent his entire life educating people about the vital role sharks play in maintaining healthy ocean ecosystems and the horrific practice of shark finning, which kills 70 to 100 million sharks a year. He tragically died in January 2017 while shooting this film, a documentary about illegal shark finning industry. Canada could honor Rob's work and provide a lasting legacy for his efforts by moving forward with a shark fin import ban. Join us Wednesday to learn more about this important issue and how you can be part of the solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I stand in this House today to celebrate our National Seniors Day. Far too often, our busy lives often cause us to forget about the elders in our lives, those senior citizens who have a lifetime of knowledge and wisdom to impact on the younger generations. These are the people that built the Canada we love. That is why in 2006, the Conservative government appointed the first Minister for Seniors, and in 2010 established the first National Seniors Day. I was privileged to have served as Minister for Seniors for 4.5 years. I hope all members in this House, as well as Canadians watching from home, will take the time to visit or volunteer in a seniors' home in their community, and reach out to their parents and grandparents and share with them how grateful we all are for their dedication and efforts in both building our nation and raising its people. Happy Seniors Day.
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to speak today on the recent accomplishments achieved by Canada, the United States, and Mexico.
trade agreement, the USMCA. Le Canada attendait.
Canada was waiting to get a good deal, and we got it, Mr. Speaker.
It's good for hundreds of thousands of Canadians who work in the auto industry. It's good for Canadian business, good for Canadian farmers, for the energy sector. Monsieur le Président, cet accord.
Mr. Speaker, this agreement protects economic stability and promotes future job growth.
It will result in freer markets, fair trade, and robust economic growth in our region. It will strengthen the middle class and create good, well-paying jobs and provide stability and confidence for investors. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're waiting for the details of the new free trade agreement with the United States so that we can assess all the details. However, we do know that the Prime Minister made concessions in the access to the dairy sector, as well as in terms of the Class 7 ranking. Can the Prime Minister tell us what the concessions were compared to any concessions the Americans had to make in their dairy market? Mr. Speaker, the agreement that we reached yesterday is a good agreement for Canada. It's a good agreement for the market throughout the continent, and it's very important to say that we have innovative people in this country. Canadians work hard and they innovate. With respect to dairy products, we work closely with the dairy industry, and we will continue to do that to ensure that they receive appropriate compensation for their loss of market share.
L'Opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Question as to whether or not he was able to get concessions from the United States on the very same issue. When the Prime Minister offered to renegotiate NAFTA, there were no sunset clauses, steel tariffs, or auto quotas, and we already had a dispute resolution mechanism. So these are not new gains in this deal. So we had hoped that the government might negotiate gains for Canada, like an end to the Buy America policy that costs billions of dollars and thousands of jobs. Does this new deal put an end, once and for all, for the Buy America policy, yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are pleased today that we're moving forward on a historic accord that stabilizes, secures, and offers certainty to investors, to Canadian businesses, but mostly to workers and folks in the middle class. We have ended the uncertainty around trade in Canada. We have demonstrated that we can move forward and continue to grow our economy, drawing in global investment, being part of the global supply chains, and being an integrated part in the North American market. This is a good day for Canada, and it's a good day for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was very specific. The Prime Minister has made major concessions on key areas. He's made concessions on dairy, he's made concessions on auto quotas, and he's made concessions on pharmaceuticals, meaning that Canadian patients will have to pay higher drug costs. Now, we would have hoped that after making all those concessions, we would be able to see a gain on an important issue like Buy American. So can the Prime Minister confirm whether or not he has put an end to the Buy America policy in this deal?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 13 months, we have been working extremely hard with the Americans and with the Mexicans to reach a new deal that would be good for Canadians. Despite what Stephen Harper recommended about 6 months ago, we weren't ready to sign any old deal. We needed to sign a deal that is good for Canadians, and that's exactly what we did. We have stood up for Canada, stood up for Canadians, and we got it done in the right way, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Canadians who've been united on this issue across all corners of the country and across all ideologies.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were united in wanting a good deal. The Prime Minister is trying to take credit for things that the Conservative
Party had locked in over 25 years ago. There was no sunset clause. There was already a dispute resolution mechanism. And now he has made major concessions on key sectors of the economy. Now we'd like to see where the gains are. One area that Canadians were very united and hoping to see an end to was the punishing tariffs on softwood lumber. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether or not his concessions has led to an end to the softwood lumber tariffs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear that the official opposition's official position seems to be that this is a bad deal. Canadians disagree. This is a good deal for Canada. It provides certainty and security as we move forward. We have ensured continued access to the North American market in a time of protectionism, and we continue to know that as we engage with the United States in positive, constructive ways, we're going to keep putting Canadians' interests at the forefront of everything. This is not about politics, Mr. Speaker. This is about prosperity for Canadians. That's where we stay focused.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to evaluate this deal to determine if it's a good deal. And one of the ways that we'll be able to determine that is to find out where Canada gained. Now, we know where he has backed down. He's backed down to Donald Trump on dairy. He's backed down to Donald Trump on auto quotas. And he's backed down to Donald Trump on pharmaceuticals, meaning Canadian patients will have to pay higher for drug costs. Now, after making all these concessions, we'd like to know, did he secure an end to the softwood lumber tariffs?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I guess we'll have to wait a little while to find out whether the official opposition thinks this is a good deal or a bad deal. But I can tell you that Canadians right across the country understand that securing access to the North American market, that demonstrating that we could stand up for the rules-based order by having intact Chapter 19, defending our cultural industries, including as they move more digital, is a good thing. That defending supply management as it continues is a good thing. This is what Canadians expected. This is what we've delivered.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, I remember a time not so long ago when the Prime Minister told us that there would be a new progressive NAFTA that would promote gender equality and Indigenous rights. He even said in the August of 2017 that he also wanted environmental protection conditions in the deal. On all those points, Mr. Speaker, nothing gained, nothing at all. But instead, more Canadian concessions on supply management and continuing tariffs on steel and aluminum. The Prime Minister promised that there would be no deal instead of a bad deal. Why did he completely cave in? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we did get a good deal. And we did it in terms of the environment as well. There are more measures now to protect the environment in this agreement than there were in the 25-year-old deal from before. We have penalties and sanctions in there if the environmental conditions are not met. And that's something that we obtained in this agreement. Now, I understand that the NDP doesn't like agreements and that it wouldn't want a trade deal with anyone, including apparently the United States. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. So we now have a NAFTA with more concessions. For the third time in 4 years, agricultural producers are the ones being sacrificed to get a deal. And yet the Prime Minister had said 1,000 times over that he would stand up for supply management. What he didn't tell us was that he was going to bring it to its knees first. 1 breach, 2 breaches, 3, and now the system is drowning underwater. And the Americans are going to continue to subsidize their agricultural industry and then come and dump their surplus here. The Prime Minister promised producers that he would stand up for them and protect supply management. Why did he completely cave in? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we did protect supply management. We signed CETA, we signed the CPTPP, and now we have signed the USMCA. And we have a process there that protects and that continues to protect our supply management sector. Obviously, we will be working closely with the dairy sector and with dairy producers in order to ensure that appropriate compensation is made to them for their loss of market share. But we have secured supply management for future generations.
Canadians were worried we wouldn't get a deal, but today, many are worried about what we've given up to get this deal. This new deal looks nothing like the priorities the Liberals promised at the beginning of negotiations. Where is that progressive trade agenda? The Liberals have made major concessions that will hurt Canadian dairy, poultry and egg farmers. They failed to get Trump's promised exemption on aluminum and steel tariffs, and they've made access to medication even more expensive. The Liberals promised a win, win, win. How can this Prime Minister give up so much and call this a win?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, unfortunately, the NDP are not just opposed to all trade deals, but especially progressive trade deals, which is a shame, because what we've moved forward with in terms of labour standards in North America is historic in terms of protecting the rights of workers. What we've moved forward for on the environment is strengthened environmental protections and real consequences within the Accord that had never been done before. We are moving forward in a deal that works for the middle class and people working hard to join it, and that is at the heart of the progressive agenda of this government and of this progressive trade deal.
Honourable member for Essex.
The lack of transparency throughout this whole process has been overwhelming. Canadians were promised transparency and expected transparency. Our workers need to know exactly what their government has signed on to and how this will affect their livelihoods. They deserve to know that their jobs and our Canadian industries are protected. And I'm still looking for that progressive trade agenda. So, simple question for the Prime Minister. Will he be transparent and bring this deal into Parliament for study, debate and vote?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's again a lot of credit given to this government for negotiating this deal, but I have to say that we have owed a debt of gratitude to many, many stakeholders and industries across this country, including the Canadian Labour Congress and Unifor. Jerry Dias and Hassan Youssef have worked closely with us every step of the way to ensure that this deal could be the best possible one for workers, for labour and for Canadians. That's what we're going to continue to focus on. And of course, Mr. Speaker, through the ratification process, we look forward to bringing this deal to Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians want a good agreement for our country with the United States and Mexico. However, our dairy producers, our steel, aluminum and softwood lumber industries are still in a precarious situation. We now know what the Prime Minister sacrificed for the American president. What Quebecers and Canadians want to know is, what did we actually gain? Can the Prime Minister tell us how Canada's economy will benefit from this new agreement? Because we're trying to figure that out. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be clear. Canada is proud of us because we were determined and we kept our sights on our goals, even though some were recommending that we capitulate. We knew that that new agreement had to be a good deal for Canada and for Canadians, and that's exactly what we got. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, well, here are the facts. There are still 25% tariffs on steel and 10% on aluminum. We don't have an agreement on softwood lumber, and the agricultural sector in Canada has been the subject of many concessions under these negotiations. Can the Prime Minister tell us if an impact study was done in order to assess the impact of these concessions to the American president, and will he commit, if so, to tabling it in this House? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say one very important thing. Today, I would like to thank our Canadian negotiators who worked so hard to get this deal, and I want to thank our chief negotiator. On behalf of all Canadians, thank you for your continued work. This is a deal that will be good for workers and Canadian businesses and good for Canadian families.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
It would have been the goal of any competent government to bring an end to destructive
Buy America policies that block Canadian workers and businesses from state and local projects south of the border. Yet this government has backed down to Donald Trump on pharmaceuticals with higher drug prices for Canadians, has backed down on copyright, dairy, and numerous other issues. Today, so far, they have not been able to point to any victory on Buy America. Can the minister confirm if Buy America will end with the signature of this deal?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there's a bit of a mystery here, because last week I think the Conservatives were urging us to capitulate. They were urging us to give in. And this week, the Conservatives seem not to want a deal at all. Our government did exactly what we promised Canadians. We said we wanted a good deal, not just any deal, and a good deal is what we have.
The Honourable Member for Carleton. Order.
Well, it's funny that they would choose to use the word capitulate, because capitulate is precisely what they have done. They have capitulated on pharmaceuticals, allowing Trump to force higher drug costs on Canadian patients to boost American drug company profits. They've capitulated, allowing for caps on the growth of Canadian auto exports. They have capitulated on copyright and dairy. The question is, what did they get in return for all of this capitulation? Did they get an end to Buy America? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem to have discovered a lot of Monday morning courage, having counselled throughout this negotiation that Canada take a softer line.
And pack it in.
I think Canadians have seen that our government was determined to stand up for the national interest while being fair-minded and seeking reasonable compromise. That's exactly what we've done, Mr. Speaker, and we got a good deal for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, she can misrepresent our position all she wants. I'm trying to find out the position of this government. We know that they've backed down to Donald Trump by capping future growth of Canadian auto exports. They backed down to Donald Trump, forcing Canadians to pay higher prices for pharmaceuticals. We know they backed down on copyright and dairy and other policies. What did they get in return, Mr. Speaker? Is there an end today to tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me challenge very clearly something simply wrong in what the honourable member said. This deal is great for the car sector. It is great for the car parts sector. That's why the share prices of our three leading car parts companies went up today. That is not a market response that says this deal is bad for our companies and our workers. This is a deal that secures growth and investment in that crucial area, and we should all be proud that we got that.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, it's funny, the Liberals are trying to take credit for things we already had for 25 years.
Thanks, Conservative!
You know, they're trying to take credit for something that was negotiated under a previous Conservative government. We know what they sacrificed, what they gave up in backing down to Donald Trump. Higher drug costs for Canadian consumers and higher profits for American companies. We know they gave up a lot for Donald Trump, but what about on softwood lumber? Tariffs have killed jobs in the forestry industry in Canada for a long time. Have they finally put an end to Trump's tariffs on softwood lumber? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we got for the softwood lumber industry. It's something called Chapter 19. This dispute settlement mechanism is absolutely essential for our industry, and
Order. Alors. Alors.
Order.
Order. I would call on the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, please, to restrain himself. Thank you. The honourable member for Jean-Pierre. Mr. Speaker, even though a new Canada-Mexico-United States agreement was signed, the people of my riding and other Quebec regions feel abandoned. The Liberals once again have opened up a breach in supply management, and not only in the dairy sector, it has also opened it up in the poultry sector. Furthermore, the government has not been able to get rid of tariffs on aluminum. What did we gain? The status quo. Aluminum, agriculture, softwood lumber. Can Quebec still count on the Liberals to stand up for their strategic sectors? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start with supply management. We fully support our dairy producers and their families and their communities. This deal will provide access to the market, but the most important point is that the future of supply management is not jeopardized. And I also want to underscore the fact that fair and appropriate compensation will be paid to our dairy producers.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, for months we've asked the Liberals if they would make concessions to supply management, and unfortunately today we have our answer. Over 200,000 Canadian families depend on dairy, yet this government just sacrificed domestic production. Our farmers are again on the hook for another country's overproduction problem. All 5 supply-managed sectors will take a serious hit, including chicken, turkey and eggs, making access to locally produced food more difficult and increasing food safety concerns. This Prime Minister promised to protect supply management. Why did he break that promise?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the members opposite of where this negotiation started. This negotiation started with a U.S. demand that supply management be abolished entirely. Throughout the negotiation, Canada was clear that that was a political choice for Canadians and that only Canadians would make it. This deal preserves supply management. It preserves a secure food supply for Canadians.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, we know that the Liberal government has the political, the legal, the moral authority to reverse the transfer of child killer Terry Lynn McClintic to a healing lodge. The public safety minister knows that bureaucrats got it wrong, and it's his job to fix their mistakes. When will the minister, and the Prime Minister incidentally, do the right thing and put Tory Stafford's killer back behind bars?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I said several times last week, Tory Stafford's brutal death in 2009 was a horrible, gut-wrenching crime for the whole country. The killer, McClintic, was reclassified as medium security in 2014. The government of that day did not challenge that decision. And in fact, McClintic remains in a medium security correctional facility today. I've asked the Commissioner of Corrections to examine the decision-making process to make sure that all policies were properly followed, and more than that, to ensure that the policies themselves are correct and to identify...
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, the killer was behind bars. Now, the killer is enjoying life in a healing lodge after being convicted of first-degree murder of Tory. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear, very simple, actually. You can give a policy direction, and the policy direction can include Terry Lynn McClintic as the killer of Tory Stafford. When will the minister immediately give that direction to this outrageous transfer and reverse it for the people of Canada and for the family of Tory Stafford?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issues involved in this case are being very carefully examined by the Commissioner of the Correctional Service, subsequent to my request that she do so. I've asked her not only to look at the decision-making process to ensure that proper procedures and policies were followed, but also to look at the policies themselves and to report to me on whether those policies are in fact sufficient and proper and appropriate in the circumstances to protect public safety and to ensure that justice is done.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
This weekend, in a letter to the Prime Minister, Tory Stafford's dad, Rodney,
asked for one simple thing, and that is that his daughter's killer be put back behind bars where she was when we were in government. Rodney wrote, "I really have to question our federal government as to why convicted child murderers such as Terry Lynn McClintock deserve more rights than their victims and law-abiding Canadians." Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we'll be debating our motion calling on the Liberals to take action to ensure that this murderer is back behind bars. Will the Liberals support our motion, and will they act?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I will look forward to reviewing in great detail the correspondence from the father of Tory Stafford. The hearts of all Canadians go out to him and other members of the family who have suffered such anguish. Obviously, the objective here is to ensure that justice is done, to ensure that Canadians are always safe and secure, and I have asked the Commissioner of the Correctional Service to examine all the facts of this case and all the policies that were applied to ensure that the proper standards are adhered to.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the government has the authority today and the responsibility to do something about this injustice. For starters, they can change the policy, they're in government after all, to ensure that this killer is put back behind bars. They can hide behind empty excuses, but ultimately the buck stops with this Prime Minister. As Tory's dad said, obviously every Canadian out there can tell you that this is wrong. We agree with Tory's dad. Do the Liberals agree with Tory's dad? Will they act with the power and the authority that they have and make this wrong right and put Tory's killer back behind bars?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I will await very anxiously the report that I have requested from the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada. It is very important to proceed in this manner in an appropriate, strong way. I will do that. I'm waiting for her report. As soon as I get that report, I will take the appropriate action.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, not only has the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement left our farmers by the wayside, but it will increase the price of medication for several chronic illnesses, such as Crohn's. This pill is really hard to swallow, especially when we're celebrating Seniors Week. Our seniors are one of the most vulnerable groups in our society, and they're already having a hard time paying for their medication. Do we really need another Liberal study to bring in a pharmacare system? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we know just how proud Canadians are of our healthcare system. We're working with provinces and territories and other partners to reduce the price and increase access to medication. This is very important for our government. We are supporting new research in Canada.
Victoria.
As if prescriptions weren't expensive enough, this new NAFTA deal will make them even more expensive. Right. This deal will increase drug costs for Canadians with arthritis, Crohn's disease, and other chronic conditions. It will also increase the cost for drug plans by tens of millions of dollars every single year. And by extending patents, Canadians are going to have to wait 2 more years before affordable generic drugs are available. So, Mr. Speaker, since this new trade deal doesn't make prescription drugs more affordable, will the Liberals immediately introduce universal, affordable pharmacare for Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows how rightly proud Canadians are of our public health system. We're going to continue to work with provinces, territories, and our partners to lower drug prices and provide timely access to medicines for all Canadians. We also look forward to attracting further medical research to Canada. Our government will always stand up for our public health care system.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Speaker, October is Women's History Month in Canada. And during this month, we celebrate the many accomplishments of women and girls in our country and are encouraged to learn more about the remarkable women and girls who have advanced gender equality for everyone. Can the Minister of Status of Women tell this House what our government is doing to honour the lives and legacies of courageous women and girls from coast to coast to coast throughout Canada's history?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on his recent appointment to Canada's Status of Women Committee. His efforts will no doubt contribute greatly to our government's daily efforts to advance gender equality and grow the middle class. During Women's History Month, we honour women in Canada's history who've paved the way for the rest of us and celebrate those whose stories shapes history today. To that end, our government's launching a new online resource to celebrate over 100 women of impact, and we're also encouraging all Canadians, including members of this House, to use the hashtag #MakeAnImpact and celebrate the story of a woman making a difference in your community.
The Honourable Member for Beauport Côte-de-Bray, Dorion Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals came to power in 2015, the killer of Tori Stafford, the little girl of 8 years of age, was put behind bars. Today, she's in a healing lodge where children often stay over. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knows full well that he alone has the power to reverse this decision. Will the Prime Minister defend victims' rights and reverse this decision so that this murderer will go back behind bars?
Public safety. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, I have asked the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada to examine all the details of this particular case, including the processes by which the decisions were taken, and to ensure that those processes were followed, but more importantly, to examine the policies themselves to determine if they are appropriate in order to keep Canadians safe and to ensure that justice is done. I will anxiously await her report.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Grand Valley Institution for Women is surrounded by a fence and razor wire. Inmates are kept behind bars. It's where Tori Stafford's killer was before she was transferred to the Aboriginal Healing Lodge. Now, instead of being behind bars and surrounded by razor wire, Tori's killer is surrounded by trees and children. Canadians want Tori's killer back in maximum security. Tori's father has pleaded with the Prime Minister to reverse this decision. For once, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister do the right thing and stand up for victims and their families instead of criminals?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the facts, in fact, do not support the proposition that the honourable gentleman has just made, because, in fact, the mother-child program exists in all of the women's institutions operated by the Correctional Service of Canada across this country. It applies at the location in Saskatchewan, which is medium and minimum security. It also applies at Grand Valley. Exactly the same principle.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Earlier this year, the Prime Minister and his Justice Minister condemned the verdict reached in a trial by jury in a high-profile murder trial. They immediately involved the executive and legislative branch of government and changed the structure of jury selection in Canada. Yet in response to a gut-wrenching letter written to him by Mr. Stafford asking him to put his daughter's murderers back behind bars, he's falsely claiming that he can't do anything and is hiding behind the bureaucracy. Why the double standard?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the government is proceeding in this matter in a very conscientious way to determine that justice is done, to ensure that the public is kept safe. I will look forward to responding to the father's letter. We extend to him our deepest sympathy, and so do all Canadians at the horrible crime that took his daughter's life. We will ensure not only that the policies were properly applied in this case, but in fact that the policies themselves are re-examined to determine that they are absolutely as effective as they possibly can be.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
And that says hiding behind the bureaucracy rather than doing their job. I want to correct the record on something. There's something different about this lodge. Outside of the razor wire and everything that the previous institution had. The Integrity Commissioner actually criticized this lodge because very recently its employees had been bringing their children to work there. Why won't the Prime Minister do the right thing, respond to Mr. Stafford, and put this deranged woman back behind bars?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is vitally important in the correctional system of Canada that sound, strong rules be in place to ensure that Canadians are kept safe, that justice is done, and that the proper results are achieved for all Canadians. We have asked for the review. The review is underway, not only of the decision-making process, but the policies themselves. As soon as we have the report from that review, we'll be anxious to review it and to act upon it.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, 8 months ago, the Liberals announced they would hold consultations about improving pension security for Canadian workers in case of bankruptcy or insolvency. Yet, no plans or consultations have been announced. Does this government not understand that 18,000 SEER retirees just lost a third of their pension, and that could happen again to others if we don't change the law? Workers and retirees in this country deserve better. Why is this government refusing to stand up for Canadian workers and retirees and their pensions? And why is the Minister of Seniors not stepping up to the plate on this important issue?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for Seniors for her leadership on this file, because she understands how important it is to support retirement security. She's one of the key members, along with so many members in our government, that helped strengthen the CPP, the Canadian Pension Plan. She also advocated and strengthened the expanded Wage Earner Protection Program. And in 2018 budget, Mr. Speaker, we provided a roadmap which would include a whole-of-government approach when it comes to strengthening our pensions. We are committed to workers and pensioners, Mr. Speaker. It's a priority for our government.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian seniors are active in their communities, contributing so much to society, yet too many are being left behind. Families struggle to support their elderly loved ones, senior poverty is on the rise, and too many are left to decide between buying food or medication. In the very near future, 1 in 4 Canadians will be 65 or older, making it critical for Canada to have a concrete plan moving forward. Mr. Speaker, seniors can't wait. When will this Prime Minister commit to a national senior strategy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First of all, I'd like to say to all of our seniors listening today, Happy Seniors Day. Our government took action immediately as soon as we came into government to lower the eligibility age from 67 back to 65 for OAS and GIS. In addition to that, we increased the GIS for the most vulnerable seniors by almost $1,000 per year. We also invested $6 billion for home care and palliative care. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our seniors, they've worked hard for us, and we will continue to work hard for them.
The member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, Mario Bonifacio is a 79-year-old veteran who served Canada for 35 years. He suffered from a debilitating neck injury incurred during his military service. He's asked for support from Veterans Affairs. His claim was rejected. He appealed. The department has been fighting him ever since. In the minister's mandate letter, it states, veterans should not have to fight their own government for the support and compensation they've earned. Mr. Bonifacio is tired of fighting his own government. So when will the Minister of Veterans Affairs make sure this veteran gets the support he deserves?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed we are committed to the well-being of each one of our veterans, and I invite the honourable member to bring this to my further attention. We'll see if we can get to the bottom of that particular case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, today we still don't know if the government has ended benefits for Mr. Garnier, a criminal who's never served. The Minister of Veterans Affairs humiliated Mr. Brouillet, a very respectable veteran. Now we hear that Mr. Forbes, who chairs the National Council of Veterans Associations, is calling the new Pension for Life program a betrayal, a promise that's made to our courageous veterans. When will the government keep its promises? When will it finally respect veterans? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Family of Constable Campbell, and as I've said, I reviewed the findings and directed my department to ensure that the services received by a family member of a veteran are related to the veteran's service, and where they are not, that the case be reviewed by a senior official. Address its policy in relation to providing treatment to family members under extenuating circumstances, such as conviction of a serious crime. This will add scrutiny, extra scrutiny, to a policy that has existed since 2012. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the National Council of Veterans Associations has confirmed that Liberals have betrayed veterans and that veteran Sean Bure was right all along. The Liberals are also deliberately blocking ill and injured veterans from accessing the Career Transition Service. But when murderer Chris Garnier applies for veterans' benefits, they put him at the front of the line. Why does this government attack veterans and put the needs of murderers ahead of them?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
As I said before, Mr. Speaker, for privacy reasons, we cannot comment on the details of this case. I will say, though, that unlike the Harper Conservatives, we do understand that when a veteran serves, their entire family serves with them, and we take their mental health and the mental health of the family very seriously. That's why we've opened a new Centre of Excellence on PTSD. It's why we've launched a joint suicide prevention strategy. And let me implore, if you are a veteran in need of mental health supports, we will give you the resources that you need when you need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of community initiatives respecting mental health. We also acknowledge the distinctive aspects of all the different communities, in particular Black Canadians. Can the Minister of Health inform this House about measures taken by our government in the 2018 budget concerning promotion of health and Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Bourassa, for his work in this area. We are putting $5 billion over 10 years going to helping the provinces and territories to improve mental health initiatives. $10 million, for example, to help young people, the Black community and other communities in order to create the possibility for new interventions. This is a good week for mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When he was asked the question in New York this week, the Prime Minister said he knew that foreign funding had had an influence on the federal election of 2015. Bill C-76 was meant to address shortcomings in the Elections Act, but it did nothing to prevent foreign funds from influencing our election. When will the Prime Minister take this question seriously and prevent foreign interests from influencing our elections? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this question. Everyone in this House, we all have to work to prevent the influence of foreign entities.
That we pass Bill C-76, because in Bill C-76 there are tangible measures to ensure that we can prevent foreign interference. So I hope my colleagues on the other side will work with us to get this legislation passed quickly to ensure that our next elections are protected. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have kept repeating in this House that they would defend supply management. Broken promise. The milk, egg and poultry producers are still the big losers. Let's do a little math. The Liberals conceded 3% with CETA, 3.25% with the CPTPP, and now 4% with the USMCA. This is almost 10% in concessions in the dairy sector in less than 3 years. Can the Prime Minister explain why he is endangering family farms by signing such bad agreements? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we worked very hard to protect Canadian interests. We defended our system of supply management against the lobbies in the United States. We're keeping supply management in place. We will defend it, and I want to ensure dairy producers that we want this situation to be just and fair.
Mr. Speaker, nearly one-third of all Canadians rely on rental housing for a safe, affordable place to call home. Could the minister responsible for housing tell these Canadians how This government's investments in the rental construction financing initiative will increase the amount of affordable rental housing options for middle-class families struggling in expensive housing markets across Canada.
That's a great The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on World Habitat Day. Thank you also to our colleague from Kitchener Centre for his hard work towards securing a $2 million investment from the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, which will give 20 families in Kitchener a safe and affordable place to live. This is all part of the National Housing Strategy, a 10-year plan which is re-establishing federal leadership and partnership in housing.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said at the United Nations that there wasn't that much foreign interference in the last federal election in Canada. Conservatives think that any interference is too much. Yeah. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much is not that much? Because according to Canadians, not that much is too much.
The Honourable Minister, Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with our colleagues across the way. There shouldn't be any foreign interference, so that's why I asked them to work with us at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to send Bill C-76 back to the House as soon as possible so that we can pass this legislation to ensure that our elections are protected next election. So let's work together, and I hope my honourable colleagues across the way will get this done with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it's almost a year, day for day, when the government said it would absolutely protect supply management. There would be no breach. Now, it said it would concede nothing, but now it contradicts what it said in the House, has not kept its word, and it's going to listen to Congress's wanted to tear up NAFTA. When will he protect Quebec? Mr. Speaker, we completely support our dairy producers, their families and communities. It is the Liberal government that created supply management, and we are going to keep it and protect it. The most important thing is that the future of supply management is not at risk. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, with the diafiltered milk, in the agreement with Europe and the TPP, Quebec farmers have been sacrificed in favour of advantages for Canada. When Donald Trump withdrew from the TPP, the government didn't negotiate anything and left the same breach in supply management. They said they would, in truth, it's Quebec who will have to pay 3 times with Europe, TPP, and now NAFTA. 3 strikes, you're out. What's the use of having 40 Liberal members from Quebec if they trample Quebec underfoot? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, we've worked very hard for Canadian interests. We defended our supply management system against American attempts to dismantle it. In the TPP and in NAFTA, we protected our supply management system.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders Rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that all members are aware in the House that while the House is in session, that you're not allowed to take pictures. I note that there's been at least one member of the Democratic Party that has done so. I believe it's been posted. I just want to raise it as a point of order, and maybe that individual would take down the picture if it's on social media. And if you could just remind members that while we are in session, you are not supposed to be taking pictures with your smartphones.
I thank the honourable member for raising this point that members should be aware that members are not allowed to take photographs of the House while it's in session. And certainly I would look very dimly on such activity, and so I would encourage them to remove any such photographs.
The honourable member for Saint-Hubert wants to respond to this point of order? Yes. I don't regret calling attention to the fact that dairy producers in Quebec, for some time now, apparently the honourable member is not respecting the standing order. perhaps he can consider that and perhaps apologize to me personally. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a point of privilege. On September 26, 2017, the House unanimously passed a motion saying that this House repeats its willingness to completely maintain supply management while renegotiating NAFTA. We all know that yesterday the government set up a new agreement with the United States. Through that agreement, the government has completely rejected Order. I must remind the Honourable Member from Montcalm that the practices and rules of the House allow for raising a point of privilege, but there must be at least 1 hour for notice. We may be able to continue this in the future, but I did not receive a 1 hour notice. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Member from Montcalm has a point of order, perhaps? Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a point of order in the sense that when it comes to a matter of privilege, one must raise the matter when it happens. I can't give you a 1 hour or 1 day's notice when I haven't heard from the government. I had to wait for a question period before I could rise today. To give you advance notice is impossible. Also, you are the guardian of all parliamentarians. You are the keeper of the time that we have to speak. It seems to me that perhaps you could wait for the end of what I had to say, which was only going to last a minute. The Honourable Member has not indicated that this was something that related to what happened during question period. Therefore, I understand how this may seem urgent. In my opinion, however, based on the standing orders and the practices of the House, this type of matter requires notice of at least 1 hour. I am maintaining the same position as before. Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled A Vision for Cultural Hubs and Districts in Canada. This is an important step moving forward in building our cultural communities, cultural industries across our country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 50th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 7, Consular Services to Canadians Abroad, Global Affairs Canada of the 2018 Spring Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur de...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to present this petition on human rights.
Routinely violated in the People's Republic of China, particularly those who practice Falun Gong. These petitioners ask for the government to act and condemn the illegal arrest of a Canadian citizen, Sun Qian, for his practice of Falun Gong, and to call for, for her immediate release. She was illegally kidnapped in the People's Republic of China in February 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions today. The first is a petition in support of postal banking. And because nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders because of the crippling lending rates that affect poor, marginalized, rural, and Indigenous communities, and we have 3,800 Canada Post outlets already in existence in these rural areas where there are few or no banks and credit unions, and Canada Post has infrastructure that can make a rapid transition to include postal banking. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to enact my motion, M166, to create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in regard to the affordability crisis that Canadians are facing in regard to housing and their daily lives. First and foremost, Canadians are indeed struggling with unaffordable housing, childcare, and precarious and unreliable work, and shrinking opportunities, particularly among our young. Household debt is at a terrible high, and costs keep on rising. Instead of helping people, the Liberal government has continued to invest in the wealthy and well-connected. And so petitioners call on the Government of Canada to invest in affordable housing now, not at some distant time, take concrete measures to address out-of-control housing markets, protect good-paying jobs, and take actions that will support and benefit those who are struggling. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to table today a petition, an e-petition, submitted by Vladislav Baczynski on behalf of language professionals. They wish the help of the government to improve working conditions for language professionals by creating internships and jobs. This petition was tabled last February and collected over 500 signatures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm Ladysmith.
Because bulk commercial anchorages at anchor endlessly in the southern Salish Sea are risking oil spills, creating noise and light pollution, risking migratory bird species and herring spawn by dragging anchor. Petitioners from across the region, Whistler, Pemberton, Vancouver, Qualicum, Ladysmith, Nanaimo, Gabriola, urge this House to not establish new bulk commercial anchorages. These messages were reinforced at a roundtable I hosted with the MP from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford on Friday. Many coastal communities urging this House to take action. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to table a petition on behalf of Vancouver Islanders from Nanoose Bay, Parksville, Qualicum Beach, and Coombs, as they're seeing more and more plastic washing upon our shores and infecting the very marine species that we rely on for our food security and to sustain ourselves, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to table this petition. They're calling on the government to create regulations aimed at reducing plastic debris discharge, industrial use of microplastics, permanent dedicated and annual funding for the cleanup of derelict fishing gear, and community-led projects to clean up plastics and marine debris on our shores to mitigate the impact that this plastic's having on our ecosystem, and education and outreach campaigns on the root causes and negative environmental effects of plastic pollution. And, Mr. Speaker, most of all, to redesign the plastic economy. They're calling on the Government of Canada to adopt my motion, M151, to establish a national strategy to combat plastic pollution from entering our waterways.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders government bills. Comments resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-77, an act to end the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil has 13 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I do want to make a correction. Just before question period, I referred to the situation in Truro, Nova Scotia. And I also referred to Constable Campbell as Christine Campbell, not Catherine Campbell, Mr. Speaker. And it's easy to get confused. A good friend of mine is named...
Response, I think the interpretation is not working. Is it functioning now? Is it that we'll just wait until we get the audio working, interpretation working on both channels? L'interprétation fonctionne.
Interpretation is working now.
Along la députée, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if my French was a little bit better, then we wouldn't need the interpretation, but I'm working on it. So, but I do want to clarify, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, just before question period, as I spoke about Bill C-77, the military justice reforms, I mentioned the situation regarding the Truro police officer, Campbell, and I referred to her as Christine Campbell, not Catherine Campbell. And a good friend of mine is named Christine Campbell, and it's easy for me to think in that terms, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, again, going back to question period, the official opposition today, including myself, asked several members of the government and the public safety officer, again, regarding the situation with respect to the Stafford, Tori Stafford, and the fact that her killer has been moved to an Aboriginal healing center. And, you know, in the context of speaking of Victims' Bill of Rights, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe for the life of me that this government is doubling and tripling down on this situation. And as you know, tomorrow we'll be presenting a motion, an Opposition Day motion, to deal with this situation because of the fact that Canadians are so outraged by this. In fact, over the weekend, Tori Stafford's father issued a letter to the Prime Minister asking him, in fact, begging him to reverse this decision, and we are going to ask the government side to do that tomorrow. And it is my hope that they don't quadruple down on this and that they actually do the right thing, because Canadians are quite frankly outraged by this entire situation, that this killer would be allowed to be placed, as I said, not behind bars and razor wires, but instead behind, surrounded by trees at an Aboriginal healing center. In fact, children are there as well. And I know the minister tried to answer the question by saying that, there are children at the Grand Valley Institution. The fact is that the entire institution is again, surrounded by fences, razor wire, and the inmates are in pods behind bars, Mr. Speaker. So, to suggest and infer that somehow the two situations are the same, one is a medium maximum security prison, the other is a medium minimum security prison, to suggest in any way that they are similar, I think really they're not being frank with Canadians, to be frank, Mr. Speaker, and I think that needs to be clarified. And so, when I was on the Veterans Affairs Committee, one of the issues that we dealt with consistently in the context of PTSD and the impact that it has on our serving members. We had quite a few members that would come before the Veterans Affairs Committee and speak about sexual assault and the impact that that would have. And this again relates to C-77. And, you know, we had quite lengthy discussions at Veterans Affairs over this and how that relates specifically to military justice and the Canadian justice system. And so, again, Bill C-77 is a cut and paste version of what the previous Conservative government introduced when they introduced Bill C-71 at the end of that mandate in 2015. And so the purpose of C-77, to remind the House again, Mr. Speaker, is to align the military justice system of Canada with the Criminal Code of Canada. And C-77 would do this in a number of ways, such as enshrining the Victims' Bill of Rights in the National Defence Act. And the Victims' Bill of Rights was quite a comprehensive document. You know, and the intent of the previous government was to, in quite contrast to the current government, to look after victims, Mr. Speaker, victims and their families, to make sure that within the criminal justice system that they were looked after. And it's certainly the emphasis on the Victim Bill of Rights was not on criminals, it was in fact on victims. And so this piece of legislation would enshrine the Victims Bill of Rights into the National Defence Act, putting a statute of limitations of 6 months on summary hearing cases and clarifying, in fact, what cases should be handled by a summary hearing. And C-71 would have instituted these changes as well, Mr. Speaker, had it passed the previous Parliament. But again, the main difference between this bill and the addition is the addition of the Gladue decision into the National Defence Act. This addition will mean that Aboriginal members of the CAF facing charges under the National Defence Act will face lighter punishments if convicted, and special consideration for Indigenous members. And we've heard this on this side of the House during the debate all day, could result in sentences that are less harsh versus other CAF members. So the question of fairness comes into that. Members could undermine operational discipline, morale, and anti-racism policies. And so, you know, the vast majority, in fact, Mr. Speaker, of C-77 is based, again, as I said, on the previous Conservative government's bill. We are going to support this bill, but we are going to seek some amendments at the committee stage. And it's our hope, and excuse the cynicism, but it is our hope, Mr. Speaker, that this particular bill and some of those amendments that do come at committee will be looked at by the government side. I know that we're going to have lots of stakeholders that are going to come to committee. They're going to address the piece of legislation. There will be recommendations from those stakeholders, including First Nations communities on this bill and other advocates for military justice and civil justice in this country. And it's our hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government will listen to all of the information that comes forward and, in fact, deal with some of those considerations. And again, the government hasn't shown that commitment in the past in dealing with committees to be really open to many of the recommendations that come, not just from the Conservative side, but the NDP side as well. So we're hoping that they will do that. The previous bill actually had hundreds of consultations. They had stakeholders. They had victims. They had members of communities that came forward and spoke about Bill C-71, and I think we landed at a good place with that piece of legislation, but the Gladue decision certainly made changes to this. And so, you know, one of the things, and I want to make this very clear, Mr. Speaker, I'm very fortunate, as you are, quite frankly, to be very close to a military base. And Base Borden, Camp Borden as it was known, in the past, and I can tell you actively in the amount of time that I spend at Base Borden and the amount of time that I spend with Base Commander Atherton, as well as Chief Warrant Officer Charest, and the many people who serve, who've come and gone. And again, you know, when I was critic for Veterans Affairs, I used to travel across the country meeting with military members, veterans, stakeholders, their families, and I would always ask people, the first question I would ask when I was in front of them was, how many of you went through Base Borden? And the hands would go up. It's the largest training base in Canada. I used to say, how many were at Camp Borden? And some hands would go up, and I would say to those people, boy, you're old, because it hasn't been Camp Borden for a while. But it is an integral part of our community, and the honor of which Those members who are placed at Camp Base Borden as Canada's largest training base, they literally come from all over the country. In fact, they come from all over the world, Mr. Speaker, to train in languages and other disciplines at Base Borden. And I'm quite honored to be able to represent an area that has a military base like Base Borden. In fact, there's thousands of people that live in my riding who are either stationed at the base, work there in a military or a civilian component. And so they are truly heroes in my mind, and I try to spend as much time at the base as I can. In fact, I was there last week when the United Nations peacekeepers were in town. They were holding their biennial meeting, and I was there for a speech at the base. I went there for dinner, and then there was a ceremony at Peacekeepers Park in Angus. And so, you know, it plays an important part and role in our community, not just an economic role, but in the connection to the base is one that is valued and cherished. And so supporting our military members at all levels, including this type of piece of legislation, is critical, Mr. Speaker, in what we do here in Parliament as parliamentarians. And so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this is an important piece of legislation, Bill C-77. We are supportive of this bill proceeding to committee. We do think that it needs some work and some scrutiny, and so I hope that when it does get to committee, that certainly the majority Liberal side will look at this and take some of these concerns that we have and that stakeholders will have and implement this to make it a better piece of legislation. And I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't speak about something that was a passion of mine, and I'm really disappointed in the fact that it never received support from Parliament. It received support from this side of Parliament, the NDP side, but the government side. Bill C-378, Mr. Speaker, the private member's bill that I proposed, speaking about a military covenant with our military members. You know, Mr. Speaker, we would have been only the second country in the world to establish such a covenant behind Great Britain, and unfortunately the government side didn't support it, and it related specifically to that sacrifice that's made by veterans, and it's something that I was very proud to present, and I was very sorry to see didn't go through this Parliament. But there is hope, Mr. Speaker, because at our policy convention in Halifax just a few short weeks ago, our members of our Conservative Party made it a point to ensure that as a matter of policy, a military covenant is established between our veterans and the people of this country who owe them so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for your time today, and I'll take some questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his comments and his intervention, and I look forward to voting in favor of this bill with him. And my question is more specifically about when we might have the opportunity to do that. The Liberal Party has stopped putting up members to speak on this because we feel that it's ready for this to go to committee and to have the wholesome discussion that it deserves from committee before coming back to the House. And I'm wondering if the member would agree with me that now is a good time to vote in favor of this so that we can actually get on with this long-awaited outcome to this extremely long journey that has spanned multiple governments. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, to answer that question of the Honourable Member, I'll go back to the throne speech that the government made and was issued by the Governor-General at the time when they talked about the democracy of Parliament and allowing members to speak on issues that are important to their constituents. It was right there, and if the Honourable Member wants to go back, he can look at the throne speech. You know, this government has shown a habit of dropping the hammer through time allocation when it wants to rush its legislation through. But for us on this side, this is an important piece of legislation. As I said earlier, I and many of my colleagues who are speaking today have a military connection, either through our communities or through our families. We're talking about a victim's Bill of Rights being established in the Canadian military, and if they don't want to talk about victims' rights and just want this to go to committee and have a fulsome debate in Parliament, I'm not surprised by that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's disappointing to see the Conservative Party rag the puck with speech after speech was essentially the exact same talking points. And seeing that the Conservative Party is in favour of it, it would be nice to proceed forward. But we are carrying on with debate, and I would like to ask the honourable member about one of the new items in this particular bill versus the bill in the previous Parliament. And it'll be under Section 162.92, and it's dealing with sentencing factors. I was wondering if the honourable member is in favour of this addition, that if the service infraction was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on race, national or ethnic origin, language, colour, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression, or any other similar factor, does the honourable member agree that that's a good addition to this bill, and will we have his support as this goes forward?
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, I think that's the reason why I stated before, Mr. Speaker, why this has to go to committee, so that we can have a fulsome discussion on this issue. But, you know, what's interesting about this is that the honourable member, he's snickering on the other side, and you know, we're going to have our say. We're going to have our debate on this issue. We're going to talk about it because, as I said earlier, it's important. But, you know, this is a government that wants an audience, not an opposition. And so, you know, we're sitting here talking about the issues that are important within the context of this bill. They don't want to hear it, and that's typical of the government side. But we'll get this to committee, and we'll have these types of discussions. That's the way the process works around here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can hardly wait for the day that we get a member from St. Catharines that asks some intelligent questions on here, like Christine Waller when she becomes the next member of Parliament for St. Catharines. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Barrie has done just a fabulous job in articulating how they have so many problems with the government today, and why, you know, as much as Bill C-77 follows up on the legislation that we brought forward in the last Parliament under Bill C-71, we have a lot of questions about the way the government does actually treat victims around here, that they always want to hug a thug rather than stand up for victims' rights. And so even though we're enshrining victims' rights into the National Defence Act, as our previous government and as Conservatives we did in the criminal code, and make sure that the Victim Bill of Rights was passed by Parliament, I'd love to hear from the member from Barrie about some of the concerns that he has with how the Liberals have actually made crime around this country easier and less of a punishment, and that victims' rights have actually been eroded.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a terrific question, and I think all you got to do is look at the evidence of the government by their actions. I mean, they say one thing. This is a government, I've said this many times in this House, they love governing by Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, and Facebook because, you know, those 140 characters or 280 now, and the way they control them, they can really manipulate the message. And so, but the way they actually conduct themselves on issues of you know, victims and supporting criminals. I mean, there's evidence after evidence as we've been going through this House over the last couple of weeks, the Tory Stafford situation, the Catherine Campbell situation in Truro, Nova Scotia, Omar Khadr. I mean, the list can go on and on and on. And this weekend, actually, I was speaking to the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters, and we're talking specifically about Bill C-71, which is the government's new gun registry, and their answer supposedly to solving the gang and gang activity, criminal activity situation. But in fact, what they're doing is they're actually going after law-abiding firearms owners in this country. But, you know, it gives them a chance. It gives those MPs a chance to go to their municipalities and say, we're doing something tough on crime. But in fact, what they're doing is they're penalizing the wrong people, and it's not solving a problem that exists in this country. C-75 is another example of that. with the amendments to the Criminal Justice Act and the summary convictions, taking some of the most egregious and heinous crimes in this country and reducing them down to a slap on the wrist, because they have an inability to put judges in place to deal with the backlogs in the court. So they'd rather see criminals go free than criminals go to jail. That's the way these Liberals operate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member won't really answer my question or the honourable member for Kingston Island, but wants to talk about a completely different issue, which is Bill C-75. So I'll ask a question about that and hopefully get an answer. The previous government, in power for 10 years, did nothing with a particular hybrid offence, which is sexual assault, which I think we all would agree is one of the worst offences in the criminal code. Why didn't the government do anything about that? That's question one. If he can't answer that, is he opposed to the changes in C-75 because he doesn't trust police officers or Crown prosecutors to give the right charge in the right circumstances?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't trust Liberals to make the right decision when it comes to protecting victims of crimes as opposed to criminals. And again, I go back to him talking about, the honourable member talking about sexual assault. Tomorrow, he's going to have an opportunity to vote on an Opposition Day motion to look after and make sure that the killer of Tory Stafford is returned back behind bars and razor wire. That was a heinous crime. It was an egregious crime, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are outraged. Tomorrow, this member has an opportunity to bring Ms. McClintock and ask her government, his government, to bring her back to the maximum security prison as opposed to the Aboriginal Healing Centre. And I sure hope that he supports that motion, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member, given the way the current Liberal government treats our veterans, let alone serving members who are also veterans, and specifically the promised pension for life, given that scenario and what's transpired, can he further expand upon why it's important that we slow the ball down on C-77 and let it get to committee and study it there?
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for her question. And I mean, no greater example is there of the Liberals' contempt towards veterans than the promises that they made. And we're finding out, of course, well, we didn't just find out 3 years into it. We found out shortly after that they had no intention of keeping those promises. And so, you know, when we get to committee, we can have a fulsome discussion on this particular piece of legislation. We can find out what the communities are thinking about, what stakeholders are thinking about. We can find out certainly what other groups are thinking about it and how it particularly applies to the issues at stake here. So let's get it to committee. We'll do that once we have a proper debate on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues for being here today and being so interested in this issue. We hear the Liberals opposite saying they want this to leave the House immediately, but some of us don't have a lot of chance to speak to bills that are outside of our portfolio area. I'm not on the Defence Committee, so that's not a place where I'm going to be able to participate. So this actually is my sole chance to be able to participate in this debate, and I hope that colleagues opposite understand that we're not ragging the puck here or anything. We just want to give people an opportunity to speak to the issues. And these are important issues, Mr. Speaker. They come out of a number of different areas, and I want to talk a little bit later about the Victims' Bill of Rights and what it means and how much it's improved and changed Canadians' lives. And certainly that's been the foundation of what we're doing. What C-77 is about is trying to apply that Bill of Rights to the military as well. And my colleague who spoke previously had basically the same opening that I did. We didn't share notes or anything, but he was talking about imitation being the sincerest form of flattery. And it's actually interesting, on the things that this government has actually succeeded in, they've had to copy us. The things that they haven't copied us on have been pretty much a disaster. You think about electoral reform and things like that. Their own initiatives haven't gone anywhere, but the ones that we had done the work for, we've laid the foundation, done the groundwork on, they have had some success. And I guess I think of things apart from this bill, things like CETA, the trade agreement with Europe that was finished, pretty much handed to them, concluded, and then they almost messed that up. They took it back and started messing with some of the text. The next thing, Europeans wanted to open that bill or that whole agreement up again, and the government had to fight and struggle to make sure that it was implemented the way that we had negotiated it. TPP, we're seeing the same thing in the House here, Mr. Speaker, where there's an agreement that's basically been handed to them finished. We're sitting here 2.5 years later. We still don't have this thing through the House, even though we're the ones who did the work on it. It's a good agreement, should be implemented as soon as possible. And then certainly we're seeing struggles that they've had around NAFTA, where they've insisted on taking an agreement that worked very well and coming so close to making a complete mess of it here that Canadians need to understand that basically we're just saved at the last minute by the fact that U.S. auto sector stepped in and said, we need to get this agreement done. You can't be serious that you're going to allow the president to put these auto tariffs on. And so I think finally our government realized we better quit playing games trying to make the president look bad and fooling around that way. Let's just get this agreement done. And we've got it. Interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, as with so many other things, they really didn't gain anything with it. We barely held the ground that we've had in the past, and that seems to be the way that this government operates. That brings us back to C-77, and hopefully something that will be much easier for them to get through in the form that it's in right now. And we've heard a debate about it this afternoon that, to this point, we will support the bill to go to second reading as soon as the debate is done in the House here or whatever. But the point of it is to align the military justice system of Canada with the Criminal Code of Canada. It's a good objective and one that's important. And as I said before, it centers around the former Bill of Rights that was passed in 2015 and taking that Bill of Rights and then enshrining it into the National Defence Act. And a lot of people have talked specifically about C-77 and what's included in it, but I'd like to just back up a step, if I can, and talk a bit about the Victims' Bill of Rights that was passed in 2015, which lays the foundation for the discussion that we're having today and for the bill that is being presented here today. So if people will allow me to do that, I would like to speak about this for a few minutes. And obviously the Victims' Bill of Rights created a clear set of rights for victims of crime across Canada. It required those rights to be considered during the trial processes that take place, and it provides basically 4 rights for victims in Canada. And those rights are the ideas of information, of protection for their rights, of participation in the system, and then some aspect of restitution. And obviously, some of this stuff really seems to be common sense, but perhaps isn't in the courts. It seems the Canadians would understand that every victim should have the right to request information, get information from the system that they need in terms of the system and the role that victims play in that, the services and programs that are available to them. They should be aware of the fact that they have a right to file complaints if their rights are being violated, and certainly we believe that is the case. In the investigations, the victims have the right to ask about the status and outcome of the investigations. They have the right to know where the location of the proceedings are taking place as well. They have the right to ask for information about any kind of reviews that are being done under Corrections Canada and the Conditional Release Act that's taking place. So we've actually had, for the last week, been talking about an issue in Western Canada. Actually, it's in my riding, where a young lady who, I guess I use that word very loosely, but participated in the kidnapping and the rape, the torture, and the murder, and then the burial of an 8-year-old girl, was obviously sentenced to 25 years in prison because she was convicted of first-degree murder. And then we find out about a week ago that she's been moved from maximum to a maximum medium security prison a couple of years ago. And then in the last few weeks, she's been moved from there to what is basically a minimum security prison. Now, I'm familiar with the Okomaochi Healing Lodge. It's in my riding. I've been there several times. I've been there for their open days and enjoyed being able to go there. But this is not the appropriate place for someone like that. And as I point out, the victims' rights require that those who have suffered under that have the opportunity to find out what's going on in the system. And certainly when her father, Tori Stafford's father, found out what had happened, he has appealed to the Prime Minister and said, look, this is crazy. This person had murdered my daughter. I have to live with that every day of my life, and you've sent her to a minimum security prison. Not only a prison that has no fence around it, it's in a treed area. It's like a park setting with these small cabins arranged in small units. but not only do they not have, it has no fence around it, it has no restrictions or whatever, and there are children present because the children are allowed to come in and spend time with their mothers. And I think, Mr. Speaker, my constituents have made it clear to me what their opinion on this is, and it would agree with our position over the last week that this issue needs to be reversed. The reason we know about it is because there's a Victims' Bill of Rights, and that Bill of Rights then is the foundation for the changes that are being suggested in C-77. Certainly the hearings that are open, victims are allowed to attend those. In terms of protection and security, people have the right to have their security considered. In the criminal justice system, they have the protection, or they have the right to protection from intimidation and retaliation. We've talked about that today with regards to C-77. They have the right to have their privacy considered, and the appropriate privacy, to have their identity protected as well, and that they have the right to request any kind of help that they might need when they're appearing as a witness in proceedings. There's other things around participation. Victims have the right to give their views about decisions to be made by the appropriate authorities in the criminal justice system that affect their rights. So they have the right to speak up, and we think that that's an important right. And, Mr. Speaker, we're all familiar with victim impact statements and the role that they play now when you see these court cases that go ahead and that allows the victims to get up and say, look, this is how this person has impacted my life, this is how this activity has destroyed, for example, our families' lives as well. And the Victims' Bill of Rights also talked, Mr. Speaker, about restitution orders and the fact that each victim has the right to have the court consider making restitution for them against the offender. There's a number of other things in the Victims' Bill of Rights, but certainly that lays a foundation for us for C-77, and are really enshrining that Victims' Bill of Rights in the National Defense Act is what this bill is about. It also puts the statute of limitations on 6 months on summary hearing cases. We heard this morning about the various levels of discipline, how the defense minister, if we trust him this morning, is trying to make some changes that will speed up some of the lesser, or the discipline on lesser offenses. And we're hoping that what they're saying is actually true as well. So, Mr. Speaker, this is virtually a copy of something that was presented 3 years ago by our government towards the end, just before the election. I guess the good thing is, as I mentioned, the Liberals have taken this on and have decided that they're going to basically bring the bill forward much the same fashion and structure that it was before, and to introduce those changes. There are some differences. I think we've talked about these a little bit here today as well. And one of the main differences in this bill, and I think probably will be one of the main things that will be discussed at committee, is the addition of the Gladue decision into the National Defense Act. And for those people across the country who are not familiar with that, it's a court decision that was made that instructs the courts to take into consideration an Aboriginal person's background when they're sentencing. And so, on occasion, when that's applied, it may mean that the sentencing, either the sentencing itself or the sentencing process, will be different for that individual than it would be for other people who are non-Aboriginal. And so I guess there are, people are bringing up and have brought this up prior. Is that something that should be considered in the military or not? Is this appropriate that in the military, where everyone has to be subject to the same structures of discipline, where we're trying to bring about equality, trying to bring about equal participation, that someone would have a different sentencing structure or different level of punishment than other people would based on these kind of considerations? So we're just going to be, I'm sure, asking those questions and bringing forward those issues at committee as well. Now, our government made it a priority to stand up for victims. That's why we brought forward the Victims' Bill of Rights. That's also why you would see our Bill C-71 coming forward prior to the election in pretty much the form that it is right now as being presented by this government. But we know that the priority of government on this side of the House anyhow should be to protect the safety of its citizens, and it's a responsibility that we took very seriously. Putting the rights of victims back into the center of the criminal justice system was important to us. It's something that we spoke about many times, that we made the center of a number of different pieces of legislation. And that obviously guarantees that victims have the right, that they have a more effective voice in the system, and that they are treated with courtesy and compassion. I guess we're all familiar with situations in the past years where often victims seem to be harassed more than they were treated with compassion and respect when they came forward with the charges that they felt they needed to make. we were determined to try to reverse that trend and make sure that people were treated with respect, and at the same time keep our streets and our cities and communities safe for Canadians and all of their families. So that's why we took so many concrete steps to hold people accountable for their actions. We're glad to see that that's being extended to the military as well. Now, I think the question I need to ask, Mr. Speaker, is: are the Liberals really serious about the bill that's being put forward here? They say they want this to go to committee as soon as possible, and we hope that that's right. But in the past, what we've seen is they're far more interested in PR when it comes to these issues of criminal activity than they are in the content. And we see that in this Parliament as well. C-71, I think, is the firearms legislation. And we see a bill that came forward, and the government has made a declaration that they want to deal with the crimes that's wrapped around gangs, and they want to deal with the illegal use of firearms. They come forward with a bill that doesn't mention either of those things, but does create massive problems for legitimate firearms owners in this country. It's almost as if they've gone, look, what's the PR side of this? We can probably make an attack on legitimate firearms owners. We can convince the media in this country that that's a good thing. We don't actually have to do the hard work of trying to solve the gang situation, of trying to get these illegal guns off the street. And so C-71 would be an example of where they don't seem to be taking this issue of crime seriously. I hope they are in C-77 on this bill. Another issue we had, and when I asked the question of the minister this morning, I'm trusting that he answered this honestly, but in C-71, another issue we had was misusing stats, where they try to take an extreme stat and then they apply it and then say, well, this is the average, and now we're going to operate from, using this as a starting point for our statistics, when anyone who knows the statistics knows that it was such an exceptional, 2013 is the year that they're using, was such an exceptional year that it didn't really actually fit into the normal trend lines at all. It's there's lots of attack on the regular citizens, it seems, particularly in C-71, and not much that would actually defend or protect the regular victims of crime. So we brought forward a number of other bills when we were in power. The Safe Streets and Communities Act was another one. The reform of the not criminally responsible legislation, which was needed for many years. We were happy to bring that forward as well. And then laws against sexual intimidation and sexual exploitation, rather, and cyber intimidation. It's good to see that these changes are coming forward. I know that there's been some changes made since 2016, even within the military, and the government themselves talk about the fact that the Director of Military Prosecutions has changed the way that they actually do things, the way they approach these issues. And there's a number of things that in the government's documents they talk about how they have already introduced changes. And those kinds of things are things like they're now providing information proactively to victims on the choice of a jurisdiction, so in a sexual misconduct matter. So if there's a charge of sexual misconduct, the victim now has more say in what jurisdiction do you want to take a look at this, and we've got some information here we can provide you that will help you. Victims are kept informed throughout the investigation and throughout the trial process. That's something that wasn't happening before the way that it should have in the military, and the DMP has in their overhaul of the way that they've done things, included this as one of the things that they think is important. Now they've started to consider the views of the victim in determining the public interest in these cases. So is there a public interest in moving forward with the prosecution of these cases? And they're allowing the victims to have some participation in that. I know that witness preparation has been improved. They're spending more time with witnesses, sitting down with them and saying, look, if you're going to be testifying, what is it that you're testifying to, and are you prepared to be a competent witness here? The assuring victim comfort and security, I'm told, is one of the key considerations. And in the past, again, as I mentioned, people have been intimidated, even by the way the system is set up, and so this is set up to be much more fair to them. They are making efforts to make sure that in sexual misconduct cases that victim impact statements are relevant and are considered as well, and that they are trying to get consistency with the prosecution and the prosecutors so that each of them is approaching the issues in the same way. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's probably an important consideration in this issue, that there needs to be a consistency within the military itself in the way that they deal and address these issues. And that is part of what C-77 is trying to do, is to bring the consistency that's provided from the Victims' Bill of Rights into the military part of this justice system. And then another thing, I guess, Mr. Speaker, that the sexual misconduct cases are actually being expedited in the military courts to try to get them out of the way. So there's a lot of things going on here. I mentioned the Indigenous sentencing considerations. We heard earlier today that there are changes to the summary trial process and the way these summary charges are handled. A number of other areas around the victims' rights at court-martials as well that have changed, that they have a different perspective, a different opportunity. And there's a victims liaison officer that will be put in place in order to give victims an opportunity to get this information and go to somebody who can actually work with them and help them. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we come back to, I guess, a concern that they are actually honest about dealing with victims. I know my time's almost running out here, but we've seen over the last 3 or 4 weeks in the House of Commons here a gentleman who murdered a police officer, female police officer, desecrated the body, sentenced to jail, and then he applies for Veterans Affairs benefits, and the government here has been providing those benefits for him. Those are benefits that I'm told can be provided by correctional services, but the government's made the decision that he deserves veterans benefits. And we've argued, no, he doesn't. There are people who have actually served. He has not served and spent a moment of time in our military service, and yet he's getting these benefits. Now, finally, the government said, well, we'll cut them off for now, but we need a better response than that from the government. And that was a bad response on that case. We see now with Tory Stafford and the comments that the Minister of Public Security made this afternoon, another slow response, another bad response to people who have been victimized in the worst ways by crimes. And the best that the ministers of this government can say is, well, you know what? We've given it to somebody and they're going to review it for a long time, and when they get back to here, we'll let you know how that's going to turn out. Well, in this case of Tory Stafford, by the time that happens, how long will that woman have been in the Okama-Ochi Healing Lodge being able to do whatever she wants to do in terms of having access to children and having access to just wandering off the property if she wants? She's not eligible for parole for another 13 years. What does she have to lose should she decide to do something inappropriate in Okama-Ochi? So that's just an example. This government is not willing to react to these issues. We hope on this bill that when it comes to committee that they're going to deal seriously with it, that when it moves forward from there, that when it's implemented, that they actually will treat it seriously, because they don't have a history of anywhere else of actually dealing fairly and honestly with victims. Hopefully in this situation we're going to find that they will, and we look forward to seeing when this bill is applied. It's a good bill. We wrote most of it. We're looking forward to the government applying it, and hopefully it will take care of many of these issues that people have faced around military trials and those kinds of situations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a couple points that the members brought up that I fully agree with. Number one, he said that it's important to have a debate on victims' rights, and I concur with him on that. He's also made the point that this bill really builds on a previous bill by the previous government, Bill C-71, which did not make it through debate, but it takes a number of those points on victims' rights and puts them into this new bill. I think about the rights for privacy and security for victims of special types of heinous crimes, such as sexual crimes. I think about the ban on publication for our minors, people under 18, and I fully agree with all that. He's also brought up the point that this bill adds a couple of new positions, things to consider, specifically sentencing when it comes to Aboriginals and gender identity. And I'd like to hear his thoughts with respect to, does he see the opportunity to expand on that? And if so, how would he like to see us address specifically Aboriginals and gender identity?
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I think this had been addressed earlier today in terms of the notion of military culture. What is it that you want in your military when people are training together? They're all under basically one system, one structure. They're expected to adhere to that. It's a command structure. Do you want various interpretations of that? Do you want everybody to be working together to the same ends? And I guess that's a discussion that the committee is going to have about how many kind of variations of military discipline and structure do you want in the military in order for them to structure properly or to function properly. And in this case, it is the application of the military criminal code to people who are facing sentencing. Do you want different applications of it? Do you want the same application? That's something the committee is going to have to take a look at, have a good discussion about, and I think we'll probably make some recommendations on that issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member spoke about consequences of the Gladue decision. Could he tell us any challenges he sees in terms of applying that and having the similar provisions provided in theatre as would be in Canada for this decision and the consequences thereof?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Well, I think obviously this bill covers a fair amount of territory in a number of areas or whatever, but in this situation it seems, again, that comes back to, do we want different structures applied to different people? Do you want the similar structures applied across the board within the military? What is it that the government and the Canadian military need to have in order for the military to be able to operate fairly with its members and yet directly and be effective? We spent years on the Victims' Bill of Rights, spent years actually and talking to hundreds of submissions, talking to people across this country about what is it that we need to put in place in order to put a decent Victims' Bill of Rights in place, and it seems to have struck the balance that needed to be. Now those provisions are being applied to this bill, being put into place in this bill, and it seems like, as far as I can tell, most of those things would actually apply very well at the military level as well. And so it's good that we're talking about getting this to committee as soon as possible. I think everybody would like to see that, and that's where that discussion will take place. If there's amendments, there are opportunity, of course, for amendments at committee. There's opportunity for amendments once it gets to Senate, or the other place as well, and they have the debate on this bill as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the legislation is something that individuals, both inside and outside of the House, would recognize as fairly good, solid legislation. A good portion of it was something that was presented a few years back when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. There are some additions to it. There was a great deal more of consultation, for example, with Indigenous people. That's been factored in. We need to reflect on the fact that you have civilian law and you have military justice. And it puts them closer together, in essence, in terms of that Indigenous factor, if I can put it in that fashion. And I see that as a positive thing. But the question I have for my colleague across the way is that it seems to me that all parties in this chamber are anxious to see the bill ultimately go to committee. We all support the bill going to committee. I'm wondering if the member across the way would agree that maybe it is time that we allow the bill to go to committee so that we can have that discussion that he's talking about in terms of that Indigenous component that's in the civilian, that's being incorporated into the military justice and some of the concerns that the Conservatives might have in regards to that.
Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that our discussion actually has veered off of victims again back to offenders, right? How do we treat offenders? Do we treat different offenders differently or whatever? But we're talking about a Victims' Bill of Rights that's being applied to the military. And so once again, as soon as we start talking about victims, the Liberals seem to go, okay, we've got to talk about offenders here and giving some special breaks to people of some sort in order so we don't have to treat crimes seriously. And it doesn't just happen in this bill. It's a kind of a way of thinking, I think, on their side of the House, that every time we turn around, every bill that comes through here, there's some kind of expectation that we're going to, or their expectation is that we're going to be concerned first about offenders, and then we'll begin to consider the situation that victims find themselves in. And thankfully, this bill is not that. It's a different, has a different direction to it. And again, I'll point out that it does a number of things. It's going to enhance access to information. And so I mentioned the liaison officer, the victim liaison officer before. That's a good thing. There'll be an appointment of an officer so people will be able to get extended and enhanced access to information. There's enhanced protection for victims, not for offenders in this bill, but for victims. There's new safety, there's no security provisions, there's new privacy provisions in this bill that will be applied. There's enhanced participation for victims. Again, not for offenders to come and say, let us off here. This is supposed to be for victims, allowing them to give impact statements at their sentencing, so that, again, the offenders are held accountable for what they've done, not not finding ways to let them off and lessen those sentences. And then the fourth thing we talked about a little bit earlier was that enhanced restitution, the possibilities of restitution that exist in the legislation. Court martials can be required to consider making restitution in order for losses suffered by victims. So I want to refocus this back to the fact that this is a bill about dealing with victims, giving the victims better standing and a better status and a better opportunity to have their say than it is about offenders and how we might find other ways and multiple ways of letting offenders off and letting them have easier sentences and letting them not pay the price for the offenses that they've done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member started off answering the last question talking about veering off, and all he did was veer off from answering the question that he was asked. He was asked a question about, we've been talking about this a lot. This came up a few years ago, and it was talked about a lot then. Now's the time to move this on to committee so that it can be properly studied there. So the question is for the member, is he interested in seeing this move on, and can we get to that stage now? He said earlier on that he thought it was extremely important for everybody to say their piece and to be contributing, and I couldn't agree more. The only problem is everything we keep hearing from the other side is the exact same talking points over and over and over. There's no new contribution to the debate. So my question is, if we've heard it all and it's been repeated over and over, can we now send it on to committee, and will he support that?
Good question.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I should point out something else that I pointed out at the beginning of my speech, is that this is the only opportunity that I've had to speak to this, and there are others in that same boat. We're not on the Defence Committee. I don't know if the member opposite is on the Defence Committee or not, but if he is, he is. Okay, so he has the opportunity to speak here. He's going to have the opportunity to sit in Defence Committee with the hearings, with witnesses. Those are all great in that, but the rest of us don't necessarily get those same opportunities. And so I'm thankful to be able to come here. I'm sorry that he's sat here long enough that he seems to think that he's hearing the same things again and again. But I believe we touched on some relevant things that not everyone else has spoken about this afternoon. And I think that last point that I made about focusing on victims instead of finding ways to let offenders off in some various ways is something that I think we need to come back to again and again with this government and remind them. Some people pay the price for other people's bad behaviour.
Comments. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Cypress Grasslands for his enlightening speech today. And I can tell you that someone that has been around here for over 20 years, he understands the importance of debate and the opportunity to talk about the issues at hand. And for members of the government to say that, we're talking about things that they've already heard and they don't want to listen to debate anymore. Well, that type of arrogance is what gets democracy in trouble. What we want is making sure that every member that wants to be able to articulate themselves on a particular item, in this case, Bill C-77, have that opportunity, especially when they have constituents who are interested in this very topic. And it doesn't matter if you're interested in national defense or if you're interested in victims' rights, you have to be able to stand in this place and share that view so that people can actually be informed when we have the votes. That's what informed debate is all about. And so I just want to thank the member from Cypress Hills Grasslands for his great articulation today of the issue and for his passion to stand up for victims' rights.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, this is not theoretical. We come back to a bill, it's the C-75, I think, right? It was the reduction of the sentences bill. We've got 26 various criminal offences that this government has brought forward a bill, and they want to reduce those from being indictable offences down to summary convictions so that people who belong to terrorist organizations, I think is one of them, gang membership, there's a whole host, 26 different things where they're saying, look, we need to reduce the sentences. He'd probably say the same thing. We've talked about this too much. Let's just go on with it. Canadians need to hear these things, and they need to understand the commitment that this Liberal government has to watering down any kind of protection that victims have in this country. We need to keep saying that again and again until it soaks into their thick skulls that they need to start figuring out some way that they can actually step up forward and protect victims instead of always taking the side of the offender against those people who have paid the price for those other people's bad and illegal behavior.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to be able to speak today to Bill C-77. And as a member of Parliament for Brandon-Souris, I'm very proud to say that Canadian Forces Base Shiloh is part of my constituency, Mr. Speaker. CFB Shiloh, Canadian Forces Base Shiloh, is home to the 1st Regiment Royal Canadian Horse Artillery and the 2nd Battalion Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. The base is also home to a component of the Western Area Training Centre, 742 Signal Squadron Detachment, Shiloh, and 11 CF Health Services Centre, as well as being the home station of the Royal Canadian Artillery. Other supported units include 26th Field Regiment and the Royal Canadian Army's Brandon Reserve Unit. Mr. Speaker, in Westman, the men and women of Canadian Forces Base Shiloh live in various communities such as Spruce Woods, Brandon, Wawanesa, Killarney, Souris, Glenborough, to name a few of the communities around Shiloh. I could put some of the ones from my colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, in there as well, in Carberry and Minnedosa and Neepawa and other areas, Mr. Speaker. They are our friends and they are our neighbors. They and their families are part of our communities. And many will know that due to our quality of life and the amazing communities that are found within our constituency, numerous members of the Canadian Armed Forces decide to make Westman their permanent home after they retire and transition into civilian life. I won't name them here, Mr. Speaker, but many of them are good friends of mine and live throughout our area. I have been interested in the affairs of the Canadian Armed Forces for all of my life, and I am forever grateful for the men and women who have put their life on the line to defend Canada. The bill before us today is a reiteration of our previous government's efforts to enhance the Canadian military justice system. The judicial system within the Canadian Armed Forces is distinctive due to the high standards from those in uniform. When in service, it is expected there could be circumstances where one's life will be put in dangerous situation. Make no mistake, the members of Canadian Armed Forces deal with stressful and high-tempo operations. They have a chain of command, and there is zero room for error. Due to the high risk of injury or death, there must be a justice system put in place to maintain discipline and structure. While the Canadian Armed Forces has its own judicial system, they still operate under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The constitutionality of the military justice system has been upheld by the Supreme Court, and there is jurisprudence which has upheld their separate justice system. Saying all that, as with all government legislation, it is necessary to do a thorough review to make sure the system is as efficient as possible. The original National Defence Act was crafted in 1950 after World War II. While it has been modified on various occasions over the years, this legislation provides a forum for even further improvements. I know that all members will agree that we ensure that the regulations and laws on the books are able to meet the challenges and expectations of our times. I'm encouraged that the Liberal government has agreed with our previous Conservative legislation to enshrine the rights of victims into the National Defence Act. More than ever, particularly in light of our upcoming Opposition Day motion this week, the rights of victims must be upheld. Far too often, the justice system has forgotten to give a voice to those who have been victimized. Victims deserve to be treated with compassion and respect. They should never be an afterthought. With this legislation, Mr. Speaker, we will set in stone the we will set in stone in the National Defence Act that victims have rights. An extremely important point, Mr. Speaker. I firmly believe that every victim has the right to request information about the military justice system. Far too often we forget that the justice system can be daunting, and some would even say it can be intimidating, especially for the victims. In most cases, people have never had to navigate or deal with either the military and civilian judicial system. While that in itself is a good thing, it is a reminder that we must be vigilant that the system is not only there to provide justice for the accused, but also for the victim. With this legislation, we will make it crystal clear that every victim has the right to request the status and outcome of the investigation. People should not have to rely on rumors or secondhand news to find out what is happening. They should not feel that they must plead for the most basic information. And to bolster that point, this new Victims' Bill of Rights will give them the right to know about the location of proceedings, when they will take place, and their progress and outcomes. This Bill of Rights will give victims the ability to request information about the offender while they are in a service prison. They also can request information when there is the release of the offender. These are just very simple but meaningful rights that will provide much improved transparency and support for victims, Mr. Speaker. An important change is that victims will now have the right to access services and programs as well. This is essential to the healing process for the victim. Being able to access ongoing counseling or mental health services should be easy for those who need them. In updating the National Defence Act, I am also in support of the new rights to protect the identity of the victim. To create the right environment for victims and witnesses to come forward, it is imperative that they have the right to request that their identity be protected. This legislation provides the flexibility to allow victims to use pseudonyms in appropriate cases. This is a simple but very important change that can empower people to come forward while not having to feel shamed or threatened. For victims to come forward or to feel safe while going through the process, their security must never be in doubt. That is why the protection clauses found in this bill are a step in the right direction. This legislation will direct the authorities in the military justice system to ensure that every victim has the right to reasonable and necessary measures to protect against intimidation and retaliation. No one should have to fear speaking the truth, and no one should have to worry about the consequences of partaking in a trial or within the military justice system. This is certainly an area that I would like the Defence Committee to study while going through this legislation. As in many cases, military communities are small and tight-knit. While this can be a tremendous benefit, it can also create situations where the victim and also the accused are in close proximity. It would be prudent to bring forward witnesses who can speak about the expectations of these new provisions. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that this bill should move to second reading, Mr. Speaker, and give everyone the opportunity to have a greater say. It would also be wise to reach out and gather as much evidence as possible to what other militaries or judicial systems around the world have done to protect victims. And I know from my work in other committees, Mr. Speaker, that that's a very valuable option to have put in place to be able to listen to what we can learn and garner from other areas of the world. Another area that must get the proper study is the complaint process for victims. While the legislation gives Cabinet the ability to set out the complaints process through regulation, it would be in the committee's best interest to review it. If individuals do not feel they have the appropriate avenues to lodge complaints, the overall credibility of the system could be called into question and even undermined, Mr. Speaker. This is something that our Immigration Committee recently reviewed for the Immigration Review Board. And I can say, without hesitation, there was numerous concerns brought to our attention. And to expand on just this point, our Immigration Committee had unanimity with our report that we tabled with Parliament. That in itself is a perfect example about how these sorts of issues are nonpartisan. Mr. Speaker, victims of any judicial system must be at the heart of its rules and regulations. Mr. Speaker, let me say that again. Victims of any judicial system must be at the heart of its rules and regulations. For justice, real justice, to occur, the system must be fair and orderly. It must be unbiased and must serve those who appear before it. It must hand out sentences that are appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I will be voting in favor of this legislation, and I know my Conservative colleagues on the Defence Committee will do their due diligence in scrutinizing and bettering it. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I wanted to have the opportunity to speak to this bill today as well. Like my colleague from Southwest Saskatchewan, it's the only opportunity that I will have had because I'm not on the Defence Committee, as he has indicated as well. And that's why many of my colleagues would like to speak to this important legislation that's before us today as well. And many know of people who may want to come forward as witnesses to appear before the committee when this does occur, Mr. Speaker. And so I'll end my presentation today by saying that this is an opportunity for us to scrutinize this bill with great intensity, to add the areas that I was talking about earlier in regards to perhaps other areas of jurisdictions, not only here in Canada, but in other areas around the world, to be able to garner what we can for victims' rights. I had the privilege and opportunity of being on the Public Safety Committee when I was first elected to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and through that I learned that there are many areas that could have been improved, and some of those were in the areas of firearm legislation and management of transporting and handling firearms and for law-abiding citizens as well, Mr. Speaker. And I think that as we move forward with any kind of, pardon me, that's just to back up, that's where I first learned the most about the areas of victims being the center of attention instead of the offenders. And it's been raised by my colleagues here in this House a few times that the government of the day would first look at and seems to want to be dealing with the rights of the offender as opposed to the rights of the victims. And I very much feel that victims need to be at the forefront of this, and that's why I've indicated that we need to make sure that they have information and access to that information as they're going through the court process, and even when decisions are made, Mr. Speaker, to be able to have that information so that they can better understand why the outcome of the decision was made the way it was. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Good job. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for speaking so eloquently on this bill, as so many of his other colleagues have done for 20 minutes each in the last several hours. I would note, although I find it very interesting, that this bill was brought before the House by the former Conservative government 5 days before the House rose in 2015 and essentially would lead to Parliament dissolving. I just can't seem to imagine how all of these Conservative MPs who wanted to speak to this issue were going to be able to do that, plus see this go to committee, plus come back to the House, plus go to the Senate and go through that process in order to be ratified. I'm wondering if he would agree that perhaps it's slightly disingenuous, the approach that the Conservative Party is taking on this now, given that, they had brought this forward only 5 mere days before the House rose in 2015. If they were genuinely concerned about this issue, Mr. Speaker, I think that they would agree that it's time to vote in favor of this and let this bill go to committee so that the proper work can be done at the committee, and then it can come back to this House so it can be ratified and it can become a reality for the people that it affects.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question and his kind of disconcerting tone to the fact that we are now dealing with this. I certainly didn't have the opportunity to speak to it 3 years ago, but now we've had 3 years and he's concerned about the 3 hours that we're going to get to speak on this bill. Mr. Speaker, if the government was really concerned about this of the day that we have now, why did it take them 3 years to get it here, Mr. Speaker? And then only to, we've got 3 hours to talk to it, Mr. Speaker. That's why so many on our side are concerned about it. They want to have their say, and this is again about victims' rights, Mr. Speaker, not the offenders' rights. The government is so concerned about offenders' rights every day that they speak in this House that they forget about the victims in many cases. And this is a prime example of why I'm pleased to, as the member may know, he heard me say that I am in favor of moving this forward. But I do believe it's very important that each colleague from all sides of the House, I notice that they think it's so important that they're not even speaking to it, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder about the sincerity of them in their efforts to bring this forward, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there have been plenty of Liberals to speak on this. The honourable member for Kingston the Islands and I have been asking question after question and receiving no response from the Conservatives. So I'll ask the question again, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are ragging the puck on this issue. Speaker after speaker is bringing up the same speech, same talking points, and saying, well, we can't possibly appear on the committee. Well, Mr. Speaker, any member can go to a committee. And I'm sure the honourable members of the Defence Committee would love to have all of these Conservatives go there and sit in and participate and bring forward amendments. It's their right as members of Parliament. But there seems to be a reason it hasn't been answered. The honourable member for Kingston the Islands and I have asked this numerous times. Why are they ragging the puck on this if it's the same talking points? I understand if it's a nuanced debate and there's different speeches every time, but if we're getting the same speech time after time after time, what's the point of ragging the puck on this, Mr. Speaker? I'd like to know.
For Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank my colleague across the way for his comments as well in his question, Mr. Speaker. But as I kind of alluded to just a few minutes ago in reply to his colleague's question, if you want to talk about ragging the puck, why does it take 3 years to get the bill before the House again? Mr. Speaker, this government is now allowing a few hours for us to be able to put our views forward on this bill. I can assure him that CFB Shiloh is in no other member's base than my own, and that's why I started off, if he was listening to my speech today, by crediting the fine members of the Canadian Forces Base under Lieutenant Colonel David McIntyre there, Mr. Speaker, Colonel Keane as well. And Mr. Speaker, I've had the occasion to attend many great events of the base in Shiloh and deal with a whole host of areas. One of them is a favorite program of my own, Mr. Speaker. I do a charity golf tournament every year, and the very first one that I ever put on, half of the proceeds went to the Military Family Resource Center at the base at Shiloh, and it was dealing with the languages, speaking with the French and the English and learning more from each side of it, as well as opportunities for the families to be able to use that center better. Mr. Speaker, This is purely an example of why we wanted to have that opportunity to be able to move forward with this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've got to laugh at the other side talking about being disingenuous. Let's go back to the throne speech of the government where it says, and to give Canadians a stronger voice in the House of Commons, the government will promote more open debate and free votes and reform and strengthen committees. Mr. Speaker, this member here behind me represents CFB Shiloh. There's a member from Renfrew Nipissing who represents Petawawa. I represent Base Borden. The member from Simcoe Grey spoke up and talked about Base Borden. Like, what is it with these Liberals that they don't respect the military enough to give this debate enough time that it deserves and to give those members those free and open debates that they rightfully deserve and that the government made clear was going to happen in the House of Commons based on their throne speech? Why is that?
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague as well for making the very sincere point that he has made, that many of my colleagues on this side of the House do represent Canadian Forces base areas, Mr. Speaker, and I think I really thank him for pointing that out because I know that a number of my colleagues have spoken about this bill here. I think the government needs to, it has to a certain extent recognized that this is following up on a bill that was brought forward by the Conservative government, but there is still improvements that we could put into this bill. I think that there will be some amendments come forward, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the government will have some of their own as they move forward with this bill, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they're giving more rights to victims. And as I pointed out earlier, we all have to follow the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker. But there is the military rules for justice that they go through in their own base as well, bases across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to being able to see this bill dealt with at committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague spoke about the Victims' Bill of Rights, but the best way to deal with a victim is to prevent them from becoming a victim. Now, there are all sorts of provisions that are being put in for victims, but in my experience, the people who are on the receiving end of the most egregious assaults are the ones who are just entering the military. They don't know what's normal, what's not normal, what's acceptable, and how far this control of the military and the pain that's inflicted upon them actually goes. So I'd like to ask my colleague, at what point of a recruit's career should they be receiving education as to what their rights are in terms of should they be victimized?
That's a good question.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question. I think it deserves a very great deal of thought, Mr. Speaker. But to answer it directly, I would say right from day one. I think that someone joining the military should need to know right off at the onset of joining. If something happens down the road, here's the things that could happen. It would be a very simple, I think, understanding and an obligation of our military to be able to provide that to our young forces that are coming in. But I experienced another first-hand case myself just a few short weeks ago at CFB Shiloh when I was there for the Battle of the Medak Sunset Ceremony, Mr. Speaker. And this was the 25th anniversary. 78 former military, retired military persons, and pardon me, not all of them were retired. Some of them were still active members from that 25-year battle, 25 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And they were very much impressed by the troops that were marching and parading on that particular day of the new troops in the Shiloh base. So much so that when they did their parade, Mr. Speaker, they came back on the Sunday morning. The ones that were in that action at that time paraded in front of the stand, Mr. Speaker, former colonel, and their colonel, Mr. Speaker, with their colonel rather, they paraded by, They formed two rows of retired veterans, Mr. Speaker. And then they had the new troops march between them. And these new troops said to me afterwards that they will never forget that. But the people that really will never forget it are the ones that were the retired ones. They were most impressed by the beginnings of these young soldiers as well, Mr. Speaker.
Avant de la reprise de débat.
Before resuming debate and pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove on immigration, refugees and citizenship. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood on the environment. And the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix on justice.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honor to stand in the House today and speak regarding what we know, I think, on all sides of the House is an important bill, one that will seek to put victims at the center of military law going forward. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I get directly into the bill, there's a few things that I did want to go into. And you know, last week, I think, for the government and for Canadians watching the government was a very telling week in the sense that when we're looking at those who've served in the military and those who have been victimized through different ways, different avenues, some through PTSD, some through certainly different occurrences, we saw that the government, the Minister, in fact, for Veterans Affairs, referred to the underfunding of Veterans Affairs as prepaying for a phone card or a credit card and getting it back. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that if that is the attitude that we're having towards our veterans after they've served our country, that the attitude probably is not much different towards those who are currently serving. And so I can understand why it took 3 years to finally bring this bill that was already written to the House. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it reminds me a lot of Bill C-81, where we've waited 3 years to have anything come to this House for other people who are victimized in society. Those who are dealing with accessibility or disability issues. We were promised movement in 6 months, and we have it now finally after 3 years, and even then, we're not seeing anything with any teeth that we would like to. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, we've also seen that this government has not put victims. They don't practice putting victims at the center of the entire care around crimes. We've seen an individual who's convicted of murder given the support and post-traumatic stress support in terms of psychologists and funding from Veterans Affairs, where we have members of the military, former members of the military, who come into every single one of our offices. I don't think this is a partisan issue. I would guess that if you are near a base like my riding is, about 10 kilometers outside, that you've dealt with and heard some very, very difficult stories from those who are currently serving, either the services that they're looking for or the persons who are providing those services are not signed off on by Veterans Affairs, or if they're currently serving by the Ministry of Defense. And I can tell you that there's incredibly heart-wrenching stories that we deal with and these individuals are dealing with, and they're just not put at the center of the process. They're not cared for in the way that we would hope. And I feel it's been the same in this case in terms of Mr. Christopher Garnier and seeing the way that he was treated versus many of our veterans who have fought for our country and those who are currently serving and who have fought for our freedom or others' freedom around the world. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to get directly into the bill if I could at this point. And I do want to, despite the fact that it's taken 3 years, I do want to congratulate the Minister for bringing the bill to the House. They say that imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So it's wonderful to see the government copy and paste from the previous Conservative government's work on Bill C-71 and continue this march forward. I think this is a bill that politicians from all parts of this House, from all different parties, want to support, as there is no greater duty of the Government of Canada, and indeed any government, than to provide for the physical safety of its citizens, and especially those who are serving within our military. Unfortunately, in many instances, the government cannot be everywhere at all times to prevent a crime from occurring. When such a thing does happen, it is the duty of the Canadian government to ensure that justice is administered in a fair and an equitable way. As Conservatives, we have always stood up for the victims of crime, and we take pride in knowing that we stand on the side of justice and ensure that victims have an effective voice in the criminal justice system. It is because of these core values that our previous Conservative government enacted the Victims' Bill of Rights, and why we support enshrining victims' rights within the military justice system. It is because of these core values that our Conservative government brought forward Bill C-71 in the last Parliament. I believe in giving credit where credit is due. So I'd like to once again applaud the members in government for reintroducing C-71 under the new name. I would also like to reiterate that a Conservative government will always, always, always have the backs of victims of crime. With that being said, it should come as no surprise to the members opposite that will be supporting C-77 getting to the committee stage. An essential requirement of justice is that justice is blind. There can be no preference in a court of law for a person's race, a person's religion, a person's sex or age, or anything else. All Canadian citizens must be given equal and fair treatment in any case before the judiciary. This is a principle that is completely intertwined with the concept of justice. Equality before the law is something that stretches back almost 1,000 years to the signing of the Magna Carta in England. Sadly, we have not always lived up to that high principle, but the concept of equality before the law has served as an excellent guiding compass in creating an ever more just society. The military justice system in Canada comes from a long and distinguished history, going back to the roots of the British military. Any serious military force in the world requires a robust military justice system to improve and maintain the fighting effectiveness, discipline, and morale of their fighting forces. It is because of our armed forces' effectiveness, discipline, and morale that Canada and our allies have been so successful in protecting our God-given freedoms from aggressive foreign enemies. With Remembrance Day very quickly approaching, we would all do well to reflect upon the sacrifice of our valiant men and women who made Canada and how the military justice system contributed to their ultimate success. An effective military justice system is essential for both operational efficiency and to ensure that Canadians see that justice is being served and completed in a fair way. That is why the previous government brought forth legislation that mirrored the Victims' Bill of Rights and made sure that it was put into military law as well. The previous Conservative government understood that the highest priority for every and any government must be the safety of its own citizens, and to ensure that justice is properly administered, and to ensure that justice is properly administered when prevention was impossible. That is why putting the rights of victims front and center of the criminal justice system is a central tenet of our party. Prior to the previous government, the criminal justice system leaned far too heavily towards protecting the rights of criminals. The previous Conservative government believed that balance needed to be brought back to the criminal justice system, and so we took concrete steps to hold criminals accountable for their misdeeds. One such concrete measure we took was to introduce the Safe Streets and Communities Act, which introduced mandatory minimum sentences for certain sexual offenses and drug dealers. Other such examples is the Victims' Bill of Rights, which gave victims of crime enhanced access to information, enhanced protection, enhanced participation, and enhanced restitution. And Mr. Speaker, taking that and applying it to our military justice system is certainly something that we will stand behind. And I'm sure there's going to be, through this process, there's going to be ideas brought to the table on how to better this bill. There's going to be ideas brought to the table as to where the bill perhaps is failing. But on the whole, Mr. Speaker, I want to see, and I know all members of this House want to see, this move forward in principle. Now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of victims of crime, there was a moment, perhaps an hour, last week. And when I said that last week was a defining week of what Canadians saw from their government, especially when it came to victims of crime and to criminals themselves. We had a question period, Mr. Speaker, where there was question after question in this House regarding one of the killers of Tory Stafford. This killer was moved from one medium security facility to another. But in that case, they were moved from behind bars to in a healing lodge. And Canadians were very upset. But there was no one who was more upset than the father of Tory Stafford. We saw that through the media. We saw that through statements from him. And we certainly saw that through Canadians who were around the family. And Mr. Speaker, I found it incredibly telling when members of this side asked the Prime Minister what he was going to do to correct this injustice, what he was going to do to support the victims over the person who had participated in a brutal murder. And after question after question, the answer seemed to be consistent and the same, that the Prime Minister was outraged that members of this House would stand up in defense of the victims of this case and talk about the crime that was committed. The Prime Minister was asking that we no longer speak about the crime itself, the details of this crime. But what really struck me was, why wasn't the Prime Minister upset with the crime itself? Why was the Prime Minister admonishing members of this House for bringing up the factual details of a person who was moving to a healing lodge who had committed the murder of an 8-year-old? Instead of standing up and saying, the person who committed this crime is not serving out what Canadians would consider justice by moving to this place, condemning that, condemning the change in the facility, and moving forward hand in hand with Canadians, but more importantly, hand in hand with the victims of this crime, which was Tory Stafford's family. I couldn't get past it. I didn't understand it, especially when we consider this bill's coming forward and we're talking consistently as a House about standing up for Canadians who are unable to stand up for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I don't remember a single door, going to a single door where somebody said, criminals need more rights. People who commit murder need more rights. You need to talk about their rights more and more. I do remember, over and over again, hearing from Canadians saying, we need to ensure that we protect our citizens. We need to ensure that we support those who are victims. And it doesn't matter where in this country they are. It does not matter the color of their skin. It does not matter their religion, their faith. It does not matter what their sexual orientation is. It does not matter whether they're male or female. We need to ensure that we are protecting Canadians. And one way we protect Canadians is by ensuring that those who are victims are given the supports that they need. And that was not demonstrated in this House by this government and by this Prime Minister last week. Instead, what we saw was a Prime Minister who went the complete opposite direction of what I believe that this actual bill being presented by the government is trying to say. Laying the facts out and asking the questions regarding these cases where there are severe victims, victims who have been hurt so severely, I can't even imagine, and I know every member of this House weeps. Yet, it was deemed terrible, admonished, to talk about what happened to this young lady, but it was not terrible that the person who did it saw a form of freedom that they did not deserve, that was completely unjust. And I just don't get it. I'm trying to rationalize that the same government that's bringing forward this bill that sat on a shelf for 3 years is the same government that couldn't come out and say, this is unjust. Day after day, we need to be consistent. And the message needs to be consistent to Canadians. That we are going to take the side of victims. That if you commit crimes, especially heinous crimes, as in the two situations that I brought up today, you are going to pay the full penalty, the full price. And even when you're paying that full penalty and that full price, it will never, ever, ever undo the pain that's being caused to victims. And we as parliamentarians need to ensure from this moment forward that when we are talking about these crimes and these victims, when there are individual cases that need to be delved into because of some injustice that's happening within them, that we are, yes, respectful on both sides of this House, but the first piece of respect needs to be that it is not wrong to speak about the crime that has happened, but it is wrong to let the injustice continue. And Mr. Speaker, I know as we look forward in terms of changes to the military justice system, in terms of changes that are being brought forward by this bill, that they are done with the best of intentions, that there will be some banter and some debate that will occur at the committee level, that there will likely be amendments that are brought forward, there will be testimony from those who serve in the military, from different organizations, victims organizations, etc. And I hope as we're going through that process that we can sincerely put the victim at the center of that process. Not just a bill, not just talking points that we have, but that we can actually move forward, putting victims at the center of this bill to ensure that the piece comes out of committee is even better than the one that is going in, and that what comes out of committee can win the support of everybody in this House, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd like to end with one piece here, and I have a mother who is an incredible woman. I got my activism from her, for sure. And for years, she lobbied, and many of the members in this House have received letters and received requests. But she lobbied for many, many years that victims, specifically of sexual crimes, be put first. And I take a notice of being able to stand up and speak to this bill and being able to look back, whether it was the White Ribbon campaign against child pornography or human trafficking or many other things that the Victims' Bill of Rights originally was brought in to help with, and now being applied to the military justice system. I take a lot of pride in knowing that, one Canadian, and I'm sure there was at least one in every riding, stood up and put pressure on the government of the day to bring something forward. And I take a lot of pride in standing up as a Conservative, knowing that it was our government that brought forward the Victims' Bill of Rights. And I take pride knowing that we actually brought forward this bill before the end of our mandate. And I take pride knowing that I'll be able to be part of this hopeful solution at the end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I noted during his remarks, the member made a comment that many members on the other side of the House have been making, which is about why it has taken so long to get this legislation through the House or to the House. And I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that it's exactly because of the reason why we seem to be stalled on it right now. Time and time again, the Conservatives are putting up roadblocks to moving forward with legislation. We all know that we all agree on this. We're all going to pretty much unanimously vote in favor of this. Why aren't we sending it to committee so it can properly be studied so that the people who could be impacted by this genuinely will have an opportunity to when it becomes legislation? But you know, I've already asked that and I don't expect to get a clear answer, so I'll ask him something else. He also mentioned, Mr. Speaker, about vets and talked about the record of Liberals versus Conservatives when it comes to vets. Well, interestingly enough, the member from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry last week posted something on his Facebook page that asked which party defends the rights of veterans. And then he put a Conservative logo and a Liberal logo. And he had a whopping 1,400 votes on that. And his own, the Conservative members' poll yielded 26% for the Conservatives and 74% for the Liberals. Would he agree? Would he agree that that poll is correct, or would he suggest that the members of the constituents from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry don't have their facts straight?
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater or Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to address the first part of the members. I think there was a question in there. I'm not sure there was, but I'll pretend there was because there wasn't. What he was saying, I believe, was how could parliamentarians on this side of the House, and I've heard him speak in other places at other times on this, how could we stand up, represent our constituents, represent our armed forces, represent victims of crime? How could we represent veterans? How can we possibly stand up and do our job to ensure that the voices of Canadians, the voices of the people, are heard in the People's House? Are you kidding me? This is day 2. You've waited 3 years. This is day 2. Come on. That type of politics has no place in this House, and especially when we are dealing with such an important subject as victims of crime within being added into the military justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would just encourage you to encourage the member to refer to me through you, as he was saying you. I don't think that's proper parliamentary practice.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, I appreciate his intervention. Indeed, he is correct that we do encourage all honourable members to direct their speech to the chair and in use of the third person, because it does avoid the inflection of personal remarks to individual members as opposed to the neutral chair occupant, as this is the case. We're going back to questions. Was the honourable member for Barrie Springwater wanting to respond to the point of order?
If that's okay, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I knew that you weren't kidding me. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm.
I don't know that gets to the heart of the matter, but we'll go ahead with questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sit and I listen very carefully in terms of what the member across the way stated. And if I stick to the bill itself, I believe that we have a very progressive piece of legislation that should be, in fact, passing. The member talks a lot about victims' rights. The very essence of this legislation will enshrine victims' rights. We know that we all support that. My colleague asked the question in regards to how many hours a debate. I think it's a legitimate question to ask, given the finite amount of time we get to debate legislation. Everyone is supporting this legislation. I think it's a fair comment. I can appreciate the members across his opinion on his response. But my question to the member specifically is, would he not, at the very least, acknowledge that there is wide support for this legislation And there is no party that is the protector of victims' rights. After all, citing the example that the member across the way beveled on for a great length of time, is it was Stephen Harper that reduced from a heavy penitentiary into the middle penitentiary, Mr. Speaker.
For Barrie, Springwater, or Madati.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I actually don't believe I said that, but maybe the record will correct me later on. In terms of widespread support, I did say that. I do believe that there's widespread support for enshrining the Victims' Bill of Rights into the military justice system. And so I would agree, but that was already stated within my speech itself. So I'm not sure what I should be answering at this point, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable questions and comments? The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Barrie Springfield. Thank you so much for your speech. I find it almost offensive that the government is standing up and saying, you know, well, we're putting roadblocks in the way of democracy, that we're putting roadblocks in the way of discussion, that we're putting roadblocks, I guess, in front of something where we want to have the debate, where we do agree upon Victim Bill of Rights through the military. But it'll be interesting to see when the bill gets to committee how many amendments that may come forward will actually get addressed to improve it. I think one of the concerns is that we on this side want to make sure that this debate is fulsome. We want to make sure that the points that are relevant are brought out so that it may be the only time that those of us on this side get an opportunity to have input into the bill or to the amendments. Is there a concern that do you see to our member that this is actually a roadblock, or are we just talking about democracy in its full right here?
For Barrie, Springwater, or Madati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. I'm standing beside the member for Barrie Innisfil right now, and we had the honor, well, I had the honor, I'm not sure it was his honor serving with me, but we had the honor of serving together on Barrie City Council. One of the things that we always had happen was every agenda, we would only speak to items that we disagreed on. And the net effect of that is the only thing you ever hear from politicians is the opposite approach or the arguments. And I think there's a lot of things here that we do agree on all sides of the House. And I think it's important that we voice what those items are. I think it's also important that as we're moving into the committee stage, as you say, that there's going to be a lot of material that come out of these speeches that will be able to be taken to committee, addressed, amendments put forward. After the amendments are put forward, hopefully the bill is improved and made even better than it is. So through yourself, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question because it was quite a good one. Thank you.
Time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I got the words correct here. It was Stephen Harper that actually moved the individual in question, where the member spent a good portion of his speech on, from a maximum security facility to a medium security facility. And I'm wondering why. It is that the Conservatives had no opposition to that. Yep. Yet now that they're in opposition, now they pretend that they're in this position where they feel that they're completely outraged, yet they didn't have any problems in terms of going maximum to minimum. If the member could provide comment on that.
Springwater or Madati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to correct the record before I answer the question, I think that what you'd stated earlier that I took exception with was that I had stated that myself, and I didn't state that whatsoever. In terms of the point that you're making right now, look, you know, you can go in and you can say there's a piece of paper that says these things are the same. The reality is what we're seeing on the ground is somebody go from behind bars and behind fences to a facility that doesn't have those, plus has children in it. And those are the concerns that were brought forward. They're being brought forward by Canadians. They're being brought forward by the family of the person. And this is exactly exemplifying the concerns they had with the attitude that was shown last week. These details in terms of who, what, where, why, when, did what to who. There's a concern that's being brought forward by the father of a little girl that was murdered. And the answer from the government was somebody else's problem. No, the answer needs to be the government's going to fix the problem and make it better for that family and, quite frankly, for all Canadians.
Juste un avis à la Chambre.
A notice to the chamber. There have been now more than 5 hours of debate since the first round of speeches on this matter. Therefore, henceforth, all speeches will be limited to 10 minutes, a 10-minute maximum for speeches, and 5 minutes for questions and comments.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I get into the issue at hand, you know, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, it's no wonder that people, taxpayers, voters across this country get skeptical about politics when somebody, whether it's him or the Prime Minister or the Minister of Veterans Affairs, stands up every day and tries to pretend that something is exactly like something else when it isn't. And I'm referring to what he just talked about on the minimum security prison where this murder child killer was moved to. She was behind bars in minimum security. She isn't today, and that's a huge difference. And people get it no matter how they try and spin it. Exactly. So anyway, before my blood boils much more than that, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-77, which of course will amend the National Defence Act to bring about some changes to the Canadian military justice system. And for the most part, these changes are both needed and welcome. So the bill before us today is in fact very similar to a previous Conservative bill, C-71. Now, I don't want to confuse anyone. The bill C-71 that I'm referring to is a bill from a previous government. It is not the same bill C-71 that the Liberals have passed through this House, which is a direct attack on law-abiding firearms owners. That is most certainly a bill C-71 that I will never be supporting. The bill C-71, Mr. Speaker, that I'm referring to was put forward by our previous Conservative government in an attempt to accomplish many of the same goals that the bill before us here today seeks to accomplish. The fundamental objectives of this legislation that I believe are supported across party lines are aligning the military justice system in Canada with the Criminal Code of Canada, enshrining the Victims' Bill of Rights into the National Defence Act, putting a statute of limitations of 6 months on summary trial cases, and clarifying what cases should be handled by a summary trial. These are all very positive steps forward that are contained within Bill C-77, and I am supportive of them moving forward. I would like to take some time to focus on one of these central points, enacting the Victims' Bill of Rights. It should be pointed out, Mr. Speaker, that it was our Conservative government that brought forward the Victims' Bill of Rights when we were in government. It was an incredible step forward to ensure that Canadians who are victims of crime are supported, and that is our party's record when it comes to supporting survivors. Unfortunately, time and time again, we see the Liberals talking the talk but not walking the walk when it comes to support for victims in this country. In fact, they've adopted a hug-a-thug mentality when it comes to modernizing the criminal code. Through Bill C-75, the Liberals are actually making it possible for perpetrators of heinous criminal acts, some carrying sentences of 10 years in prison, to get off with only a ticket, a fine, or minor jail time. Bill C-75 introduces a number of measures that are intended to deal with delays in Canada's court system. However, as I've said, the massive 302-page bill will also end up reducing sentences for a number of dangerous crimes. This will be done by provisions in the bill that could reclassify indictable offences so that they may be punishable as summary offences, which would carry a maximum penalty of only 2 years. Potential 10-year sentence lessened to 2 years, This is a Liberal solution to judicial delays. Mr. Speaker, I sent a mailing out to my constituents which informed them of Bill C-75 and what it would do. I invited them to respond to me via response card. The response card asked them if they agreed with C-75, and to be clear, there was literature that went through it to explain exactly what was there. So people understood what they were voting on. In my entire time, Mr. Speaker, serving the riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I have never had such an immense return to a mailing like this. I received nearly 1,600 responses to this question. Of the responses, 97% of respondents said that they disagreed with Bill C-75, while only 31 individuals out of that 1,600 agreed, and 17 were unsure or needed more information. This was certainly a message heard loud and clear. Bruce Grey Owen Sound does not support C-75. Canadians are also having a hard time believing that this government supports the men and women who serve this country. I recently rose in this House last week to make the Minister of Veterans Affairs aware of a veteran in Bruce Grey Owen Sound who cannot receive important support that he needs. He is 87 years old, and he is a veteran of the Korean War. His name is Barry Jackson. I know the family well. He served our country admirably and is now looking for any kind of help from Veterans Affairs. Unfortunately, they won't return his calls. First, Mr. Speaker, a bit of history. It took years for Barry Jackson to get approved for a wheelchair ramp. Now he needs a scooter, and all he gets is silence from Veterans Affairs. His son, Jonathan, contacted my office after learning that the Liberals were paying for PTSD treatment for a convicted murderer that has never served one single day in his life in the military. Truly is shameful, Mr. Speaker. A murderer, a cop killer, not one day of military service. When Barry Jackson got the call from Canada in 1951, he answered that call and headed off to Korea, just like thousands of other young Canadian men did. But years later, when Barry Jackson needed help and reached out to Canada, nada, nothing, zero. Veterans Affairs, nothing. This Prime Minister, nothing. Minister of Veterans Affairs, nothing. They should all be ashamed. Christopher Garnier, meanwhile, committed unspeakable acts, but because his father served in the armed forces, he is getting support, while actual veterans like Barry Jackson wait and wait and wait. It is unfair, and I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's un-Canadian. And what's really ironic, you can use whatever word you want, is that this money in Veterans Affairs, these services available out there, people, veterans like Barry Jackson, they went and they laid their life on the line to earn those services when they needed them. And ironically, they're the ones who can't get them, but a cop killer like Chris Garnier, a rapist, just one of the worst human beings you can imagine, he has no problem getting it and didn't serve one day. And that, you know, again, that's why people just shake their head and wonder, you know, why do I even support or want government? It's things like this, Mr. Speaker, that gives it all a dirty feeling. And all this, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to supporting victims and supporting the men and women who serve this country, the Liberals do not have a great record. Earlier in my remarks, I mentioned that Bill C-77 almost directly mirrors Bill C-71 from a previous Parliament. There are, however, a few differences that I would like to highlight. Perhaps the most glaring difference between the two bills would be addition of the Gladue decision in relation to Section 718.2, subsection E of the Criminal Code of Canada into the National Defence Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 minutes. This addition would mean that Aboriginal members of the Canadian Armed Forces who face charges under the National Defence Act may face lighter punishment if convicted. Mr. Speaker, there's absolutely no place in the Canadian Armed Forces or in Canadian society, for that matter, for discrimination of any kind. No one should ever be discriminated against based upon race, gender, religion, culture, or any other factor. And that being said, the insertion of this principle has the potential to result in different consideration of offences committed by Aboriginal CAF members than for those committed by non-Aboriginal forces members. This could lead to sentences that are less harsh and could undermine operational discipline, morale in the forces, and could even undermine anti-racism policies. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out when I have this opportunity that I have 2 reserves in my riding, and Cape Croker, which is just north of my hometown of Wharton, has the distinction of having the highest percentage of its community, young men, who have served in the wars, and that's something I know that they are proud of. Wilmer Nadjuan, who just passed away a year or so ago at 96, himself a former chief there, but I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I'll stand to be corrected, but I believe it was him and 7 of his brothers, 8 of them were in the war. Some of them didn't come home, but they gave it all. So this is not a slam against Aboriginal veterans right across this country. They have supported it. And I know I'm running out of time and I have more to say, but I'm happy to take questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Bill 77 is a piece of legislation, as I've indicated earlier, that I believe has cross-party support. The individuals that are following the debate, I believe, appreciate and value what's being done here. We've got a Minister of Defence who's really taken a long-term approach in having the whole file. You know, we hear a lot about the Canada's policy of strong, secure, and engaged. We talk about financial commitments, investing in our regular forces, our reserves, the investments in our veterans, and now we have before us a strong piece of legislation that complements and ultimately brings in tune the military justice system along with the civilian justice system. It's all part of a package, and I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would acknowledge just how important it is that when we deal with issues of this nature, that it is very much holistic. This is something that we owe to our women and men that serve us, our vets, and Canadians as a whole, to bring in good, solid legislation, and it would appear as if all members of this House are behind it.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague across the way. Yes, in general terms, I absolutely believe that and support that veterans and people who have served and are serving deserve the best legislation that we can all collectively put forward. And, Mr. Speaker, as we approach the armistice signing of the 100th anniversary of the First World War makes me think of my Uncle Harold and Elvin Miller. Both served. My Uncle Elvin got as far as Halifax and the war ended, and thankfully he didn't have to go, but my Uncle Harold went there. And I have, on my mom's side, my great uncle Bertram Isaac Pike is buried in Grosbeak Cemetery. So I have a distinct love and respect, as I think most people do, for our veterans, and of course we should get this legislation passed. It's not perfect, but I look forward to supporting it and getting it to committee.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his impassioned speech, and I know he spoke about that Aboriginal family in his riding who committed 8 members of their family to the war effort. And like the honourable member, I am a honourable member of the Grey and Simcoe Foresters, and the tradition, as you are, Mr. Speaker, the tradition of the Grey and Simcoes and the history within Simcoe County and the work that they've done, not just in the base, but serving up north. So I'm just wondering if I could ask my colleague, what does that mean to him, and what does it mean to his community in terms of that military service and sacrifice that so many have paid the price for? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague through you for a great question, and he's right. We are both very fortunate to our ridings have a great number of the Grey and Simcoe Foresters in them. In fact, a good friend and and I know my honourable member here from Barrie Innisfil knows him, Colonel Shane MacArthur, just took over again the command of the Grey and Simcoe Foresters. He just got back, I believe it's his 7th or 8th tour of Afghanistan and Iraq. He just got home from Iraq, and those are the kinds of people that he and I represent in our ridings, and I think a lot of people do, and we owe them. You know, I'd like to take that opportunity to say welcome back, Shane. I'm glad you're safe and what have you, and I'll see you soon. So.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound for the great work that he's done over the last 14 and a half years in this House on behalf of his constituents. And I've had the pleasure of touring CFB Morden, Meaford with him and seeing the great work that our forces are doing in getting their new recruits trained up, our new officers in a position of leadership. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I know that this member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound is passionate about supporting our troops and our military and want to make sure that we have all the resources there for them and supporting victims' rates within the Canadian Armed Forces, but more importantly that our troops are well equipped and well trained to do the job that they're called upon.
Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, through you again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Selkirk Interlake and also for a great question, but also thank him for coming to my riding a few months ago in July, and or in June, I should say, and we actually went out and toured the training centre at Meaford and met with Lieutenant Colonel Haru there and a number of other ones, and had a bit of a tour, but it meant a lot to them that I'm there as their Member of Parliament to support them. But when I bring my colleagues, like the member from Selkirk Interlake there, I think it shows that all of us collectively care about what they do. We want to know what we can do better, and we should keep that kind of thing up.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for the Upper Ottawa Valley riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, home to Garrison Petawawa, training ground of the Warriors, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill C-77, the legislation, if passed, that amends provisions of the National Defence Act governing military justice system. And as a member of the Standing Committee on National Defence, I look forward to examining C-77 in greater detail. And I'll vote with my party to send this legislation to committee for further study. As it's been noted by our party's defence critic, Bill C-77 incorporates many of the legislation proposals made by the previous Conservative government in the 41st Parliament. This fact alone merits my support at second reading of this bill. There are changes between the legislation introduced by the Conservative government in the last Parliament and what we have before us today. And those changes will need to be carefully scrutinized. As the Member of Parliament of the riding that is home to Garrison Petawawa, Canada's largest army base, military justice is still a volatile topic. In addition to being the home of 2 Canadian Mechanized Brigade Group, 2 CMBG, and the 4th Canadian Division Support, which is made up of 2 RCHA, 1 and 3 RCRs, RCDs, and 2 Combat Engineer Regiment, as well as 427 Special Operations Aviation and 450 Tactical Helicopter Squadrons, Garrison Petawawa is also home to CSOR, the Canadian Special Operations Regiment. CSOR, which was stood up during the Conservative watch of the defence of our nation, is the first new regiment to be stood up in over 50 years. I'm proud of the role I played in supporting that decision and the subsequent decision to locate 450 Air Tactical Squadron to be close to the train with the troops whose role the Chinook helicopters perform as strategic lift. It made absolute sense to locate CSOR at Garrison Petawawa. Petawawa is the home of the storied Canadian Airborne Regiment before it was disbanded during the decade of darkness that occurred prior to the election of a Conservative government. I mention that dark time in Canadian military history, the disbanding of the Canadian Airborne Regiment, as there's a direct relationship between that sad event and the legislation we have before us today. March 5th, 1995 will be forever etched in the minds of many Canadian veterans and their supporters as a day of infamy. That is the date the Canadian Airborne Regiment was officially disbanded by David Collinette, who was at the time the Minister of Defense in the Jean Chrétien government. Collinette acted against the advice of the Chief of Defense Staff to order the regiment disbanded. The most unfortunate aspect of the few acts of a handful of Canadian soldiers is that the Canadian success story in Somalia has been overlooked by the media and remains largely unknown to the majority of Canadians. In late 1992, the Canadian Airborne Regiment was sent to Somalia to assist the United Nations peacekeeping mission in that country. Initially, the UN troops operated according to the relatively restrictive rules of engagement that directed most such operations. As the violence in Somalia escalated, however, the United States requested and received permission to modify its role. The Canadian Airborne Regiment received a change of orders. Canadian soldiers were ordered to be peacemakers instead of being peacekeepers, two very different roles. The untold story is how the paratroopers of the Canadian Airborne Regiment, tankers of the Royal Canadian Dragoons, and combat engineers from one combat engineer regiment, all based in Garrison Petawawa, very quickly subdued heavily armed gangs. Attacks on Canadian patrols early in the mission were suppressed with force, and local warlords quickly realized that Canada's combat power was not just for show. Humanitarian agencies could then get about their business of distributing relief supplies, a task that was never the primary mission of Canada's troops. Canada's soldiers then turned to rebuilding a local infrastructure of police, hospitals, schools, etc. The most poignant testimony to the effectiveness of the second reconstruction phase of the Canadian mission came from the father of the dead Somali at the center of the controversy. He pleaded with Major Lewis Mackenzie, who was by then retired and on assignment as a journalist to Somalia, to intercede, to keep the Canadian soldiers in his country. He told Mackenzie that while he grieved for his son, the value of the peacemakers to Somalia was enormous. If Canadians are going to use this dark period in history, in military history, as a learning exercise, there are several things parliamentarians need to keep in mind when we study this legislation in detail. A big difference between this bill and the previous bill that was introduced by the previous Conservative government is a special consideration for Indigenous members that results in sentences that are less harsh versus other Canadian Armed Forces members. There's a legitimate concern that a two-tier system of military justice could undermine operational discipline, morale, and anti-racism policies. So the following question needs to be considered. If the legislative provisions in Bill C-77 had been in place during the Somali affair and had he been fit to stand trial, should Master Corporal Clayton Matchey, an Aboriginal, be treated any differently under the circumstances than a non-Aboriginal soldier? Would the Liberal government of the day have been so quick to disband the Canadian Airborne Regiment and slash military spending under that circumstance? The symbol for justice is a figure, blindfolded, holding a set of scales in balance. Will a serving soldier see a set of scales in balance or weighted in favor of someone based on government policies that tip the scale based on the political flavor of the day? Members of the Canadian Armed Forces should not be discriminated against upon race, gender, creed, or culture. And I recognize the Chief of the Defense Staff stood up honor to deal with the sexual misconduct and other forms of discrimination in the armed forces. However, as parliamentarians, we need to tread very carefully each time changes are made that affect our women and men in uniform. Consider this. For members of the Canadian Armed Forces, when they put on the uniform, they're a soldier first. That's a very important distinction. In an operational setting, you need to rely on your fellow soldiers. Does Bill C-77 contribute or diminish camaraderie among soldiers? Will Bill C-77 hurt operational efficiency? We need to keep asking these questions with real-life experiences in mind. Psychological experiments and troop cohesion will end up getting soldiers killed the same way political expediency led to the loss of soldiers' lives in Afghanistan, with the cancellation of the EH-101 helicopter contract by the Chrétien Liberal government. One of the other takeaways from the Somalia affair was the report on the military justice system completed by former Chief Justice Brian Dixon in 1977. While it recognized there was a breakdown in the chain of command, it was recognized that the chain of command, the flow of responsibility, must be at the heart of military justice system. And the same way a cabinet minister is expected to take responsibility for bad decisions by resigning, or where there's a lack of judgment in not resigning, being fired by the Prime Minister. The Somalia affair resulted in the end of a number of political careers, including several Liberal defense ministers. What's truly unfortunate about the Somalia affair is that with the political decision by the Liberal government of the day to shut down the civilian inquiry to the true cause of the breakdown in the chain of command never came to light. I quote from a 2017 media story, quote, Gilles Letourneau, who led an inquiry into the 1992 beating death of a Somali teenager at the hands of Canadian troops, says he's frustrated that his commission's work was cut short before it could explore what a role the controversial anti-malarial drug might have played in the violence. Gilles Letourneau, a retired judge at the Federal Court of Appeal, says it may be too difficult now to examine whether mefloquine was a major factor in the so-called Somalia affair because most of the soldiers who were deployed to the African country have left the military. But Mr. Letourneau told the Globe and Mail in a telephone interview on Wednesday it would be worthwhile to take a hard public look at the dangers posed by the drug, which is still being offered to Canadian Forces members. Surely run a survey of existing use of mefloquine with the armed forces and see whether the problems that were raised 20 years ago are still there, Mr. Letourneau said. We ran out of time, he said, of the inquiry, which gathered evidence for 2 years before being cut off by the Liberal government of Jean Chrétien before the 1997 election. There were so many issues to be covered, and this was one we had to leave aside in the hope that eventually medical progress would either sort out or solve these problems. But it hasn't been followed up from what I can gather. Health Canada agreed in August, 3 years after the U.S. Food and Drug Administration came to the same conclusion, with an assessment that mefloquine can cause permanent brain damage.
Thank you, and I know that the honourable member still had some things she'd like to say, and hopefully she'll be able to do that during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it's my first opportunity to speak to this bill, I wanted to use the moment to say that I support it. It's these changes that are being made to ensure that we close the gaps that exist in the rights of victims of crimes within our Canadian military justice system have been a long time coming. The only substantial difference, as my honourable colleague just mentioned, between this and the efforts that were being brought forward under previous minister in the 41st Parliament is the extension to considerations for those who are within the military justice system and are Indigenous. I think these are very appropriate given the statistics we've seen of disproportionality in incarceration for Indigenous people, both within the criminal justice system in general and within our military justice system. So I just wanted to use the opportunity for a comment. My only question, the honourable member, is would the Conservatives consider letting the debate collapse soon so that this bill can get to committee even sooner? Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't know what a rush my colleague on the end of the House there is talking about, or why she'd want to rush it, because we have to examine this bill here so that we can hear what other colleagues are concerned about. And even just looking at the bill itself, it says an offender, while they're are in a service prison or detention barrack, every victim has the right to request information about it. Well, are they not getting that information now? In protection from intimidation and retaliation in the military justice system to protect the victim from intimidation and retaliation. Don't these protections already exist for protection of the victim? The detention in a barrack. Well, it's my experience that it's not the perpetrator that gets detained in a barracks or a prison. Right now, it's the victim who's separated from her unit. So privacy, even then, it says every victim has the right to have their privacy considered by the appropriate authorities, but nothing's going to be guaranteed. So this is a type of thing that we want to raise now, because in committee, quite frankly, there's the tyranny of the majority, and they just ram things through.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the honourable colleague for her speech on this. And she did bring up an interesting aspect of this that I quite frankly didn't think about, and that was the issue of methloquine and how that potentially impacted the issue in Somalia. And as the honourable member may know, at Veterans Affairs Committee, as we studied mental health issues among veterans, the issue of methloquine came up. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, on, I believe it was September 19th, there was a rally of methloquine survivors out here in Parliament. And of course, myself, along with several of my colleagues and the NDP, went out there, but not one Liberal member went out there to meet the methloquine survivors. And they're not asking for much. They're asking for the government to investigate this, for outreach, to find out just the impact that methloquine has had on the lives of those veterans who were administered this while they were serving in Somalia and other theaters of war as well. So, and I believe my honourable colleague was out there, so I'd just like her comments on the issue of methloquine.
The honourable member for Renfrew Nipissing Pendrick has just a little over a minute to respond.
Okay. Well, Madam Speaker, I'll continue on with the quote that before I was interrupted. The symptoms reported by some users included anxiety, paranoia, depression, hallucinations, psychotic behavior, and in rare cases, thoughts of suicide. So some Canadian veterans say the drug ruined their lives. So they're asking the government to contact members of the armed forces or veterans who are required to take it in places like Somalia, Rwanda, Afghanistan to determine whether or not they suffered long-term consequences. And they want to do more research to develop a better diagnosis and treatment of the effects. And they're calling for an inquiry to determine what role methloquine might have played in Somalia. So no doubt about it, it should have been explored during the Somalia inquiry, Mr. Letourneau said, because many soldiers complained to us when we toured about the methloquine and the side effects of the nightmares. They called them methlomares. And there were a high number of persons reporting to us that it affected their behavior and scared them. Jonathan Vance, the Chief of Defence Staff, said this week that the methloquine issue has his full attention in light of the Health Canada finding. And he's assigned Brigadier General Hugh McKay, the Surgeon General of the Canadian Armed Forces, to examine the current case. So that indeed did play a role in a case that has led to future military justice legislation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's an honour for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-77, so an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. So while we know that Canada's military justice system operates separately from Canada's civilian justice system, it is nevertheless important that their system is also just and fair. Canadian Armed Forces members are held to a high standard of conduct. It is understood that Canada's separate military justice system exists to maintain discipline, efficiency, and morale in the Canadian Armed Forces. The safety and well-being of all Canadians is dependent on the military's ability to deal with internal discipline effectively and efficiently. That is because our esteemed men and women serving in the military are often required to risk injury or death when they perform their duties. Nonetheless, when it comes to provisions to support victims, there is a gap in the National Defence Act. Victims' rights should be at the heart of every criminal justice system. The proposed legislation before us takes a step towards that goal. It extends victims' rights into the military justice system, and this is certainly positive. The legislation we are considering is in fact largely modeled after Bill C-71 introduced in the previous Parliament by the former Conservative government. It builds on existing efforts to put victims of crime at the heart of Canada's criminal justice systems. Conservatives have a proud record of standing up for victims of crime and law-abiding citizens, and we remain committed to them. We have and we will always work towards ensuring that victims of crime have an effective voice in the criminal justice system. And we will never accept that the rights of criminals be ahead of those of victims of crime and law-abiding citizens. In fact, Madam Speaker, for far too many years in Canada, the scales of justice tipped in favour of criminals. Our criminal justice system neglected those who had been affected by their crimes. It neglected the rights of victims of crime. I am proud of the hard work and the achievements of our former Conservative government. Our country is better off for it. They took significant steps to find better balance in our criminal justice system, steps that gave victims of crime clear, enforceable rights and protections. The principle that victims of crimes should be a priority in Canada's criminal justice system was reflected throughout the former Conservative government's policies, reforms, and even investments. Whether it was the creation of the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, the passing of the Safe Streets and Communities Act, or investments into child advocacy centres across the country, victims and law-abiding criminals were always the priority. The landmark Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights is the most notable step forward taken for victims under the former Conservative government. This historic legislation entrenched the rights of victims of crime into a single document at the federal level. The Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights guarantees victims of crime the right to information, protection, participation, and restitution. It means that the rights of victims are considered at every stage of the criminal justice process, as they should be. After entrenching the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights in Canada's criminal justice system, our former Conservative government tabled legislation to also give victims of service offences the same rights. That is, the right to information, protection, participation, and restitution. This legislation, unfortunately, did not have the time to be studied and passed before the dissolution of Parliament. But I am pleased that this Liberal government, through Bill C-77, has copied that legislation. It is the right thing to do. As we work to protect and promote victims' rights, we are helping to ensure that both of Canada's criminal justice systems help those who truly deserve support. I will note that given this legislation for the most part is a carbon copy of the legislation introduced by the former Conservative government, it is disappointing that it is being introduced so late into this Liberal government's mandate. I suppose this is perhaps a reflection of the Liberal government's record on victims' rights. It is unfortunately way too easy to offer examples of this Liberal government's appalling record of putting the rights of dangerous criminals ahead of the rights of victims and their families. Just last week, the Liberals stood and voted against our Conservative motion calling on their Minister of Veterans Affairs to revoke the Veterans Affairs funded benefits of Chris Garnier, a convicted cop killer. And still, this Liberal government is defending the transfer of Terry Lynn McClintock to a healing lodge. McClintock was convicted of first-degree murder in the 2009 kidnapping, rape, and killing of an 8-year-old Tory Stafford. Less than 10 years after committing the disgusting crimes that she did, she has no business being transferred to a healing lodge facility. That is a facility with no fences around it and where children are often present. Yet the Liberal Public Safety Minister has defended this decision and downgraded her despicable crimes to bad practices. As a mother of 2 young children, I am livid that this Liberal government refuses to exercise its moral, legal, and political authority to reverse this decision. And my heart breaks for the family of Tory Stafford. Madam Speaker, these are but just 2 recent examples in the public's eye of the Liberals' backwards priorities. They have also tabled Bill C-75 that makes sweeping changes to Canada's criminal code. It undoes a lot of the progress that our former government made to put the rights of victims ahead of criminals. While we are considering the legislation before us, the Liberals are also pushing through legislation to reduce sentencing for serious crimes. Serious crimes like human trafficking, participating in a terrorist group, or the abduction of a child under the age of 14. The Liberal record of putting the rights of criminals ahead of victims is shameful. It is not a record of restoring victim rights. That said, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to see that a version of our Conservative legislation has been brought forward by this government. Victims' rights should never fall by the wayside in either of Canada's systems of justice. That is why passing this legislation is so important. Like the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights, this legislation entrenches 4 key rights for victims of service offences. First, it provides a right to information. This includes the right to information on the military justice system and services and programs that are available to victims. It also gives the right to information about the progress of the case. This legislation gives victims the right to protection by giving consideration to their privacy and security through the military justice process. And it gives the right to participate in the proceedings and creates an opportunity for a victim impact statement to be present. It also gives the right to restitution when finance losses can be reasonably determined. The addition of these rights to the military justice system through the Code of Service Discipline Declaration of Victims' Rights places these rights at the heart of the military justice system. That is exactly where they belong, Madam Speaker. This legislation has my support, and I will be voting in favour of sending this legislation to committee so that it can be studied in detail. Conservatives will always stand in support of victims. We will always be in favour of giving victims a stronger voice in Canada's criminal justice systems. I hope that this legislation is referred to committee and that all victims of crime and law-abiding Canadians are given a greater priority by this Liberal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm glad to hear that the member is really suggesting that we should advance this legislation to committee. We've had the Green Party advocate for that. We've had the New Democrats that have advocated for that. The government would like to see that. Many members of her own caucus would like to see that. I'm wondering if she would be suggesting that we maybe try to pass it today as a way to respond positively to those that are following the debate.
I just want to remind the Government House Leader that if she wishes to ask a question, she can stand to ask the question as long as she's in her space. In the meantime, I would just ask that she afford the respect to the members who are going to be speaking. The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank you for the question and the heckling of getting my talking points. I don't have talking points on this. There's people in this party and on this side of the House that want to speak to this, and it's unfortunate that the Liberal government is wanting to force this through. I mean, this is I'm surprised we don't have time allocation or something like that, because that seems to be something that's the norm over there. And I mean, as my previous colleague had said, she won't be surprised if and when this goes to committee, it'll just be rammed through to please with whatever the Liberal agenda is.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, we're talking about this eventually getting to committee, and we really hope that that does eventually happen. And I recognize that so many Conservatives, Madam Speaker, are interested in talking on this very important topic. But it begs the question of when they originally introduced very similar legislation, why did they introduce it 5 days before the House rose in 2015, only to know that that Parliament would be dissolving shortly thereafter, and that the legislation would never actually end up making it anywhere? Would she agree that it perhaps is slightly disingenuous, given the fact that the process to go through the House and the Senate would take much longer than 5 days, yet there was such great passion for this issue, as we can see coming from the Conservatives?
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think what's disingenuous is that we have a government right now of the day, the Liberal government, that is putting victims' rights first. And we're not seeing that. I mean, I've listed a couple, just recent, 2 recent incidences in the past week where they've had the opportunity to do the right thing, the moral thing, and set an example to, not just Canadians, but young Canadians on, if something's wrong, we're going to take the high road and we're going to do what is appropriate and fix the mistake. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the interesting parts of this bill are the new rights that are in this bill, and which in fact was previously in the Conservative bill. And so what the Liberals have actually done is just simply cut and paste this bill. But it was for victims who might not otherwise feel safe, and now that they can request that their identity be protected, how important is that change, Madam Speaker, in encouraging that more victims come forward and protecting their safety? And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague agrees with that aspect of the bill.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think what's important is any time there is a victim of any type of crime, it doesn't matter what the scale of the crime is, I think it's important to always put the victim's decency, dignity, and respect above all things. In my past line of work as I was a social worker, far too many times we see victims that are re-victimized over and over and over again because of failures with the system. So, yeah, exactly. Just with what's happening with Tori Stafford, right? Her family is being re-victimized again, and it's unfortunate that this government isn't standing up and doing the right and moral thing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to rise today to debate Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Madam Speaker, I find it somewhat interesting and somewhat rich, the comments coming from the Liberals about, needing to ram this through all of a sudden. Here we are in the 1st of October. Now it's time to ram this bill through, when it took them 3 years to get to this point. And even when it was first introduced, May 10, 2018, we went through 2 months of sitting in May and June. We had night sittings. We had midnight sittings through most of the month of June. But yet the government didn't see fit to bring it forward for debate then. Instead, for the first day of debate, on a Friday sitting where just about 2 hours of debate can occur, on September 21st was the first day of debate for this bill. And here we are, just our second day of bill, and all of a sudden the Liberals are crying that we should be ramming this through, immediately ramming it through, before members have a chance to debate this bill. Now, I should note, Madam Speaker, that in our former Conservative government, we placed victims at the centre of our criminal justice system. We thought it was important that the victim of a crime be granted the right and the privilege to be participating in the criminal justice system. And we did this in a number of different ways, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, I would say that it would be through Bill C-32, which created the Victims' Bill of Rights. And we did that because we felt that it was important that the victim has a voice, that a victim has the opportunity to fully participate in our criminal justice system. And Madam Speaker, I have to say, it's been disappointing these last couple weeks to hear from these Liberals who would rather place criminals ahead of victims on so many different issues. In the past 2 weeks alone, we saw these Liberals defend granting veterans benefits to convicted murderer Chris Garnier. A convicted murderer who did not spend a single day in the military, never once donned our nation's uniform, never once participated in Canada's armed forces. But yet these Liberals stood in this very place and defended the right of that criminal, of that convicted murderer, to receive veterans benefits for post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD that he, by his own admission, received because of the brutal murder that he did. And yet these Liberals are defending his right to receive treatment paid for by veterans rather than that which is available through our Correctional Service of Canada. And Madam Speaker, tomorrow in this very place we'll be debating a motion brought forward by our leader, the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, about the tragic case of Tory Stafford's murderer being transferred from a prison with bars and razor wire, to a healing lodge. A healing lodge where the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada admitted there are often children present. And yet, here we are, hearing once again today in question period, the Liberals defending this. Defending the murderer of an 8-year-old girl. An 8-year-old girl who was brutally murdered. And yet the Liberals are defending the transfer of her killer from a prison to a healing lodge. It's wrong, Madam Speaker. And tomorrow, we will see where the Liberals truly stand on victims when they are called to account to stand in this place and defend that decision. And Madam Speaker, this follows a series of moves by these Liberals to place a greater emphasis on the criminal rather than the victim. Bill C-75 actually reduces the sentence for a number of what we on this side consider serious crimes, reducing those sentences, including participating in the activity of a terrorist group, including reducing the sentence for punishment for infanticide, for reducing the sentences for a couple of impaired driving offenses causing bodily harm, for the sentence of abducting of a person under the age of 14. These Liberals are proposing to reduce that sentence. For forced marriage, for advocating genocide, for extortion by libel, reducing the sentence for arson for fraudulent purposes, and the possession of property obtained by crime. And, Madam Speaker, they want to see the sentences reduced for participation in the activities of a criminal organization. Really, Madam Speaker, with all the challenges we are facing, these Liberals want to reduce the sentences for those who are participating in gang activities. Madam Speaker, I know this is wrong, and Canadians know this is wrong. When our former Conservative government introduced the Victims' Bill of Rights in 2014, our then Justice Minister saw fit to make this Bill of Rights a quasi-constitutional document, a document so important that it would take precedent over many other federal statutes. And at the time, our Minister of Justice, the Honourable Peter MacKay, had this to say. He stated on April 9, 2014, "In order to give meaningful effect to victims' rights by all players in our criminal justice system, our government is proposing that this bill have quasi-constitutional status. This would mean that the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights would prevail over other federal statutes, with the exception of the Constitution Act, which includes the Charter of Rights and other quasi-constitutional statutes within our legal system, such as the Official Languages Act, the Privacy Act, and of course, the Human Rights Act. And that is the comments from our former Justice Minister, the Honourable Peter MacKay. Now, Madam Speaker, what does this bill do? Well, it effectively reintroduces Bill C-71 from the previous Parliament, which our Conservative government introduced, and applies the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights to the military justice system. In particular, it provides for 4 key rights for victims: the right to information, the right to protection, the right to participation, and the right to restitution. Now, Madam Speaker, many Canadians, whether they serve in the Canadian Forces or whether they do not, often find the criminal justice system to be intimidating, to be confusing, and to find it a challenge to get information about the case being conducted into the crime that was perpetrated against them. So the right to information, the right to be able to have the information on the general sense of how the system works, but also specifically about their case, to know about the progress of the case, but also know information about the investigation, prosecution, and the sentencing of the person who perpetrated the act against them. And when it comes to whether it be the criminal justice system or the military justice system, the second right is the right to protection, the right to ensure that their safety and security is protected, and whether that is in a sense of having their identity protected from public disclosure or other measures that would allow that to happen, we believe that is exceptionally important. Now, Madam Speaker, I do see my time is running short, so I won't have the full opportunity to talk about the right to participation and the right to restitution. But I will say, Madam Speaker, that we in the Conservative benches will always stand for the victims of crime. We will defend the victims of crime and ensure that they have a place in both our criminal justice system and our military justice system to ensure that their voices are heard. Madam Speaker, we will stand with victims. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Pierre.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The argument that we will stand for victims, is used as a battering ram against Liberal points of view. Liberals stand for victims, and that's why we're bringing forth this bill. We also believe that we would try and work to avoid victimization. So obviously we have to stand with victims, but whenever we do work to avoid victimization, to say let's not have a victim, we run into a roadblock. And I'd like to ask the colleague across the aisle why they're against avoiding crime. Why are they against the work that we do towards avoiding crime and always coming back and saying, even when we stand with victims, as in this bill now, they say we don't stand with victims. Well, clearly we do, and yet we're bastard on the other side.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Pierrefonds-Dollard for his question. Conservatives, of course, support avoiding crime. That's why we believe in investing in our criminal justice system, investing in our law enforcement, and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the tools to prevent crime. So it's for the member to say that somehow the Conservatives are throwing up roadblocks to prevent crime, quite the contrary, Madam Speaker. But what I do want to say, what I do want to reiterate, is where the Liberals are failing on protecting our victims was on full view over these last 2 weeks. Full view as they defended a convicted killer, Chris Garnier, receiving veterans benefits, and where they are continuing to defend the transfer of Terry Lynn McClintock, a convicted of first-degree murder, to a healing lodge where children are present. That is where the Liberals have failed. They have failed to stand with victims. So, Madam Speaker, we will be supporting this piece of legislation because it builds on the good work that our Conservative government undertook during our 10 years in office. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's a matter of misplaced priorities here. And, you know, as I sat through this debate today, I've heard the Liberal side, the government side, stand up and say that they are defending victims. And yet, as an example of what my honourable colleague gave the last couple of weeks, we've dealt with the Christopher Garnier situation. We've also had the Tori Stafford situation where her killer is effectively in a minimum security prison. But what's interesting about this is how that relates as well to Bill C-71, currently past third reading into the Senate, the new Liberal gun registry, and yet the contrast and the hypocrisy of that with respect to Bill C-75, the summary convictions. And I know my honourable colleague listed just a few of what those summary convictions are, but that speaks to, in the essence, to the fact that this government has a judicial backlog, and their answer to that backlog and court cases is to reduce these sentences down to summary convictions. So my question to my honourable colleague is, does he not share the same hypocrisy that Canadians are seeing with respect to the pieces of legislation and how hypocritical and how contrary they are to each other, to the overall Liberal narrative? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my friend from Barrie's Innisfil for his important question. He's absolutely right. It's a system of misplaced priorities for these Liberals. They'll throw up additional roadblocks, additional rules for law-abiding Canadians, but then reduce the sentence, change the summary convictions for some serious crimes, Madam Speaker. It's wrong, and Canadians see through it. Canadians see through it because they know what these Liberals are doing. They know where they're putting their priorities. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, a brief question.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting in terms of the arguments that the Conservatives are spending their time on this afternoon. What we do know is that the legislation itself enshrines victims' rights. So we have a Liberal government enshrining victims' rights. I have news for the member across the way, that all members of this chamber are sympathetic and extend sympathies to all victims of crimes. I'm wondering if the member feels, and this would be the question, Madam Speaker, does somehow by trying to imply, why would they try to imply that only the Conservative Party in Canada seems to be concerned about victims' rights when it's just not true?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd be curious to know from the member from Winnipeg North if he would place himself in a different position. Back in 2014, when he and his party, together with the NDP, delayed the passage of the Victims' Bill of Rights by filibustering at second reading on April 9th, on May 27th, on June 3rd, on June 6th, on June 13th, and again on June 20th at second reading alone. Does that member feel no shame for delaying the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights in 2014 when it came before this House by the former Conservative government? Yeah.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, following my first question in the House, my first statement, member statement, this is now my first 10-minute speech in the House of Commons.
C'est important pour moi.
It's important for me to break the ice quickly. First of all, it's an honor to have this opportunity to represent my constituents of Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord on Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. As you know, Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord is the home of CFB Bagotville, under Air Command. It's one of two bases that lodges the F-18s. For those of you who, like me, are interested in history, you will find it interesting to note that Bagotville appeared for the first time in 1942. It was put in place to protect the infrastructure in the Saguenay River and the aluminum smelters, which served during the war effort as part of the Second World War. At present, we're still facing 10% taxes on aluminum. The base today is one of the largest employers in the Saguenay region, and it has one of the major pillars in the economy, three-wing, like aluminum, agriculture, and forestry. It's important to point this out today because aluminum, wood, and supply management were all partially sacrificed last night. Now, it's always a pleasure for me to meet with members who serve in the armed forces. As we know, our serving members have integrity. They are fair and show leadership. They stand together and protect each other. And they all want to be treated on an equal footing. I also enjoy meeting our veterans. They've always got good stories to tell, but they always have trouble having their rights respected by the government. And oftentimes in discussion with our veterans, they tell me about missions they participated in and about the problems they face since they've returned. And each time they have needs, they express those needs, but they have the impression that the government is only partially listening. And, Madam Speaker, I hope to see the base develop. I hope to see good quality aircraft brought to the base, unlike what the Liberals want to do by replacing our CF-18s with used Australian aircraft. Our Air Force deserves better than that. I've had discussions with some of them, and as you may know, the aircraft coming from Australia are even older than the F-18s at Bagotville. At present, many people are questioning how, in fact, they will be able to refurbish them. But getting back to the subject of debate today, Bill C-77, Madam Speaker, we can't hide the facts. This bill closely resembles the bill put forth by the previous Conservative government in the 41st Parliament, Bill C-71. That bill was tabled in June 2015, but didn't make it to second reading. Like C-77, we wanted to make changes to the military justice system. More specifically, to align the military justice system of Canada with the criminal code. Among the most significant changes were victims' rights, and the limiting of summary hearings to 6 months, a clarification as to which cases would be eligible for a summary hearing, and based on my understanding, Bill C-77 seeks to achieve the same objectives. Madam Speaker, we must ask ourselves why, once again, the Liberal government waited so long to introduce this bill. They themselves say that they take veterans to heart, that they're aware of their situation. It's clear that the Conservatives will always defend the rights of victims of crime from criminals, and we will ensure that victims are heard in our justice system. Need I point out that it was the Conservatives who created the Victims' Bill of Rights? It's thanks to Quebec senators who represent La Salle who moved on this initiative. Now, Madam Speaker, we support the addition of this charter into the military justice system, and that is why we introduced C-71 3 years ago. It was so long ago that I was still coaching hockey at the time, Madam Speaker. But we can't be angry that the members opposite have picked up where we left off, because adding the Victims' Bill of Rights to the military justice system is the right thing to do. The official leader of the opposition, the member for Regina Coppell, and the Conservative Party will always support victims of crime. Therefore, it is important for us, for Bill C-77, to include this important step and to go to committee so that we can take a more detailed look at the provisions of the bill. It will be a pleasure to hold these discussions with my colleagues opposite, to go amendment by amendment through the bill to make it the best we can, to give our Canadian Forces members the best justice system. Of course, we will discuss issues such as equality. Discipline requires continuity, consistency.
C'est à la base même.
That is at the basis of confidence in each other and in the system. Members of the Canadian Forces should not face discrimination because of their race, gender, beliefs, or culture. It's important for soldiers not to lose faith in their superiors. Confidence is difficult to earn, but it's easy to compromise. Discrimination, be it positive or negative, jeopardizes that link, that confidence. And this will be my first opportunity to take a detailed look at a bill at committee. It will be another feather in my hat. I hope that we will see amendments. I may even have an opportunity to obtain the cooperation of my colleagues to put forth some amendments as well. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Whitby.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Honourable colleague for speech and welcome him once again to the chamber. Madam Speaker, this particular piece of legislation, from what I'm hearing from the discussion, it seems like we could all agree that victims' rights are particularly important. This piece of legislation sort of puts into context or puts the balance between the civil rights and the rights within our military. It's enshrining victims' rights within the National Defense Act. Would my honourable colleague not agree? He spoke about wanting to study it at committee, to get it to committee, to be able to provide some possible amendments when it gets to committee. Would my honourable colleague not agree that we should move forward with this and get it to committee?
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, or rather Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, I think, first and foremost, we need to take the time to analyze it, to discuss it together. And I think that it's something that it's experience that I'm gaining. And we shouldn't always be under the gun. We need to take the time to analyze it, focus on it, and we need to ensure that it's as best as it can be for all involved.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I excuse a little shuffle to get into my appropriate seat. But I do want to welcome our colleague, l'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Je sais qu'il...
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, I know that he's a new member of Parliament. He has just been elected to the House, and I'd like to know if during his election campaign he heard from people in his riding about the importance of victims' rights, if people told him that it was important to defend victims' rights, the rights of victims of crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. That is an excellent question, but we don't have to take it that far. The issue of Christopher Garnier. Back home, people have a great deal of difficulty with that situation. A criminal, he's a criminal, he's receiving benefits. He's never served in the forces. And at present, we can't get an answer as to whether or not the government will put an end to his benefits. So, of course, we do hear back home about victims, and I hope that we won't keep hearing cases similar to this one.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Oui, merci, Madame.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to congratulate my colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, for his on his first speech. It was very well presented and researched. He talked about CFB Bagotville and the importance of the base in his riding. He talked about the Air Force. Could the honourable member talk about the importance of Bagotville in Chicoutimi? The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, it's the third largest employer in the Saguenay region. Clearly, it's a very important community. CFB Bagotville is important, and in Chicoutimi, we're very proud of the base, of having it in the Saguenay region, because it helps to protect our territory, to protect Canada. Canada is a very large country. Now, oftentimes we have discussions with members of the forces, and those discussions revolve around the fleet of CF-18s because it needs to be renewed, and we're now looking at 2025 and whether or not it'll be possible to keep using the aircraft we have.
The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I remember the last time I had to do this, we were able to find a way forward, so I'm hoping again we will be able to find a way forward. If not, I have a responsibility to advance legislation, so an agreement could not be reached under provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-77, an act to amend the National Defence Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-78, an act to amend the Divorce Act, the Family Orders and Agreements Enforcement Assistance Act, and the Garnishment, Attachment and Pension Diversion Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Madam Speaker, this is unfortunate because I know we can find a way, but an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-82, an act to implement a multilateral convention to implement tax treaty-related measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak today on Bill C-77, and I'm particularly honoured to follow my colleague who made his first speech in the House here, my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. We're all very proud of him. And in fact, he was just elected, getting 53% of the vote when just a few years ago the Conservatives finished fourth in his riding. Now, Bill C-77 talks about the reform of the military justice system. In my brief speech, I will be talking about how this bill is really the logical follow-up to what we presented with C-71 when we were in government. And this is a subject that we care about a lot here in the House, both on this side of the House and the other. We care about our soldiers. There are thousands of Canadians who are currently serving in the armed forces, be it the land force, the air force, or the Navy. We are all very grateful to those men and women. In my riding, I don't have the Valcartier base. My colleague does, and he does a great job of representing those people. But in my riding, I do have a few hundred soldiers who are based at Valcartier. And since we're in the fall, Madam Speaker, we will soon be celebrating the 11th of November, Remembrance Day, and that's a very special date, particularly this year because it's the 100th anniversary of the 1918 armistice. It was the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month when the Great War finally ended. Of course, there have been other unfortunate conflicts since then. But there are thousands of Canadians who gave their lives so that we could live in freedom. We should also remember the extraordinary sacrifice that young men and women made in different conflicts, particularly the First and Second World Wars, and other ones as well. And I have the extraordinary privilege of being from a family where some of my family members served. My father served in Sicily, in Italy in the Second World War, and my grandfather, on my mother's side, also served in the First World War. He was in the French army and was at Verdun, among other places. And I would like to recognize the Consul General of France, who is currently preparing a special commemoration for Remembrance Day. My mother will actually be participating in that tribute, which will be happening 6 weeks from now. Now, Bill C-77 has to do with military justice reform. Of course, this is a delicate subject. Our men and women sometimes do end up with having committed infractions within the military justice system. And we need to remember that our men and women in uniform wear that uniform knowing full well the responsibility that comes with it. So if they do end up committing infractions, well, they need to be dealt with within the military apparatus. Because those people who wear the uniform could be deployed in the theater of war, and the enemy will always remain the enemy, which could lead them to commit acts that in a civilian context would be considered criminal, but are considered heroic in a military context. So, we're here because there is a military system that is distinct from the civilian justice system. Now, of course, both need to act with dignity and humility. But this bill aims to change the military justice system somewhat. And C-77 contains many of the same aspects of the former C-71. For example, recognizing victims' rights and specifying which cases should be heard by a summary hearing. Now, these are some of the same aspects which we agree with in C-77. But on behalf of those who helped make this bill, including the former Minister of Justice, Peter MacKay, the Honourable Jason Kenney, and the current member for Niagara Falls, who still serves his constituents so well here in the House, I do just want to recognize their work. But we have some concerns, for example, about the fact that it seems likely that justice is distinct for some. There's a reason that we say that justice is blind, because it really demonstrates what we want the justice system to be. We imagine a woman who is blindfolded who holds the scales in her hands. So with one hand, she can punish offenses, and in the other hand, she holds the scales to ensure that people's rights are correctly balanced. Now, in that image, which is a sort of allegory, we can see that justice is represented as being blind, because a person should be judged for the act that was committed rather than their character or their person. So there are provisions in the law that can be studied, and for us it's important to ensure that when a criminal act is committed, that the person be judged based on that act rather than the person that they are seen to be or seen not to be deep within themselves. That's why we will be analyzing this bill in parliamentary committee by my colleague, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, and others. And I think it's important to remember that we have the right to debate this bill here as parliamentarians. I'm surprised to hear colleagues from the government say that we shouldn't be debating this. You know, do I need to remind the government that this bill, which is somewhat copied and pasted from our previous bill, took 3 years to bring forward? And it could last 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, but the government shouldn't be offended by that we want to speak to it. Let's remember that our primary duty here in this House is to express ourselves as much as possible within the timelines provided. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the member will have 3 minutes the next time this subject comes before the House, in addition to 5 minutes for questions and comments. So plenty of time to continue discussing the issue. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, back on April 27th, I asked the Liberal government to explain why it was inflicting a carbon tax upon my province, the Saskatchewan families, without any consultation or approval, and why it was ignoring Saskatchewan's successful emission reduction plan. The Liberals have revealed that they are completely unwilling to consider any climate change strategy other than their own. Such a policy is incredibly misguided because it fails to consider that there is alternatives to a carbon tax in the fight against climate change. Madam Speaker, as we look at it right now, Saskatchewan's plan to reduce carbon emissions and fight against the climate change is entitled Prairie Resistance, a made-in-Saskatchewan climate change strategy. It's a strategy which is tailored to address the specific needs of Saskatchewan's economy. It's not a one-size-fits-all plan, and which has been opposed by these Liberals in Ottawa without any considerations for the unique circumstances that face the difference in provinces and territories in this country. So as of January 1st, 2019, this plan will come into force and provide a cost-effective, meaningful, and a resilient approach to lowering Saskatchewan's greenhouse gas emissions. As part of the Prairie Resilient Plan, the policies which have been developed by the Government of Saskatchewan to combat climate change are broad and they're also diverse. These policy areas include, but are not limited to, natural systems, physical infrastructure, economic sustainability, and the community preparedness. Most importantly, though, Madam Speaker, the Prairie Resistance Plan is one which responds to a comprehensive sector-by-sector manner to the needs of the people of Saskatchewan. It is not an arbitrary imposed carbon tax like the one that this Liberal government is proposing to force upon every single province in this country and territories. Unlike the Liberal carbon tax, the Prairie-resistant plan will tackle climate change while protecting the jobs and the livelihood of the hardworking people in my province at the same time. Why then does this Liberal government continue to threaten provinces such as mine with a job-killing and inefficient carbon tax? The federal environment minister has previously stated in news conferences that she recognized the need to work with provinces in order to address the pressing challenges which climate change poses for all Canadians. So, if the Environment Minister truly believes in that statement, Madam Speaker, why is her government withholding $62 million in infrastructure funding to support Saskatchewan's effort to fight climate change and to reduce carbon emissions? This funding would support 11, Madam Speaker, clean energy projects in Saskatchewan with an estimated potential to remove 188 million tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So again, why is the minister and her government withholding $62 million in infrastructure funding to support my province?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in response to my honourable colleague's remarks. Before I begin with my prepared statement, I'd like to just point out that one of the arguments that underpins what I just heard was a suggestion that we're forcing something onto the provinces. In fact, we've been clear from the very beginning we're working with provinces and territories who will actually come forward with a responsible plan of their own. And I'll note in particular that the plan in Nova Scotia may be very different than the plan in Quebec or Alberta and British Columbia. Madam Speaker, we are taking action on the environment and the economy in ways that are going to actually move both forward. This is what Canadians asked in 2015 when they elected our government, and it's the plan that we're implementing. We know that putting a price on pollution is widely recognized as the most efficient and transparent way to reduce greenhouse gas pollution. It also helps create a sustainable, clean growth economy, and pollution already has a significant cost today from effects like smog, floods, and wildfires. Putting a price on pollution lets everyone see the cost so we can actually do something about it. Unlike the Conservative Party, whose plan is to make pollution free again, we're making life more expensive for polluters and more affordable for Canadians. There's evidence that pricing pollution and economic growth actually do go together. If I look, Madam Speaker, at the example of British Columbia, I see that the price on pollution helped them reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, and at the same time, the provincial economy grew faster than the rest of Canada. BC's growing clean tech sector now brings in an estimated $1.7 billion in annual revenue. Across the world, industries are turning to cleaner and more sustainable options, Madam Speaker. Canada must not and will not be left behind. Pricing pollution provides incentives to reduce energy use through conservation and efficiency measures, while also driving innovation that will give Canada an edge in the clean growth economy. This is going to make Canada's businesses more innovative, profitable, and create more jobs from coast to coast to coast. The pan-Canadian approach to pricing pollution gives provinces and territories the flexibility to establish a system that best suits their circumstances. And revenues raised from those jurisdictions, and I know this is important to the people of Saskatchewan, remain in the jurisdiction of origin. Even Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy, Madam Speaker, has said that this policy is going to leave Canadian families better off than they are today. Our plan to put a price on pollution is going to help protect the environment, grow the economy, and put more money in the pockets of Canadians, including the constituent of the member opposite. The cost of inaction, quite frankly, is greater than the cost of addressing the problem. We know that by 2020, the anticipated cost of climate change to the Canadian economy will exceed $5 billion. We need to do something about this. And on the flip side of the same issue, the challenges posed by climate change actually create a significant opportunity for economic growth. If we demonstrate the political will to fight pollution, we're actually going to create jobs at the same time. We can expect to trigger economic growth and enhance environmental and social outcomes through strategic investments in the green economy, in public transit, and protecting nature as well as our oceans. In 2015, Canadians made their voices heard. We are a country and a people that care very deeply about the environment. Our government was elected on a commitment to protect the environment and grow the economy at the same time. And just because the Conservatives couldn't do either doesn't mean that we won't do both. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Prairie Resilience is the Saskatchewan plan. They still haven't told me why Saskatchewan is not getting the $62 million in infrastructure funding to support our province's right to fight climate change. Madam Speaker, the province of Saskatchewan, in a poll, almost unanimously agree with the Premier Scott Moe on their fight against this federal government, coming down, top down, on their fight for climate change. We want to know why we haven't received the $62 million. They were just in Saskatoon as a whole caucus. They heard loud and clear what Saskatchewan people are upset about. We're taking this right to the Supreme Court. And now we're going to be joined by provinces like Ontario and maybe even Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, which just last week had a Conservative government. Whether they're elected or not depends on the Liberal government trying to make back deals. What we've seen, Madam Speaker, is Saskatchewan was the only province to stand up. We've been followed now by Ontario and shortly New Brunswick.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, and with respect to my honourable colleague, we're happy to work for provinces and territories that are willing to actually be responsible and put forward a plan that's going to have a meaningful impact to reduce pollution. To date, we have not received a signal that the province of Saskatchewan is willing to join the Pan-Canadian framework, which would make them eligible for certain funding options to help grow the green economy and fight pollution at the same time. Madam Speaker, to be clear, we know that the price on pollution is actually going to put more money in the pockets of Saskatchewanians than not addressing the problem at all. We know that it's going to create jobs. I note in particular the support it has from industry with companies like Suncor, Cenovus, Rio Tinto, Tembec, Loblaws, Desjardins, GE. We know that environmental NGOs support this. We even know that Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy supports this on the basis that it's going to put more money into the pockets of middle-class families. Madam Speaker, we are moving forward with the plan and will only be required to implement the federal framework where provinces abdicate their responsibility to take the threats posed to the environment seriously. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Excuse, c'est pas reprise de débat.
Rather, it's not resuming debate, but it's now the turn of the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Good morning, hello, or good evening, Madam Speaker. I'll take a couple of minutes of my time to wish all candidates from the beautiful land of Quebec who are in an election campaign the best of luck when it comes to the results this evening. Well, Madam Speaker, and for at least 2 years now, the country is going through an opioid crisis. It's unprecedented, and nearly 3,000 people have died, according to Canada's Public Health Agency. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. I've raised a lot of questions, but I haven't received many answers to those questions. I know that at the time, the Minister of Justice had stated she was open to the idea, completely unreasonable in my opinion, to decriminalize all drugs in Canada, which would mean that the Liberal government would legalize the often lethal combination of cocaine, heroin, and crack. So, how can a government be open to such an irresponsible idea and worsen a situation which is already deplorable? Every weekend, when you're watching TV, when you walk through any major city, be it Vancouver, Toronto, or Montreal, well, people die because they have taken cocaine and crack. And there are there's an increasingly high number of deaths rather related to those drugs, so that policy would be irresponsible. I have a hard time understanding that faced with such a huge crisis that the government would even think of decriminalizing something that's so bad to people's health. I think we should rather focus on treatment, on detox treatments, I believe we should invest in communities so they can support addicts. Often, these people who inject themselves with drugs, well, they do so because they're going through very difficult situations in their personal lives. So this is my question, Madam Speaker. My question for my Liberal friends: how can you even be open to such an irresponsible idea which would worsen a situation which is already so discouraging? Why would you even think of decriminalizing all drugs, including hard drugs? For me, that doesn't make any sense. I would like to remind the member to please put her questions to the Speaker and not directly to the government.
Of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before beginning, I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. And I hope you don't mind if I respond in English.
The opportunity to address the concerns raised by the member for Beauport, Côté de Beaupré, Dorléans, Charlevoix. It's a mouthful for me, I apologize. On the very serious issue of the decriminalization of drugs. Our government is deeply concerned about the worsening opioid crisis in our country. We have responded by making significant new investments, enacting new legislation, and fast-tracking certain regulatory actions. We're committed to an approach to drug policy that respects evidence-based decision-making, not decision-based evidence-making. While we're aware that decriminalization seems to be working in certain other jurisdictions, further study is required to determine if such an approach is workable here in Canada, because the circumstances here are in fact different. To be clear, and for the benefit of my colleagues present tonight, our government is not looking at decriminalizing or legalizing all drugs. It's very important that we keep working towards our common goals and that we keep talking about any and all evidence-based responses that could help reverse the trend of the opioid crisis in Canada. This includes helping Canadians obtain greater access to medically proven treatments that actually help overcome problematic substance abuse. To this end, earlier this spring, our government removed regulatory barriers to accessing diacetylmorphine, also known as prescription-grade heroin, and methadone for the treatment of opioid use disorder. These changes are going to help patients access pharmaceutical-grade heroin for treatment outside of a hospital setting, such as in substance use disorder clinics. This will allow patients to balance their daily responsibilities with their treatment. It will also allow healthcare practitioners to prescribe and administer methadone treatment without needing to apply for an exemption from the federal law. We also have put in place a mechanism to import foreign authorized drugs not approved in Canada to address urgent public health needs. Drugs used to treat opioid use disorder were among the very first to be added to the importation list of drugs for an urgent public health need. Treatment facilitated through this new mechanism is going to help people with substance use disorders to reduce risks associated with illegal drugs and to lead more stable lives. Despite these regulatory changes, any drug used for treatment that is also a controlled substance would continue to be subject to all of the requirements of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The government is going to continue to provide Canadians with the most up-to-date and evidence-based information to enable them to make healthy choices and maintain a healthy lifestyle. The current opioid crisis, Madam Speaker, has had devastating impacts on Canadians and the communities in which we live. We know that this is an incredibly complex situation that cannot be solved by any one organization or level of government acting alone. We remain committed to working with partners across the entire country and using all available methods to address this severe public health crisis. We also remain open to hearing from domestic and international experts about health-based approaches to preventing and treating problematic substance use, and we will continue our efforts in a way that is comprehensive, compassionate, and evidence-based. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. It's a long name. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to respond to my colleague across the aisle, it's all very well and good to hear those words, to talk about scientific research and evidence-based decisions. But in a mere 2 weeks, marijuana will be legalized in this country. We've heard many people, many witnesses who have appeared before committee, who've spoken about many topics, about this very topic, And it seems that my colleague has not heard them because it seems there's no good reason to legalize marijuana. It will be legalized, and no one is ready because there are no supports in place. The bill was passed. The issue was shoveled into the backyards of the provinces, and the provinces are now stuck with this massive problem. Will the same thing happen with opioids?
To the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Quickly, just to offer a rebuttal to the remarks raised in the reply, Madam Speaker, the legalization of cannabis is moving forward because the system we have today, frankly, has not been working. The measures we're putting in place will make it harder for children to access marijuana, which I think is something that we can all agree is good, and divert profits away from organized crime, which I hope we can all agree on as well. With respect to the question that was actually put on notice to discuss this evening, I would reiterate that our government is not seeking to legalize or decriminalize all other drugs. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, we heard from stakeholders across Canada that barriers exist to accessing pharmaceutical-grade heroin and methadone as treatment options for people who need it to be well. Madam Speaker, that's why the Government of Canada has removed barriers to access prescription drugs and methadone for the treatment of opioid use disorder and give Canadians greater access to a wide array of treatment options. We're moving forward with evidence-based policy, and it's going to save lives.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House will stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.